Man, this episode has been a long time coming, bro. We were just talking about it before I started recording. You were probably one of the first people I talked to even before I even thought about starting a podcast. This is probably like early 24. You were on the boat, and then we finally got it going. And I remember I was talking to you like, let's do this story, man. And you were, all over the world.
Yep.
And then I think when we finally started, like, man, I think when I finally really started pitching you, you were sailing across the Pacific.
Yeah,
and
I remember.
Like, that's pretty cool, bro. I don't know. That's a 30-hour plane ride. I know you pitched some good ideas. We talked about even doing it on the boat at one time, but I'm like, man, I don't know how to travel with all this equipment.
Yeah, and the seagulls making noise and pelicans.
Or Logan in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
Eric and I have been friends we were talking yesterday, it's been 11 years. We met when we worked together, and we've been through a ton of crap together, dude. The last 11 years have flown by. It was really crazy as we were sitting by the fire last night, just talking about all the different things and our lives. And it's pretty wild, man. I'm super thankful to have you here, man.
Yeah, happy to be here. Yeah, we've been talking about it for a long time. It's cool to see it all come to fruition.
Yeah,
it really is.
The week of New Year's Eve this year, I think you called me the week before New Year's Eve, and you're like, hey man, I'll do the podcast. If you guys fly out to Florida, we'll do the podcast prep, and then I'll fly do the podcast. And I think it was like 3 days notice. And I was like, you know what, dude? I got every reason to say no and every reason to say yes. Yeah. That's what we did.
I was out for a run one morning, and you were talking about doing this podcast prep, and I just had an idea. I was like, that dude needs to come. I'll get him to come here. We're close to the beach. Of course, it's freezing because
that's our life.
That's the way it works, right? Every time we have guests or something, either the boat doesn't work or the weather sucks. There's always something. But I just had an idea. I was like, you come out here, and then we'll do it. And you went there, and now we're here.
Yeah, man. We podcast prep for we walked through the jungles and then walked all the way down the beach. I think we walked like 5 miles just talking. It was cool, man. It was really. I've known you for a long time, and I've heard, you and I have talked about a lot of things, but, in that podcast prep, we spent 4 days almost talking in bits and pieces. So yeah. So Eric Shelvy, ladies and gentlemen, Eric's our first Marine on the podcast. Martin had been in the Marine Corps, but didn't go to war. Eric has one of the most unique stories, and Eric's an extremely close friend of mine. So everybody gets an intro, man. I'm gonna give you yours.
I can't wait.
November 22nd, 2004, a photograph appears on the cover of Time magazine. A young Marine, face twisted in a primal scream, captured mid-assault in Fallujah, Iraq. His name is Eric Shelvy. He was 21 years old. And if you think you know where the story's going, you're wrong. This isn't a story you can put in a box, because Eric Shelvy has spent his entire life destroying boxes, the ones other people build for him and the ones he builds for himself. It starts with a kid in an elite Jesuit high school in St. Louis, a school where 99.9% of graduates go to college. Eric's the 0.1%. He's the one spending weekends in police cars with his cop father, watching drug busts, knowing he doesn't fit the mold, so he enlists in the Marines straight out of high school. The only one in his class, goes to Iraq twice. The second time he's a squad leader in Fallujah. 21 years old, leading men through the heaviest urban combat since Vietnam. That photograph on Time magazine, that's him in the middle of it. House to house, door to door, friends dying, the kind of combat that marks you forever. He comes home, gets the embassy assignment everyone said was impossible, Moscow. They told the program, you can't send this guy to Moscow. He's fresh out of Fallujah. They sent him anyway. In Moscow, this combat Marine learns Russian and carries a diplomatic passport. He serves in the Hague. Then he gets his final assignment, the one he didn't even want, Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. He's furious about it. Where the hell is Kuala Lumpur, he asks, the other side of the planet. He had no idea that assignment would change everything. One night in an expat bar, Eric, still learning Russian, still carrying that Fallujah weight, sees two blonde women, clearly Eastern European. He says something in Russian. One of them responds in Ukrainian. I'm not Russian, I'm Ukrainian. Her name is Natalia. She's a stunningly beautiful ballerina, trained in Russia, ballet, performing at a resort in the mountains outside of Kuala Lumpur. She hardly speaks English. He barely speaks Russian. They can hardly communicate. They fall in love anyway. She gets pregnant. Eric's 21. When he fought in Fallujah, now facing a different kind of courage, He makes a choice. He asks her to marry him. He fights the embassy bureaucracy to get her visa. He threatens to knock out the ambassador's door himself if they don't get help. He writes to his congressman. He flies to Ukraine and picks her up. And then he does something that shocks everyone who knew him. He leaves the Marine Corps, the identity he's worn since he was 18 years old. Why? To join the State Department, to make more money, to give his new family, his new wife, his newborn daughter a better life, to be present, to be a father. He becomes a diplomatic security service agent, protects foreign ministers and world leaders, eventually moves on to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, certified as an explosive specialist, fugitive task force, investigating firearms trafficking, explosives, the career most people dream about. And then at the peak of it all, he does the most unexpected thing yet. He walks away. Eric sells his house, pulls his 2 kids out of school, flies to Panama, and buys a sailboat. And for nearly 3 years, the Marine from the Time magazine cover, the federal agent, the explosives investigator, the diplomat, sails around the world with his wife and his children. The Caribbean, South America, across the entire Pacific Ocean, the French Polynesia, Fiji, New Zealand, paradise after paradise, documented all on YouTube, teaching his kids to navigate by the stars, learning that sometimes the bravest thing you can do is stop running toward the next impossible mission and just live. So here's what makes Eric's story extraordinary. At every single turn when life tries to define him, war hero, Marine, federal agent, husband, father, he refuses the script. He takes what he's learned, he honors where he's been, and then he builds something entirely new. From Fallujah to Moscow, from combat to ballet, from Russian embassies to Caribbean anchorages, from a bar in Kuala Lumpur where he met a woman who couldn't speak his language to sailing across oceans with her and the kids. This is a story about a man who's been called the one his entire adult life, the one who gets picked for the impossible assignments, the one who survives in Fallujah, the one who goes to Moscow, the one who gets the career, but it's also about the moment Eric realized being the one for everyone else was keeping him from being the one for himself, for his wife, and for his kids. So he redefined everything. 20 years after that photograph, Eric Shelvy is still destroying boxes, still refusing to be defined by anyone else's expectations, still brave, just in ways that don't make magazine covers. This isn't a war story. This isn't a love story. This isn't a sailing story. This is a story about someone who refuses to be contained. Someone who looks at the boxes society builds, Marine, hero, agent, father, the American dream, and says, that's cute, but I'm building my own. Today, we're going to hear how he did it, all of it. This is Eric Shelvy, and I guarantee you've never heard a story like this. Let's begin.
Sounds pretty crazy when you say it like that, doesn't it?
You've lived a crazy life, dude.
Yeah.
I'll never forget the day we met, man. I kind of, we normally tell the whole life story here. So, if you could, let's go back to kind of what's your earliest memory? Where did your story start for you?
So I grew up in St. Louis. My parents were divorced when I was very young. So I was probably 3 years old, I believe, and have vague memories of that back and forth.
Sure.
Mostly of what I remember in early years of growing up was, go to school, play sports, do that stuff, all Catholic schools. And then I saw my father once a week. One day he'd pick us up from school, we'd spend the night, watch movies, do whatever, my sister and I, and that was it. That was kind of grade school, if you will.
What was it like getting picked up from school in a cop car?
Well, I always thought it was like the coolest thing in the world, right? But he had a car, he had a marked police car that he kept, right? Like some departments still do it now, but he had a take-home car. So, and you were a police officer, like a marked police car is like a magnet for
good and bad.
Just shit, right? Like it's a magnet. Something crazy always happens. And I always thought it was the coolest thing in the world. Because everywhere we went, sometimes I remember being a kid and you pull up to a stoplight and they're like, why are those kids in that police car, right? I'd like bang my head against the window like I was being arrested and stuff, just little kid stuff. But something always happened, and it was always fun. It was exciting. You sit in school and do what everyone else does all day long, and then you have this kind of, I guess, peek into the other side, not understanding any of it, not understanding the job and really what it is and what's going on. But I do remember that. So yeah, being in a police car as a kid, it draws a lot of attention.
You kind of had this kind of contentious relationship with your mom. Obviously you're going back and forth. What was it like with your mom growing up?
Contentious is a perfect word for that. I don't know if I could, I'd have to. I mean, we have all the time in the world, right? But it was contentious to say the least. So I don't know if I could put my finger on exactly what it was. I think there was a big falling out with my mom and dad. I was too young to remember like the arguments or what they were about. I don't have any recollection of that. I just know it wasn't a peaceful separation, if you will. So I always suspected, you know, I don't know. My mom had a problem with him, which in turn had a problem with me because I was just a mini me.
Oh yeah.
You know, the way
you are a mini me of your dad, dude.
Yeah.
In a good way.
Yeah, and my son's a mini me of me. That's what my wife tells me all the time.
Spitting image.
He's like, you see you two? It's like yelling at a mirror between the two of you. And so I don't have a lot of recollection of that, but it was a lot of acrimony, a lot of resentment. There was a lot of anger built up. It just created a hostile home environment. And I didn't want any part of it. I didn't like it. And I guess early on, I was trying to find a way out of that, I guess.
How did you end up at a Catholic high school?
So my mom was very religious. My grandfather on my mom's side was a highly regarded college professor at St. Louis University. So my mom and her two sisters and her brother, all highly educated, all, you know, went to top schools. And, you know, kind of looking at it back now, I think it was a different generation. You know, it's kind of that Vietnam era of, you know, if you were smart, you went to school. And if you weren't smart, you went to Vietnam.
Oh.
And, you know, my dad went to Vietnam. And I think that was probably part of it. You know, he didn't fit that mold of academia, and he was a cop. And that was, you know, I think it's much different now, obviously, you know, what the military is and what it can do for you. But I think back then it was very different.
Yeah, especially everybody coming back from Vietnam. And
you know, I think back then it was like, hey, you go to jail or you go in the Marines. And that obviously doesn't happen anymore. But the military was always kind of it's what you do when you have nothing else to do. And you go be a cop when you have nothing else to do. And I think that was a big point between my father and my mom's side of the family.
That makes sense.
That's what I always suspected. And I think I quickly came to understand that I was much more like him than I was like her. And, you know, I was being force-fed, you know, religion and academia, and you have to go to schools and all this stuff. And I just I didn't want to do that. And the older I got, the more I realized that I was not going to do that when I started having the ability to make my own decisions. But, you know, I was in Catholic schools, and I didn't dislike it because that's all I really knew, you know? And so, I mean, I liked school like any kid, you know, play sports, hang out with your friends, things like that. So I didn't like resent the Catholic education I just didn't believe it. You know, it's like it's like, you know, you go to church during school and stuff like that. It's like, whatever. It's an hour of no one yelling at me, you know?
You are probably one of the most intelligent dudes I've met, which is kind of funny to say for a Marine. No offense to the Marines out there. We've made a lot of crayon jokes. But I mean, you've got, you know, I think I've got 1 or 2 master's degrees. And you and I have always had like these very in-depth, high-level intellectual conversations. Were you a kid in school that really just questioned life?
Probably not. I think this, you know, and I would agree with you. You know, I enjoy these intellectual conversations. I enjoy talking to doctors and people who do high level things. Things are just interesting. You know, I enjoy conversations where I can learn something from you and maybe you can learn something from me. And, you know, that conversation nowadays just doesn't happen much anymore, you know, and we'll come full circle in this when we get to the sailing stuff and how that community is perfect for that. And that's one part of it that I really enjoyed. But no, I did get a good education, but I don't think I realized it until much later.
Well, that's us being dudes. Your mom unfortunately passed away in 2018, and you know, you said it got better before she passed. When did it get better, and what do you think helped that?
Well, she had a lot of ideas of what was the right path in life, I guess. We all do for our kids. You know, now you realize that, of course, it all comes in a big circle. But she had an idea that, you know, I would go to college and be this academic and be a lawyer or whatever she had in her mind. But it was like, you have to follow this path in order to be successful in life, you know, and that was her path, you know, and what she grew up with. And my dad's path was different. And that's what he thought you had to do. And we all have our own idea of our path, you know, pathway to success. But, you know, what does success mean? You know, it's like, what's the point? You know, and you can talk about that all day, all night. You know, what's the point and what path to follow? And so I don't think her idea of me going to college and following this path versus what I wanted to do and where I felt comfortable. You know, it's tough to say, but she had. You know, when I told her I was going in the military, and I think as the older I got, the more she became to understand how much like my father I was. I think the more resentment kind of came out. And I think in her mind, it was a bad decision. You know, she's like, if you go in the military, you're going to be a cop just like your dad, and you're going to be making, you know, 30 grand a year and working every Christmas, and which was probably true. I mean, in hindsight, that's probably what was going to happen. And, you know, towards the end, in high school, you know, and I started, you know, going to colleges with friends, you know, have like their brothers there or something like that. And you go hang out for a weekend or whatever. And I saw it, and it was like just a bunch of drunk idiots puking up Natty Light on the carpet. And I'm like, I don't know, man, like, this isn't, this is not really for me. And I mean, my mom flat out told me, is like, you want to go to college, you pay for it yourself. You know, so it just didn't do anything for me. It didn't excite me. It didn't, I had no, like, I didn't want to be a lawyer. I didn't want to be a doctor. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I knew what I didn't want to do. Yeah. Kind of thing.
You started doing ride-alongs with your dad at 16. This is a cool story you were telling me. Your dad worked permanent midnights for like 20 years. So you'd finish your mom's curfew at like 11, and then you're like, what? You go meet up with your dad?
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. So, you know, I had I guess, 16, I guess, when I started driving, and I had a curfew. It was like 10 or 11, something like that. And I'm not sure how it started doing that. So my dad was a policeman for 40 years.
In St. Louis, right?
Yeah, in St. Louis. So right out of Vietnam from 1970 to 2011. So he was kind of the senior curmudgeon of the entire department, you know. And so when I was younger, you know, I had a curfew, 10 or 11, something like that. And I'd be like, well, I'm just going to go hang out with dad. So I would just go to the police station, one of the substations or something. And I would hang out because I didn't want to go home. And I would just hang out in the police station. And at first I was riding with him, you know, we'd just drive around, and he was a sergeant. So, you know, nothing was super exciting. Nothing got him riled up.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, all hell would be breaking loose, and he was like, he's going 20 miles an hour. And, you know, police cars are going 100 miles an hour past him. And he shows up on the scene and is screaming at the cops for going too fast. Don't worry about the guy with the gun going nuts in the front yard. He's yelling at the young policemen because they're driving too fast because they passed him, you know, things like that. I'm like, I want to be in that car. Yeah. I got to go with those. Those guys look nuts. So I don't know how it got to that point, but I started riding with the younger guys. You know, it's like, that guy's crazy. I'm going to go out with that guy. And so that's what I did. Not every weekend, but quite a few. And, you know, I'd go out at 11 o'clock and just deal with all the craziness for a few hours. And then we'd all go have breakfast together at like 4 a.m. at this local 24-hour breakfast place with 5 or 6 cops. And then I go home at 5 a.m. And that's what I did on the weekends.
You told me when we were doing the prep, like you rode with like 2 of the craziest cops in his platoon. You described one dude as like short and insane, and the other guy was like a Coke machine with legs. Yeah. Who were these guys?
You know, I can't remember their names. There were 2 guys that they were almost like like brothers, but like, you know, the movie Twins,
Oh yeah.
right? Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito. One guy was enormous. He was like a gymnast, super strong, real, but very quiet. You know, he just kind of, okay, what's your problem? You know, let's write a report about it. And the other guy was like just a pit bull. He just wanted to fight everyone. And, you know, in that part of the area that I was riding with was you know, a lot of drunks and drugs. And it wasn't like a ghetto neighborhood. It was just trashy, you know. So everybody wants to fight the police. So I just would always stand there like, oh my God, that's crazy. And then every once in a while, the big guy would just lose his mind, and then he would pick someone up and throw him across the parking lot. And you're like, oh, as a 16-year-old, that's pretty crazy.
I know you told me like your dad had told the cops like, don't let this dude out of the car, but
yeah, he would always tell him, he'd say, don't let my son out of the car. They always let me out of the car. Always.
Sorry, Dad.
Yeah, sorry. And you know, there was a big brawl, and we go to this scene, and this, you know, this was like in the late 90s, right? It was just the technology was much different. And this guy looks at me, this policeman, and he looks at me and he goes, all right, man, I'm gonna go deal with this shit. He's like, this is the button to unlock the shotgun if you need it. And I'm like, what? I was like, oh my God. It's like, maybe I'm in over my head here.
Hey, policing's definitely changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it's why. What was like one or two of, if you can remember, like one of the wildest things that you saw as like a 16-year-old doing a ride along in St. Louis?
I mean, it was all kinds of stuff. And it's stuff that police officers deal with every day, all around the country, all around the world. Really, it was a lot of car wrecks and foot chases, and you know, just people being crazy in the middle of the night, and you just got a front row seat for it. The foot chases got dicey because I'd get out of the car and then someone would start chasing me. I'm like, no, same team. Like,
Blue, blue, blue.
Yeah. Like, I'm the sergeant's son. Don't tase me.
Yeah, that's crazy. You also said, like, I remember you told me like it was one of the greatest shows on earth. Is that kind of where you first started getting your taste for like adrenaline?
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. I think that I wouldn't say that specific incident, but it was like, man, this is it's exciting. You know, these guys don't make a lot. They work crazy hours, but it was exciting, you know, and it was like, you know, maybe this kind of, you know, growing up, my world was very small. You know, I grew up in the Midwest. It was, I didn't go anywhere. We didn't go to Florida on spring break. You know, I worked at Jiffy Lube. You know, I didn't do the summer trips. Like, we just didn't do that. And, you know, it was like I had a couple buddies and we had some lawnmowers and we cut grass and we had a broomstick and a tennis ball. And we played baseball all the time and rode our bikes everywhere. And, so I wasn't living you go to the fancy schools and kids do fancy things. And I was there, but I wasn't doing fancy things.
Yeah. You went to a Catholic school like your whole life. What was the Jesuit high school like? I mean, it was like an all boys school. It was like 1,000 people, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So, you had to apply for it. I remember that. And I had some cousins that went there, and, you know, St. Louis is very much a leftover French missionary city, if you will, from a long time ago. So there's a lot of Catholic schools, a lot of all Jesuit schools, and Catholic schools, Marianist schools. You know, there's a lot of that going on. So that was just kind of the natural progression. I was like, well, you go here or there, and I think my mom was more than happy to pay for that, you know, to put me on that path. So I didn't think anything of it one way or the other. That was just kind of what you did, and I liked it. You know, the school it was tough, but you know, you had all your buddies all day, every day, and it's easy to say like, oh, it's not like public school, but I really don't have anything to compare it to. It's just
it's what you knew.
It's what I knew.
What was it like to be like the one kid in your graduating class that wasn't doing what everybody else? Like, did people in your high school think you were crazy for joining the Marines?
Yeah. And it was, it wasn't just like, oh, I went in the Marines. It was like, so 9/11 happened. And, so before 9/11 happened, I started talking to, you know, you want to do what your father does. And that's what you look up to and things like that. So I was like, I want to be a cop. Like, that's what I want to do. That sounds cool. Like, I feel like I'd be good at that. Like kind of it's in my genes kind of thing, which it literally is. And so I was kind of looked up to like what are the prerequisites for it. And, at the time, I think you got to do more now. But at the time I was like, you needed 2 years of college or military. So I was like, well, I'm going to go to the military. I had a friend of mine that was talking about the military as well. And we were like, let's go talk to some recruiters. And I was very old for my grade. Some kids are younger, some are older, but I was one of the oldest in my class. So I had this kind of autonomy to kind of just I could do it on my own. I didn't need like parents' signature or any of that kind of stuff. So him and I just went to some recruiting offices and just started talking to recruiters and went to the Army. I loved Rambo when I was younger. I was like, yeah, I want to be freaking Rambo, man. That's what I want to be. You don't know anything,
We've talked about this on previous podcasts too. There wasn't tons of like military movies out back then.
No, there was like Top Gun and Rambo. Like that was kind of it. And I didn't think I was flying, F-14s.
Yeah, and I think that Charlie Sheen Navy SEALs movie probably like recruited 3/4 of the Navy SEALs.
Yeah, Platoon, Navy SEALs, all those big movies, and it just looked cool. You have no idea what that really means. Yeah, just like that looks cool.
Why the Marines?
So my dad was Navy, his brother was Air Force, his other brother was Marines, but I think he was not in the Marine Corps for very long. I think he got medically discharged, like out of boot camp or something like that. My grandfather on my mom's side was Army Air Corps, I think at the World War II time. And so I didn't know any Marines. Personally, I didn't know anything about the Marine Corps really at all. And my friend and I, we went to this Army recruiter and we're like, yeah, we want to be in the Army. We want to be Green Berets and we want to be Rambo kind of thing, And he's like, yeah, that sounds great. And I vaguely remember the conversation, but it was like, yeah, we got this bonus here and this. And I'm like, okay, that sounds cool. The Navy didn't really interest me. I wanted to do ground stuff, guns and running around and digging holes. And it all sounds cool until you're actually digging holes and then it's not cool anymore. Yeah. And so we talked to this Army recruiter and then, they kind of have them in these, strip malls. And there was a Marine recruiter. I said, well, and I don't know if the Army dudes told us, but for whatever, I don't know how we ended up there, but I walked in the door and there was a recruiter sitting there and I walked in, I remember it very clearly. And I was like, well, hey, Sarge, how you doing? Because I heard the word Sarge many times. That's with cops, that's how cops talk. And I said, hey, Sarge. And this dude looks at me and he stands up and he goes, I'm a sergeant. I am not a sarge. And I was like I pissed him off. I got one sentence out and the dude was ready to kill me. And he was like legitimately pissed. And I was like, fuck. I was like, I want to be that dude. Yeah. And that was the moment. I was like, no signing bonuses. No, hey man, welcome. Sign, the dude just yelled at me and I was like, I'm in. What do I got to do?
Before we start down that, I mean, one of the things that I found out about you was you were an Eagle Scout. Tell me about the Boy Scouts back then. Obviously, it's changed now. I mean, you mentioned you had an awesome group of dads and you guys did all kinds of stuff. What was that experience like?
I loved it. I mean, I did like Cub Scouts. That was kind of dumb. I mean, it's like crafts and stuff like that. But when you got to Boy Scouts, you got to start doing cooler things. And like I said, I don't know what it is now, but back then it was very.
Is this still called Boy Scouts or is it called like All Scouts?
I don't know what it's called. But we had a really good. It was guys I all knew. I was friends with these 5 or 6 guys, and a couple of them still friends with today. And they all had like really cool dads, and they were all like outdoorsmen and all this stuff. And we just did a lot of stuff. The summer camps were awesome. We traveled around the country and did some high adventure stuff, and went down to Philmont, which is a high adventure base they have in New Mexico, and it's like 80 miles and 10 days and the mountains. And we just did a lot of really cool stuff, and I loved it. every weekend we were hiking or mountain biking or river rafting. We were always doing something. And I think that group of dads that I had were all like uncles to me, and my dad was never there because he was always working.
Yeah. I think you told me your mom wanted you around men since your dad, was gone all the time. Do you feel like Boy Scouts and those dads and that kind of really helped fill that void? I mean, what kind of things were they teaching you other than like the Boy Scout? I mean, did you feel like they were kind of fatherly dudes that you looked up to, or?
Yeah, so my mom had she had this perception, and this is I think where a lot of the conflict came from with her and I, is that she is, in her mind, my dad was absent. And in my mind, he wasn't. I could just call him anytime. He was the only guy you could call at 3 o'clock in the morning, pick up the phone, because he's always at work. You can literally call him at 4:50 in the morning, and he's like, "Hey, what's going on? Oh, meet me at this restaurant. We'll go have some biscuits and gravy." So I never felt like he was absent. Definitely not there every day, but I never felt like he was absent. She, I think, thought that he was absent, and then I was just a pissed off young kid, which is probably true. And I needed this father figure to make up this thing. And she would try and get me involved in like big brother programs. I'm like, this is stupid, man. Like, who's this clown? Taking me to a baseball game. I don't care about this dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I get he's trying. I get it. It's a good program, but
your dad was still like a part of
he
your
wasn't
life.
in freaking prison. Like,
Yeah.
So she always tried to push this. I think that's what she thought that I needed. I didn't think that's what I needed. I don't know what I needed, but I know I didn't need that.
Yeah.
And the Boy Scout stuff, I don't think it was her pushing me to like have these father figures. It just kind of worked out that way. But they were like my friends' dads, these guys I grew up with, and I knew them all real well. And it wasn't like I go to Boy Scouts and I have my fathers there. It just they were just like my friends' dads, and they were all cool. One guy was a roofer, one guy was like, they were just cool guys, and they still are to this day. I mean, I still talk to some of them. I saw Mr. This, and he's like, "You can call me Bob now. We're way past that, But
you're in your 40s now. You can call me Bob,
right? But I never felt like I think looking back on it now, I felt like she thought I needed that, and I did not think I needed that, and I never thought I did. And I always had this thing in my mind, like, I don't need that. I don't need you, and I'll do it myself. And as this story is going to progress, doing all this prep about this podcast stuff with you, it's kind of, you remember instances and times and, significant events in your life, but never do you really think about the totality of how you got to be where you are, why you think the way you do. But I think that at that very early age, with this like conflict of you need a father figure in your life. I'm like, my dad's at work. He's not dead.
Yeah. And I know your dad's like an extremely big part of your life. I mean,
right.
We talk about him quite often. I know he's been there for you and when you needed him most. And I think at the end of the day, like that's what really matters, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously it could have been better, but it also could have been, existentially worse.
100%.
I think her and I saw that situation very differently.
Has that shaped your thought process on like how you raise your own kids? Like, for example, I know you talked about how your mom had this idea of what you should be in life. And do you fight that for yourself with your own kids?
I guess, yeah. I mean, I think we all do, right? Whether consciously or subconsciously. I think
because we want the best, but
of course,
sometimes what we want is based on our own experiences.
Of course, exactly. So, like the way I figured the world out is far different than the way, my son is figuring the world out, because he's been exposed to so much more than I ever was. And that's by design from me. And, your parents can't teach you what they don't know. If you're an accountant, you can't shape your son to be an F-18 pilot in the Navy because you don't know anyone.
Yeah.
But, if your dad's an F-18 pilot, your chances are probably much better that you're going to follow that path, or you'll be exposed to it. You'll know people. It'll pique your interest. It's just, you can't teach what you don't know, and you can't expose people to things you're not aware of.
Yeah, it's amazing the last 5 years as I've watched you like transform to be hyper focused on your family, your kids, and the experiences and opportunities that you've given them. And I've been able to present to see them like during those experiences and even after. And your kids are amazing humans. I've told it to them personally, but it's really cool. It's an opportunity that a lot of people may never have the experience to, but you did. And like your kids, whether they know it now, they're going to know it later. Like,
right.
They're not normal
kids.
Yeah,
kind of my intention has always been like, I'm going to take the lessons I learned in my adulthood and I'm going to teach them to you as a teenager.
Yeah, that's great. It's inspiring. I mean, it's given me, my own ideas and thoughts on how to be with my own kids. And it's cool. Dadding's hard. Like being a dad is hard. It's if you do it right? Like it's easy to plop your kids off, let them watch TV or go stay at the friends' houses. But when you try to be an important part of their life, sometimes it's, I don't want to say taxing because it's not the right word, but like to be present and to go out of your way to do things with them. Sometimes, especially if you have a job that's competing for your time or whatever. So it's been cool. It's been inspiring. Talking about your senior year of high school, man, I know, you made the decision to join the Marines and your mom wasn't super excited about that. And, I think it's an important part of your story because I think it starts, you're the most independent dude I've ever met, which is cool. But, some of that was born out of, almost necessity.
Yeah. So how did I end up in the Marines?
No, I mean, I think like, you ended up making the decision to join the Marines and your mom wasn't super happy about that. And you ended up having to move out.
No, she was not, to say the least. I think in her mind, that was the worst thing I could have ever done. It was almost like offensive that's what I was going to do. So I started talking to the Marines and I was like, okay. And you're what they call you a poolee in the beginning, if you haven't heard that term, but so you sign up, as a high school kid and then you become part of this poolee program. I don't know if it stands for something, it might, but they call you a poolee until you ship off to boot camp and then you become a recruit. So you have this kind of however long it takes for you to sign up before you go to boot camp. And so I signed up and I'm like, okay. I think I signed up pretty early. Like I almost have to go back and try to figure out what those dates were, but it was before 9/11. I knew that. So 9/11 happened when I was a senior in high school. It was like the beginning of my senior year. So I signed up and then 9/11 happened and I was like, oh, well, shit just got real.
Yeah.
Right. And it was one of those like, careful what you wish for because you might just get it.
Might get it.
Like you're about to get some Rambo stuff, you just don't know it yet. Yeah, my mom was very, very unhappy about that. And like the second half of my senior year in high school, we just came to a boiling point, and she's like, I don't want you here anymore. And one day I came home from school and like all my shit was on the driveway. She's like, you're going to stay with your cousins. I was like, screw it. I had my own car. I bought it myself. I had a job. I paid for my own gas. I didn't take anything from anybody. I paid my own insurance. I paid everything for myself. I didn't pay for school, but she said, you're out. You're going to stay with your cousins. I said, screw it. So I went and stayed with my cousins and she refused to pay the last part of my tuition. I was like, I'll pay for it myself. And, and that's how it was.
Looking back, I mean, you're a dad and you have, kids in high school. How do you process that now as you're older?
Yeah, it's pretty shitty.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine that in my own life. I couldn't imagine the circumstances that would have to build up for that to happen. I mean, I know it does happen. I mean, you work in law enforcement and stuff happens all the time, around the country. But there was just a lot of anger on both sides, I suppose. And she wanted me out, and I was happy to go. I was 18 at that point because I was, old for my class. So I was like, I don't need you. I'm emancipated, not legally, but I don't need your signature to do anything. I don't need your permission to do anything. And then you want me to leave, then I'll leave. Fine. I'll do it myself. And that's kind of the mentality I had.
Talk to me about 9/11, man. I mean, that's a day for people our age that we remember vividly, and it shaped your life. What do you remember about that day?
So I remember I was in English class. I was like 9 or something in the morning, and maybe 8. It was first or second period, and we had, big box TVs up in the corner of the classroom, and it came on, the news of it happening live. And I think, like most people, you're kind of like, you're not really sure what you're looking at. Right. And I remember the teacher, he was really mad. He came and he was like cursing up a storm. And he's like, I can't believe this. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was not happy about it. But I guess I didn't quite understand what I was looking at.
Yeah.
You just knew it was a significant event. And I guess it wasn't, then they sent everyone home. So we all went home. And I don't have a whole lot of recollection. I guess in the coming days, when when the government gets involved and they start identifying, Al Qaeda and Taliban and all these terms and words and things you never heard before, and terrorists, and it just didn't exist. My world was like drunks going crazy in the parking lot outside the bar. That was like my world of entertainment. But this was a whole nother thing, and I don't think I understood it. I don't think it. I imagine, I obviously wasn't there, but I imagine, if you go back to like Pearl Harbor, what your average citizen was thinking, but that was different. There were planes with markings on them. Like, we knew exactly who it was, and we knew exactly what the response was going to be. But this, we didn't know who it was. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't, but I didn't know. Yeah. And so I was like, okay, clearly this is going to change things, but I was a teenager. I didn't know what it was going to change, or I didn't realize how much it was going to change my life.
I remember you signed up to be a poolee for the Marine Corps before 9/11, but I remember you were telling me initially the Marine recruiter said you couldn't go infantry. How did all that end up working out?
So, well, they didn't say I couldn't go infantry. So when you sign up, before they sign you up, you have to go down, or maybe after, one of the two, but you have to go down and take a test. It's kind of like not an SAT, but they call it the ASVAB. It's like an aptitude test that everyone takes, and depending on how you score on that is, kind of what's available to you job wise within the military. And you score really high, you can be nuclear, whatever. If you're a dum-dum, then you you go to the infantry, right? So I took the test, and of course for me it was very simple, because it was like freshman level stuff of what I was doing, because I went to a good high school, and so I scored really high on it. Not like super high, like, oh my God, we need to make this guy a linguist. Not that high, but high enough to not fill sandbags.
Get this guy to NASA.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I took it, and they're like, oh, okay, you did really well. We got all these jobs. This is when the sales pitch starts happening, and I had a recruiter. I remember his name was Staff Sergeant Boyd. He was this freaking big, strong Asian dude. And, they had like 4 or 5 recruiters in the office. And he's like, so what do you want to do? And I was like, infantry. He's like, okay. And they're like, no, all the other recruiters are like, no, man, you scored too high. You got to go do this and that. And everyone's trying to recruit me to all this, whatever jobs. I don't even know what they were. And I was like, no, infantry. How do you spell that? Gun, Gun. That's what I want. I want Rambo, man. You seen that movie? That's what I want. And so at the time, 9/11 just happened. So there was like a backlog. Like, everybody in the world wanted to go in the infantry. And they're like, well, it's going to take longer to get there. You're going to have to wait, because there's no availability. They fill up the spots. So they were trying to push me to these other things because they were available. And I was like, no, I don't want to do that. That's what I want to do. So I had to wait to go infantry. So I graduated in May of 2002. May of 2002. And they're like, oh, you're going to have to wait till November. And I'm like, oh man, like, what am I going to do all summer? You know, just waiting. And so I would call Staff Sergeant Boy. I call him like every day. I'm like, can I go now? Can I go now? Can I go now? And he started getting irritated with me, but I just kept calling him. And one day, like June, like middle of June, I called him. I was like, hey, can I go now? And he's like, actually, yes, you can. This one dude something happened. He didn't go. You're going in July, like 3 weeks. I was like, perfect. I'm in. Back. I got my shoes on. I'm ready. That was it, man. You go down to the MEPS building, just like the government building, you know, and they give you a packet of paper and a plane ticket, and they say go to the airport.
What did your dad think about you joining the Marine Corps?
So, I told him, I remember sitting out on his back porch, and we're talking to him, and the deal was already done because I didn't need anyone's permission to do anything. The deal was already done, and I said, Dad, I'm joining the Marines. And he looks at me. I remember it like it was yesterday, and he goes, I think that's a good choice for you. That's it.
It's awesome.
That was. I don't really know what that meant.
Yeah.
It's like you're probably going to be in jail if you don't. It's like,
what was that contrast like? I mean, you had like your mom doesn't support anything, and your dad's like, "Yo, man, I think that's where you need to be." Did that feel? Did you have a feeling of like, all right, cool, at least my dad's, you know, cool with it, or did you care at that point, or?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we always kind of saw things the same way.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's genetics or, but we always kind of saw things the same way. There wasn't any.
I remember when I met your dad, like you're a spitting image of him. It's funny. You guys talk the same. Like your dad's cool human being, but it's funny. So like that makes sense when you say that because I can visualize that.
Yeah.
I mean, you left July 2002, went straight to San Diego. What was that transition like for you?
I would venture to say it's probably the same transition we all have when you get there, right?
What did I do, bro?
Yeah. So I was smoking cigarettes when I was in high school, and my plan was, it didn't happen, but so I'm like, all right, I go to San Diego. I'm like, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go out of the terminal. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, and then I'm gonna go to the what do they call it? The part of the airport for the military.
I can't remember that. Yeah, like a arrival center, reception center, or something like that. Yeah,
yeah, that's a name for it. I forget. But there's an area in the airport, you know, for the military. And they're like, just go when you get to the airport, go there. That's what they told me. I was like, okay. So I'm like, I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna smoke my last cigarette, and I'm gonna go to the reception area. That's gonna bother me, that name. But so to get out of the airport, you walk right past this reception area, and there was a drill instructor standing in the hallway, and he looks at me, and you know, you don't have to pick us out, right? You're like one envelope with your papers in it, you know, and you just look like a high school moron, and he looks at me, goes, "Get in the fucking room," and I was like, that was it, man. I was like, I guess I'm not getting my cigarette, and that was it, you know. And then you just do the whole get on the bus thing and shave your head and all that shit, and that first night, you're just like, man, what did I do?
Yeah, you said boot camp was hard, as it should be. It was a big shock, chaotic, stressful by design. What hit you first? Like, what's your like sight, sound, like that you remember most vividly? Like, you know, when it's time to get off that bus. So
you get off the bus, they do the stuff, you know, and you're trying to. This is before YouTube and all this stuff, right? So your resources were minimal as to what you could get your hands on. You know, you watch the videos, you know, VHS tapes, like Marine Corps boot. You're just trying to learn as much as you can. You listen to the recruiters; they tell you, you know, they give you advice and all this, and so I would say that stuff was. I wasn't surprised by anything that like took place, but the level of chaos was pretty shocking. I mean, it's like nothing you've ever experienced, and it starts immediately. Like every second of every day is accounted for, and it is to maximize stress. So you go, and then there's the first couple nights you spend in kind of what I think they call it a receiving platoon. There's a drill instructor, but it's not your drill instructor that you're going to be assigned for the whole 3 months. So it's like a couple days, and then they separate you out into separate platoons, and you get assigned your permanent drill instructors, and they do their whole thing. And it's. I remember the first night because they all just kind of get shoved into a room. No one knows what to do, where to go. You don't know where you're at. But
it's almost like shot. You're just like shot.
They make you show up at night. So they put you on a bus. They tell you to put your head down, and they just drive around in circles for like an hour.
Like a detainee.
Yeah. But you come to find out the next morning that the airport is right next to boot camp. Like they share a fence line. You're like, do we just drive around in circles in San Diego for like an hour? You have no idea, but it's just to maximize the disorientation and, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I remember being in that barracks that first night, and you might as well just drop me on the moon, man. You have no idea what to do. You don't know anyone. People are screaming. It's dark. Like,
is anybody like stressed out, freaking out?
Maybe, yeah, I suppose. There were times throughout training, where people just would really lose their minds.
You said you didn't stick out much. You were just like a normal sized kid, 6 foot white guy. Did anybody tell you like, hey, dude, don't, anybody giving you advice before you went, like, hey, just keep your mouth shut? Or was it just pretty much you figure that out real quick when you show up?
Yeah, I guess people do give you advice, but it all goes out the window. When you encounter that kind of stress, it does things to the brain, and it's by design, of course. You don't realize that at the time, but hindsight being what it is, you just do what you're told, do it exactly how you're told, no more, no less, and I was not overweight. I wasn't super skinny. Like I was the average height. Like I didn't stick out in any way. I was an infantry MOS. If you get online and they, like the Full Metal Jacket, where you stand there and they're like, too fat, too skinny, too fat. They do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they give you, they make you say your MOS. You're like infantry, open option infantry. Like next, because I wasn't too fat. So I don't know if they still do it, but at the time they would give you these tags on your uniform. And if you were too fat, they gave you a tag that said half rations. And if you were too skinny, they gave you a tag that said double rations. So they knew to give you more or less food at the chow hall. So the objective was to get the double rat tag because you got more food. Because you couldn't get enough of it. You're burning, 10,000 calories a day. So those were very feisty. It was like the fake ID of boot camp, right? Like get the double rat tags so you could get more rice, like 2 scoops of rice instead of 1. But I didn't stick out in any way, and, the guy says, the guy that's overweight, and he's like, oh, Marine Corps band. And they're like, oh, that dude's going to get screwed with for like the next 3 months.
Did that happen?
Oh, yeah.
That's hilarious.
Where's my flute player? They got him running around playing the flute stuff like that.
Oh, man.
It's all funny.
It's funny now.
It's funny until it's you.
Yeah.
Then it's not funny anymore.
Well, and I'm sure you don't appreciate even the humor even then, you're like.
There were some of those drill instructors that were, they're all maniacs, but some of them were really hilarious. And sometimes you had to refrain from.
Yeah, the level of humor with like derogatory.
Oh, yeah.
The way that they mix it,
yeah.
Especially in the Marine Corps. It's all drill instructors, but the Marines, it's almost like they get an extra 2 weeks of how to do that. It's nuts. Yeah, even, our friend Carlos, dude, we call him Batman still, that mutual now. Like I still laugh at that dude the stuff that he says, man, it's hilarious. Dude, you gotta tell the Firewatch story, bro.
It's a Firewatch. So funny boot camp stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few of them. I'll tell the funny one. I'll tell a serious one, and then I'll tell the funny one.
Please.
We had a recruit. I don't remember his name, and he was having a tough time for whatever reason, and that was not uncommon. You lay in bed at night, it's just like the movies. Lay there, sleep. You're like, that's exactly how it is, and I think it's been that way for a long time. And dudes, you had a Firewatch. I guess I will tell this story, but we had a Firewatch.
So Can you explain what Firewatch is?
So a Firewatch, if you've seen Full Metal Jacket, when they encounter, he's walking around with his flashlight and his stupid helmet, right? And so that's what it is. They have a Firewatch, what they call a Firewatch, and there's one recruit that is awake. I think there might have been 2 that are awake all night. So you just go down the list, names. You wake the next guy up, and
that's something you do for like an hour, right?
30 minutes, an hour, yeah, whatever it was. And notice you didn't want to do it, obviously, because every second of sleep was precious. But it was kind of nice to be up because it was the most peaceful time of your whole time because the drill instructors are asleep. So you have like a 30 minutes or whatever it was of just quiet. So you could go, you could go take a shit without someone screaming at you.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's no doors on the thing, right? So like, this is my 30 minutes of free time.
Yeah.
And, because they wouldn't let you during the day, that's an inconvenience, So you'd have dudes wake you up in the middle of the night and say, dude, wake me up at 2 a.m. so I can shit.
Really?
Yeah, you tell the fire watch. If it was one of your friends, it's like, dude, wake me up so I can go to the bathroom and be peace because you're not going to be able to do it in the morning.
Wow.
And so I was on fire watch one night, and a couple of the drones, two of the drones. No, it was one. One drone. We had this real tall black guy. He was funny. He was crazy, like they all are. But he was funny. And he came in civilian clothes one night and reeking like alcohol. But who are you, right? Like, I'm a stupid recruiter. Like, oh, yes, sir. I'm gonna have a good day. This last thing you need is a drunk drill instructor going ape shit on you, right? Like, so he goes into the drill instructor room, and I didn't say shit, and I wasn't gonna say shit. And like 2 minutes later, they had this long squad bay, like 80 guys, bunk beds both sides, just like the movies. And there's a back hatch, a big like fire door. And I just banging, bang, bang, bang on this back hatch. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I go back there and I open the door. I got my stupid little freaking helmet on my flashlight. And this black woman, and she is raging pissed. And she's like, where's my husband? And she's yelling and screaming about, I knew exactly who she was looking for. I'm like, she's like, let me in. And I'm like, ma'am, you cannot come in here. I didn't know what the rules were, but I definitely knew I was going to be in a lot of shit if I let her.
Yeah.
I was going to be a double rat skinny kid if I let her in there. So I didn't let her in. And I said, one moment, ma'am, let me go get the drill instructor. And so I go knock on the drill instructor's hatch, and I'm like, sir, there's a woman at the back door. She's really mad. He's like, God damn it. And he went out and dealt with that. And I never said another word about it. No one ever said another word about it. It just never happened. And after graduation, he still never said anything, but he was like, congratulations, Shelvy. And we had this kind of like, you got one on me, I got one on you. And I was like, yeah. But yeah, it's just one of those like really crazy instances of boot camp where you're just like, I do not know what to do right now. And I think I think I'm going to lose either way.
Yeah. She's going to kill me, or he's
it's like, why couldn't this have been someone else of all the nights, of all the times? And but yeah, got another instance of like I said, this other recruit. He was just having a tough time. I didn't know him very well, but he was just having a tough time. And one day he just had enough. And he just refused to train. And they make it very clear that the only way out of boot camp is to graduate. That's it. If you get injured, you go into another platoon and you stay in that platoon until you heal, and then you pick back up with another boot camp class. So if you get injured, you could stay in boot camp for like a year. The only way out is to graduate or go to jail. And I don't even think you'd almost have to commit like a felony for even that to happen.
Oh.
So this one, and that, like I said, that's made very clear. Don't get injured. The only way out is to graduate. And this dude just had enough one day, and he said, I refuse to train. And I was like, oh, okay. And so then the company gunnery sergeant comes in, and he goes, everybody, school circle. And you bring all the recruits, and you get in like a little horseshoe. And he brings this recruit, and he's standing there, and the gunny's standing there next to him, and there's two MPs. And one of them had a K9 stand next to him. They were like going to make a spectacle of this. And the recruits stand there, at attention. And he's talking to all of us. He goes, I want to make this all very clear so you all see exactly what's about to happen. And he goes, I'm going to ask you one more time. And he looks at this recruit and he goes, I'm asking you one more time. Do you refuse to train? And he goes, I refuse to train, sir. And he goes, very well. And this freaking MP just freaking grabbed him by the arm and bounced his head off the marble floor. The dog freaking is in his face screaming. They handcuffed him and they dragged him out of the squad bay. threw him in a police car. I was like, holy shit. It's like 30 minutes later, that dude was ready to train. He was back in the platoon like it never happened.
All smiling.
Yeah, I was like,
just happy to be back.
Yeah, happy to be back. When's chow?
I
was like, wow, dude, this is
waterboard him in the parking lot, dude.
I don't know what they did, but he came back. He wasn't gone very long.
Did he ever say anything?
Nope.
That's wild, dude. Boot camp, man. You graduate boot camp. Your mom and your dad showed up, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Man, it's hard to say because it was cool to see everyone, but your mind is just like in another freaking place.
Oh, yeah.
After all of that, you're like eating a Snickers bar. You're like just like waiting to get attacked by a drill instructor, right? You're in a totally different, your mind is in a totally different place. But yeah, it was cool having them there. Marine Corps boot camp graduation is a pretty cool event. It's marching and bands. So it's very well done and very professional, and so it's a cool thing to watch, even if you're not part of it.
I love the Army, but the Marines, man, you guys do drill and ceremony the best, in my opinion. In the Department of
we
Defense.
do a lot of it in boot camp. When you do a lot of marching around.
Where'd you go after boot camp? Did you go to SOI?
Yeah. So SOI is the School of Infantry. So in the Marine Corps, if you're infantry, you go to boot camp, then you go, if you're infantry, you go straight to infantry school, which I think is another 3 months. If you're not, you go to another school. It's like 2 weeks. They give you basic infantry stuff, and then you go on to your truck driver school or whatever your job's going to be. You go on special schools all over the country. But infantry school is just, at Camp Pendleton, right down the street. So you go home for 10 days and come back in 3 months of infantry school, which is kind of like boot camp, but much more freedoms. You're not a recruit anymore, but you're still like in training. So you have more freedoms. You can go out on the weekends, but there's curfews and stuff. But the instructors they're all maniacs as well. They're not drill instructor maniacs. They're like infantry maniacs, which is kind of a different thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was tough. I thought it was cool though. Like tons of just shooting machine guns and patrolling and grenades and rockets and just doing infantry stuff.
Was there a bunch of dudes from your basic training that went with you?
Yep. Yeah.
Where was that? 29 Palms?
At Pendleton.
Oh, okay. And how long was SOI? I don't remember.
It was 3 months.
Oh, really?
Give or take at the time.
So how do you find out like where you're going, your final assignment when you're in SOI or advanced training? Do they tell you, did you know the whole time where you're going, or they tell you like at the last minute?
No, they tell you like the last day.
And what was like training, like base training and School of Infantry? 9/11's already happened. I think by the time you graduate, we've already got dudes in Afghanistan. Or is any of that trickling down to you?
So I was just about to say that. So when you're in boot camp, you are totally cut off from the world. You only know what the drill instructors tell you, and they don't tell you anything. Like they had, I think it was Sundays. Usually there's like an hour of like mail call, and the drill instructors chill out for a little bit, hand out mail, make fun of people, make people read their mail from their girlfriends out loud, hand over pictures.
Definitely remember that.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. And, maybe they'll tell you like a football score, something like that. But you have no idea what is happening in the world, like none whatsoever. And I guess when I went to boot camp, it was like, 9/11 happened 6 months ago. It was all this Afghanistan, Bin Laden, you're hearing all this stuff. But to me, I didn't understand any of it. I knew about it. I was like, okay, Afghanistan. Like if you told me we're going to Afghanistan tomorrow, like plan a route, you're like, I don't even know where the hell that's at. And most people probably didn't at that time, right?
No clue, bro.
It's like now, like Ukraine, most people can't even point it to on a map.
No.
Right? Because it's not
it's not in your world.
It's not relative until it is.
Yeah.
So there was just talk, Afghanistan, Bin Laden. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm on board with that. We're gonna go get Bin Laden. And then so I get to infantry school, and you obviously you have more exposure. There's still like pre-cell phones and news. Like you didn't know. It's not like today where you can have any information you want instantly. But a lot more people are talking. Now all of a sudden these instructors, I remember it very well because the instructors started talking about Saddam Hussein and Iraq and gas. You know, we did a lot of like chemical warfare training. It was like everything we were going to do as far as normal training. Now we're just going to do it with gas mask on.
Oh God.
Which is awful.
In the desert.
Yeah. So it's awful. So, and you're like, wait, like what the hell is Saddam Hussein? Like, what the hell is going on around here? Gas? Why is this dude talking about mustard gas, man? I don't even know what you're talking about. And there was a lot of like troop movements that you started seeing like on the base. I mean, like, and not like there's some trucks here. I'm talking like hundreds and hundreds of 7 tons with troops and equipment, and just like you could tell that there's just a lot of activity going on. But you're still in training, and you don't really know what that. I mean, and for me at that time, I had no idea what that meant. Like, I didn't know anything about Iraq, Saddam Hussein, like that. There was a 4 or 5 months where you're just like totally cut off from the world. So it just doesn't mean anything to you because you have no idea what they're even talking about.
Yeah.
And, you quickly learn, like, the talk started getting more intense about, Iraq. And I was like, okay, man, like, maybe we're going to Iraq. Like, what are we doing there? Like, who cares what we're doing there? We're going to do it and run around and freaking shoot machine guns. That's what we're going to do. So it certainly wasn't like a political thing. That didn't mean anything to you. It was like, how do I get 2 scoops of rice at the chow hall? Like, that was your like biggest concern.
I don't think I even understood politics until I
you
retired.
You did.
Because it didn't matter.
It didn't matter. Yeah. So, whether it was there or not, and obviously it was, and there was a lot of stuff going on, but it didn't mean anything to you. This is who we are. This is what we do. And this is, so you're just kind of along for the ride at that point, I guess.
How did you get your assignment coming out of School of Infantry?
So towards the end of my training, so I guess this is like December 2002, and maybe January, right around the first of the year of 2003. You graduate infantry school. It's a lot more informal than boot camp. It's kind of just like a small, formation, and go on. And everyone was wondering, like, where are we going? What are we doing? And they're like, okay. And they had all of us, a couple hundred, I guess, 3 or 4 big platoons. I don't know, something like that. And the sergeant major came out. I was like, all right, A through M, you're going to 1-7. N through Z, you're going to 3-5. Get on the bus. And you're like, what? I was happy because, 3-5 or 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines was right down the street at Pendleton, as where 7th Marines was at Twin Palms. So I knew it was less of a bus ride, which was good.
Yeah.
It was at least familiar grounds. So yeah, you get on. That's it. You just grab your 1 sea bag and you get on the bus and you go 15 minutes down the road.
Did you know anything about, like, there's so much history in the Marine Corps. The Army doesn't do a great job of, keeping track of units, and God, you can't even figure out what unit belongs to who, but that's one thing the Marine Corps is very organized, and you guys are very into history. And I know.
Yeah, there's a lot of boot camp that is instruction. Not all of it's physical. There's a lot of time in classrooms. Yeah, and you learn the Marine Corps history very well. They beat it into you. The big heroes of yesteryear kind of thing. And it's not as complicated to understand how it's structured as a whole. I think it is a little bit more now, just because there's all kinds of different stuff that didn't exist then. But, like when it's like you talk about the Army and mountains and paratrooper. I'm like, this dude's going to like jump out of a plane with a cowboy hat on a horse. Like, I don't really know what that means. He's an airborne mountain man. I don't know.
I'll never forget, man. I was in a DOD school, and I had a Marine gunnery sergeant. I was staff sergeant at the time, and we were going through this training. And I remember we're driving around this Army base, and he was like, "Hey, what's the 227 artillery unit? Like, where's the?" I'm like, "I don't know." And then they're like, we driving somewhere else. What's the 5,000th MP company. Where's the other ones? I'm like, bro, I don't know. And he was like, it was mind blowing. There was Rodney Elliott. Rodney's a Marine, good friend of mine. But he was like, I remember he was like mind blown. He didn't understand it. And then he like wanted me to give the history of these units. And I'm like, I don't have any idea, man. And he because the Marines like very organized, man. It's like, 3-5. It's 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines,
and they're all over there.
Yeah. And then even the way you guys like number your companies, it's like A through whatever, right?
Right.
Yeah, because our companies,
everything in the Marine Corps. Again, I'm sure it's changed now, but everything's in 3s, and you can trace that all the way back to the Trojans, right? Like 2 elements that are stationary and 1 element that's moving. That's like the fundamentals of tactics. And I had a colonel once upon a time. He used to say, brilliance in the basics. And I think with any unit out there, we weren't special this or special that. We weren't jumping out of airplanes and, all that kind of, we did simple things very well. And I think that's what makes the Marine Corps so effective at what they do.
Oh, they are a unique fighting force, man.
Yeah. Because we do simple things very well. Because we do it. That's all you do is simple things. So many freaking stupid times to the point where you just do it without even thinking about it. And when you see it all play out on like a real battlefield, you're like, wow, okay, that was really effective. Like it works. There's almost no defense to it if it's done well. So yeah, everything's done in 3s. There's 3 guys in a fire team, 3 fire teams in a squad, 3 squads in a platoon, 3 platoons in a company, 3 companies in a battalion, 3 battalions in a regiment, 3 divisions. It's very easy. It's much easier to understand the structure, from the ground side. You have the air wing and all that, and that's different. I don't understand what's going on there, but the ground side it's very simple.
Yeah. So you end up going to 3-5 India company, and I think you got there like 3 weeks before they deployed to Iraq, right?
Yeah. So I get out of training, I guess right around what's it called, January 1st of 2003. Give or take, somewhere early January. And so we're there for, I don't know, 4 weeks, 5 weeks at the most. And then we were in Kuwait.
Yeah. And I know that's a long time ago, but like, do you remember anything about like, I mean, you're showing up to your unit and like hey man, you're going to war, pack of shit. Did that have any effect on you or?
I wouldn't say it had an effect. I mean, I remember it. I remember it very well. I mean, that's you're getting exactly what you asked for.
Oh.
I mean, some guys, they spend 25 years in the Marine Corps and never get to do what they train and train and train their entire careers and never get to actually practice it in battle. And that's what we all want. It's like if you went to mechanic school and they put you at the front desk for your whole career and you never actually got to fix a car.
Oh.
So that's what we were there for. That's what we signed up to do. All of us individually, that's what we all wanted. I mean, no one joins the infantry in a time of war to be on the silent drill team. No one wants to go to Washington and spin rifles around. Which they did try and pull me for that in boot camp. So to be a silent drill team, you have to be an infantry MOS. You have to be, I think it was 5'11" to like 6'1", clean face. Like you had to meet these prerequisites, and I met them like to the T. And they screen you in boot camp. They pull out the infantry guys and screen you for a silent drill team. And you're just trying to find a way to disqualify yourself. It's like, I don't want to go to Washington and spin rifles around at a parade. That's not what I'm here for. And I mean, the silent drill team is pretty cool to watch, but that's not what I'm here for.
What was reception like as a new guy into, a Marine infantry unit?
So in the Marine Corps, we call it the fleet. Or you'll hear the term FMF, the Fleet Marine Force. So it's like you're in training and it's like, that's the fleet. So I guess the closest analysis I could compare it to is like if you're in 8th grade and you're talking about high school, right? It's like, oh man, that's the big leagues. You're going to be the freshman. It's a whole different world. They're going to mess with you. So it was kind of like that. Like the fleet, it's like, there's no rules, man. They're going to like beat us. And you really didn't know what to expect because you've always been in this training environment where, instructors, whether you know it or not, they're looking out for you, you know, and they're protecting you from whatever. But out there, it's not. And I remember it very well, man. And so we had outdoor catwalks, you know, it's like barracks, but they had outdoor catwalks, so it wasn't inside because it's Southern California. And I remember it was like, so first thing, I was the second boot camp class to be issued the new digital uniforms. So when the Marine Corps switched from the tricolor camis to the digital ones we have now, I was the second boot camp class to get issued the new uniforms. So even being a private, you stuck out like a sore thumb because you were freaking wearing a different uniform than everyone else. So there was no escaping that you were the boot. There was no way to hide it. And you had this like revolt of all the senior guys that had these, you know, salty old uniforms, and they just refused to switch because there was like a time where you could wear either one. And, you know, it was like, that was just a way to identify the boots, the new guys. So we roll up there, you know, like government buses, man. And it reminded me of a scene. You remember that scene in Shawshank Redemption? Oh, yeah. Where they show up and they're like, fresh meat, right? And dude, that's how it was. There was a bunch of Marines half dressed like they just came back from the field. They got like cami paint on. They're all pissed off, and half of them are drinking. And you show up with this brand spanking new freaking different uniform on, and they're like yelling at you from the catwalks, and you're just like, oh my God, dude, like I'm gonna die. Like the guys are,
it's like prison.
Yeah, it was a similar introduction. You just didn't know what you were getting into, you know. And so they put you in a room. I had there's 3 of us in one room, and then what do we do? I guess we just training. I guess I don't really remember exactly what we did for that. It was a lot of prep, like getting gear, making sure you had whatever, like a lot of what they called
layouts.
Yeah, exactly. Gear inspections where you lay all your crap out. I have my flashlight, put it in the bag. You know, it's like a 6-year-old getting ready for a kindergarten. You know, you're like, I have my pencil, and you put it in your bag. You're like, I'm ready for war now. I have my canteen.
Did you know anybody else? Did anybody else from SOI go with you to 3-5?
Yeah, N through Z.
I guess. So at least, I mean,
so we went to 3-5, and everyone kind of got split up into different platoons and stuff like that. But yeah, there was, I don't know, probably a dozen of us.
Did you get assigned like a team leader, a mentor, or anything?
Yeah, you mean you're immediately put into into fire teams. You know, you're the private of the team. So you have 3 guys in a fire team. So you have 3 fire teams in a squad. So you have 3 team leaders, and in each team you have a team leader, a saw gunner, you know, carries the belt-fed machine gun, and you have an A gunner, and then you have a rifleman. So it's privates. So it's like privates are the riflemen, lance corporals are usually the machine gunners, corporals are usually the team leaders.
Corporal's like a god in the Marine Corps, man.
Yeah, that's the best job.
So you show up. I think your fire team leader was Corporal Silva. You said I remember you told me you liked him a lot. He treated you right, and you felt like he was teaching you stuff. What was he like?
So yeah, my first team leader was Corporal Silva, Eric Silva. He was nice to me. I think I was the only new one in his team. There was a couple of us in different teams, but in the same squad, and you had this kind of dynamic at that particular time. You had a lot of Marines that were being stop-lossed. So you have Marines that their end date or their discharge date, discharge date was right as they were supposed to get out, but the Marine Corps said, no, you're not getting out. So they held them. They refused to let them be discharged. Because a lot of people think that you sign the contract for 4 years. Well, it's really not. It's 4 years of active and 4 years of inactive. So anytime in that second 4 years, they can still recall you, keep you there or recall you up to that 8-year mark. That's what the contract actually says. So a lot of guys were stop-lossed. So they were forced to stay in. And a lot of guys were really not happy about it. Like really not happy about it. So you had this kind of, we called them terminal lances, right? So you have this They didn't promote, so they went all 4 years, and they're still Lance Corporals, and they're angry and hate everyone and everything, and the Marine Corps sucks and all this. So that's like, so then a bunch of privates show up with these new digital uniforms, and you're just like a punching bag for all these like really angry dudes. I was really fortunate because my team leader was not one of those guys, so I was really fortunate.
Oh, he wasn't stop lost?
I don't remember if he was stop lost or not, but he was not like an angry, hate this place dude. He was a corporal. He was nice, taught us a lot of stuff. Like, didn't treat us like shit, like a lot of guys, like, which is pretty normal for privates, right? That's why you're a private, and you're a private until the next private shows up. That's kind of how you're the new guy until another new guy shows up. And then you're not the new guy anymore. So he was not like that. And I got along with him. I learned a lot from him, because when you're coming out of training, like a corporal is, it's like a god, right? Like, they can ruin your life. Not pen to paper, but they can just starve you and run you and sleep deprive you. They can do anything they want to you.
In the Marine Corps, do you have like much contact with your squad leader, platoon sergeant, or is like you work for your fire team leader and that's it?
I guess as a brand new private, like a brand spanking new private, it's really your team leaders and squad leaders. And your team leaders like run your life, and your squad leaders are like if you're getting tore into by the squad leader, like you did something you really shouldn't have done.
Yeah. So you guys prep, you get on the plane, you fly out of March Air Force Base on a big old Boeing 747 packed with 200 Marines, dude. What was that like?
So when I was in infantry school, they started pulling guys out early, which was unheard of. And they're like, you're going here. It wasn't a lot. It was just a handful of guys. And they pulled them out. They're like, you're going on ship. You're going to the Middle East. And that was like, I guess that's when it's like, oh man, like this is crazy. Just like freaking World War II movie going on, like right in front of you. Like it was crazy. And I obviously didn't get pulled to go on a ship. Go to 3-5. So yeah, we drove on a bus to March Air Force Base in Southern California, and you get on this big ass. It's a commercial plane. It's not a military plane, but they had contracts for these commercial planes, and yeah, it was 200 plus dudes with like so much crap just all over the place. Dude, like jamming helmets in the overheads, like just shit's on your lap. Though you had to put all your guns on the floor, so you had your feet on them. So every row had at least 3 machine guns in every 3 seat. You're 250 plus machine guns just laying on the floor of this airplane. I always thought it was funny because they told us that you had to take your bayonets and put them in your sea bags and check them, put them on the underside of the plane, which I thought was because of FAA. You're like, really? Really? There's literally 200 belt-fed machine guns laying on the floor, and we got to put our bayonets. Yeah, that's FAA. But yeah, it was an awful flight because it's just jammed in there, even for being a commercial plane, because you guys have so much gear and there's like helmets falling out of the overheads and it's loud. Dude, don't shut up. And the flight attendants are like trying their best to like control everyone, but they can't. But I don't. So I ended up doing this 4 times, and I get them all mixed up. But at one of I don't remember which one it was. It might have been the way there, or the way back. But the pilot. And these are like big planes. It wasn't a 747, but it was a huge commercial airplane. And the pilot was like, "Yeah, guys, welcome aboard. I used to be in the Air Force." And he's like, "We're gonna fly here and make our way to Kuwait." He's like, "I'm just gonna leave the cockpit door open if you guys just want to come out and hang out. Just come on up." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm definitely doing that." So I waited, until we got airborne and we're cruising along, and I went up to the cockpit and I was like, "Hey guys," and they had no shit, man. They had the door open, and you just went up there and just like hung out in the cockpit, and I was like, "This is freaking cool, man." I mean, who gets to hang out?
Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
Especially after 9/11, dude. I'm surprised. That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Like
And he's like, "Look down there." He's like, "What is?" I'm like, "What is that?" And he's like, "That's the pyramids." I was like, "That's pretty cool."
Yeah.
Yeah.
You land in Kuwait, man. What's going through your brain, dude? You think you guys are coming off the plane and getting in a gunfight, or?
Yeah, you have no idea what to expect. They had us fill a bunch of magazines with live ammunition.
And just for the audience, so the audience can understand, we're building up for the invasion of Iraq. So Afghanistan's already happened, and we're about to invade Iraq.
Right. So this is February of 2003. The invasion happens in March. So we're there for like a month before the invasion happens. So we're amongst the first troops, I guess. I don't know who was there. I know there wasn't a lot. Like all these big camps, you know, that they had in Kuwait, you know, years later, those didn't exist yet. It was just open desert. So we get there and they had us fill a bunch of magazines, you know, of ammunition, and we put them on the underbelly of the plane so that when you get off the plane, they can just start handing them to you. So, and in your mind, you're like, are we going to like fly this 747 into like a fucking hot zone? Like what in the world?
Especially
I'm thinking like,
you're 19
let's
years
blow
old.
the hatches, get the floating raft thing, slide down and just start shooting.
Yeah.
Like you have no idea.
And I'm sure like as a private, communication is probably not flowing down to the lower
not
levels.
at all. You have no idea what's happening. And, you know, it's like even Kuwait, like, I don't know, it's close enough. That might be a war zone too. Like you just have no idea. I mean, I grew up in the Midwest, man. I have no idea what you're even talking about. So you get off the plane and yeah, they started handing out magazines and you get on these Kuwaiti buses, like, you know, with the jingling shit all over them.
Jingle truck, bro.
Yeah, Christmas tree freaking buses and curtains and you know,
They make you close all the blinds on them?
yeah, close all the blinds and it was dark and we just drove into the desert. No idea where we're going. It was, you know, you could see out the windows a little bit and you just drive and it's pavement and then it's not pavement. And then you just stop the bus and you get out of the bus and you look around and then they're like, okay.
So there's nothing.
There's nothing.
They just drop you off in the desert.
There was one like tent, you know, now, you know, when they started building these giant tents that were 10,000 of them, there was like one tent. And they're like, all right, get all your crap. And our packs were very heavy because we had all the biochem suits, which like doubled the weight of your gear. So you put your bag, and your bag's like 2 feet over your head because there's so much shit jammed in it. And they're like, all right, patrol formation that way. And we just walked for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 miles. Like not a super long way, but our packs were really heavy. So it was really brutal. And they're like, all right, start digging holes, defensive position like this. And that's what we did. Just dug holes and sat there for a month.
So what were you guys doing every day?
Nothing. Waiting. I mean, you were doing your watches and your holes with your hole buddy. You know, read books if you had any.
Was your whole battalion co-located, or did they have everybody spread out?
It wasn't the whole battalion. It was just a company of us. I don't know. I think the battalion was somewhere around. I think they created a big defensive position. It was just really spread out.
It's like a big old skirmish line or something.
Exactly.
So you're like just in a foxhole by yourself, or with the buddy, or like?
No, I was with Silva, my team leader.
Just you and him for where were you guys sleeping at?
In the hole. We had tents. At one point they gave us tents, and we had tents to sleep in. But you still maintained the defensive position, like, you know, 50-50 or, you know, 2 hours on, 2 hours off or whatever. Something to that effect. I can't remember exactly what it was, but
just chowing on those delicious MREs.
MREing it up. Every once in a while, Gunny would come with he would leave. I don't know where he went. And he would come back and he'd have, you know, those big contractor trash bags, you know, those big, like, for like yard waste. And he'd come back with this huge trash bag full of Rice Krispie cereal, like 60 gallons of it. And he would just walk down the line with this giant trash bag, and you had your little canteen cup and you just scoop up Rice Krispie cereal. And then they had some, you know, powdered milk. That was like exciting.
Yeah.
That was a big deal.
So you said, I think if you told me like you would sit in the foxhole, you guys were reading books or doing training runs, and like, I think at some point you're just like, yo, this is stupid.
I don't know. So I think, I mean, looking back on it, so I think the command didn't know when the order was going to be given to go. And the vehicles also weren't there either. So the Amtraks, tanks, were not there yet.
Were those part of your battalion, or was that like a second?
It's a separate like tanks are a tank unit until you come together and then become combined arms, and then it falls under one command in the infantry. So if you have, 2-3 platoons of tanks, like the tanks will be separated out to infantry platoons, 2 tanks to this platoon, to whatever it may be. And the same with the Amtraks. They're their own unit until it comes time for combat, and then they get all separated into the infantry unit. So your organic, what we call an organic infantry squad, is just the infantry Marines. So you have 3 teams of 3 or 4, so you have 13 is what you're supposed to have. No one ever does, but that's what you're supposed to have. And then you get 2 tanks, and then you get an Amtrak, and then you get snipers or mortarmen or machine gunners. So you maybe your platoon or squad will grow significantly in size. So we would say the organic O3s, being the O3 infantry MOS designation. We say so if you hear that term, organic O3s, that's what it means without all these attachments of vehicles and special rocket guys or demolition, whatever would get attached to it.
You're a regular kid from the Midwest, dude. What's going through your mind as you're like sitting in this foxhole in the desert waiting to go to war? I mean, are you guys getting information like, hey, we're going to invade this country? Like, are you guys getting told anything? I'm curious.
Yes and no. It's all like every day you're going to get gassed. And it's like, oh, gas. Every day someone's like, oh, I got an incoming Scud missile. You're like, well, okay. And you like shove a bunch of M&Ms in your mouth and put your gas mask on. At some point, they tried to get us to start like training again, because I think they want to do it because we're all just sitting around getting fat and doing nothing all day. So they tried to get us to do, runs. And it's like, we're not doing freaking platoon runs in the open desert 20 miles south of Iraq. It's ridiculous. I understood why they were doing it, but this is ridiculous. We're not doing PT runs, in formation. So there was a lot of resistance to that. We did a lot of chemical training, decontaminations, like a lot of that kind of stuff. And we did some shooting. They created like a little range so you could go out and do some shooting. But a lot of it was every day was like, we're going tomorrow. No, we're not. We're going tomorrow. So that went on every day. That was and it was the beginnings of like the information that just flew around all the time. We're going tomorrow. We're not going tomorrow. The tanks will be here tomorrow. There's no tanks tomorrow. A lot of that kind of stuff.
The Amtraks finally show up, dude. How did that change the mood?
It was awesome when the Amtrak showed up, because it was like, okay, now it's getting real. When the vehicles started showing up, and and you got assigned an Amtrak, and you meet all these guys, and they're cool, and they got resources on the vehicles. You can hang out in the back, and you don't have to sit in your hole all the time, and so you started to get the feeling that like, okay, it's getting closer. We didn't know. You don't have access to the news. You don't have access to radio. Like, you're just being told what you're being told, and half of it's being made up by like the Lance Corporal 3 holes down. He's just like, we're going tomorrow, right? He doesn't know. Everyone's just making stuff up. And I heard from the general. I'm like, oh, you talked to the general? Like, did he send you an email and tell you that we're going tomorrow? Like,
when did you guys finally figure out, or what was like the final conversation you had before you guys start?
So let's see. I don't know if I remember.
Probably don't remember the exact date, but whatever.
No, I don't remember the date. Let's see. At one point, the vehicles showed up, like some Humvees showed up, some tanks started showing up, and then we're like, okay, things are like, it's for real. It's not just a bunch of us, grunts out here in holes. Like, now we have, like, now we're mechanized, and that changes everything, obviously. Because it's easy to just tell a bunch of Marines to walk that way and dig holes, but it's a whole different thing when, millions of dollars worth of equipment starts showing up. That's when things are starting to get real. So we had I guess it was a battalion that somehow, I don't remember exactly, but we got the whole battalion together. And there was a general, and man, I should know this, but I do not remember which general it was. I really don't. I wish I did. I could go back and dig it up, I'm sure, but there was a general, and he had the whole battalion. We were in the middle of the desert, like in ocean of dirt from horizon to horizon. And he was standing on a tank like Patton, right? And he's talking about, we're going soon, be ready, motivational speech. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was kind of kept looking at his watch as he was talking, which I noticed for some reason because it seemed out of place. He was like talking and kept like doing that. And he's like, okay, he's like, I just want to show you Marines what you got, behind you. And like right as he's like, to the second, this freaking F-18 comes over our heads at like probably 300 feet off the deck and just goes straight up. You could like feel the heat off the afterburner. And it's just like, right, like almost blows your eardrums out. It's just like, and everyone's like, yeah, right? Like, it's awesome, right? Yeah. Jets are cool, right? And then a bunch of helicopters flew over and fired like a bunch of missiles off. And it was super cool. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was like, now we're a little motivational time. And I was like, all right, now go dig your holes and sit there for another 5 days, right? So the motivation wears off pretty quick.
What was it like, man? You guys get the order? Did you guys embark at night or during the day?
At night.
So you guys finally get the order to move out. What's that like? You all crammed into the Amtrak or what?
Yeah, so we sit in these holes for like a month, give or take. But I remember exactly. We get the order, and it wasn't like Eric Shelvy got the order. It was like, hey, Boot, get on the truck. It's like, you're like, okay, I think that's the order. Yeah. I think that's what that means. There was no like writ, like thou here. Eric Shelvy's requested at the border of Iraq, right? It's like, yeah, my time to shine. Get on the truck, Boot. You're like, okay, I guess we're going now. And so I think we mounted up in the daylight and then started moving like very slowly into the dark. And then, it was like drive 200 meters and sit there for 3 hours. So everyone's just like, you're super motivated at 3 PM, but by 3 AM, you're not motivated anymore. You're tired and, you're sucking diesel fumes, all in dirt and dust, getting kicked up by all the vehicles. And it was just, all the vehicles were blacked out. So you could put your night vision on and they had lit up infrared. And it was just like a galaxy of stars of just flashing infrared lights from all the vehicles. I couldn't even tell you how many there were because it was just 360 of vehicles all trying to get through this berm. And you didn't know where the berm was at. You didn't know just like that way because you could see the oil fields burning on the horizon. And you knew that's where Iraq was at. That's about all you knew. So a lot of artillery was coming overhead, going overhead out in front of us. But you didn't know, did you? Like you're again like the plane. You're like, we're gonna cross the berm. That's the LOD or the line of departure. Mm-hmm. That's the no going back line, as we called it. It's like once we cross the LOD, that's it. We're in it. And you're thinking like, man, as soon as we take 2 steps across that berm, it's gonna be like freaking Way City. Like that's what you're expecting, right? There's gonna be 1,000 soldiers shooting at you as soon as you step foot across the line, and that, for me, didn't happen.
No.
You're just like, there's so much dust, and so in an Amtrak, I was a saw gunner at the time. When we invaded, I carried the belt-fed machine gun. So I was standing up. You have a couple guys in the turrets, and I was standing up with my machine gun, as like rear security, which I liked because it sucks standing up 20 hours a day, but at least you could see. You weren't jammed into this metal box with no windows.
Yeah.
So at least I could see what the hell was going on. The guys were always yelling up, like, where are we? What do you see? What's going on? And they're like, are we in Iraq? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe. Like, still, it looked like a pile of dirt back there, so we might be. You're thinking it's like the Great Wall of China. We're about to just blast through, right? And it's like a pile of dirt. You're like, I think we're in Iraq now. Like, are we here? I don't know, maybe.
Before we dive into this invasion, let's take a quick break.
Yeah.
You're in the Amtrak, man. You guys are about to cross the LOD, the line of departure. You got a good gas mask story, though, dude.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, and I said, "This is a funny story. I got to tell you. I'll tell you about Private Shelvy's time to shine." So we're in our holes, in Kuwait, and at one point it's daytime. You can see far, and there's a vehicle, clearly a military vehicle, driving out in front of our position, maybe like hundreds of meters, like way out there, and it's kicking up all this dust, and everyone's like, "What the hell? What the hell is that?" And at the time, at that particular moment, we had gas masks on. So we didn't put the full suits on yet until we invaded. So you put your gas mask on and then you put your poncho on, right? So you have this poncho, and which no one's worn a poncho since the 70s, right? But we had ponchos. So that was going to protect us from nerve gas ponchos with holes in them. So I'm in my hole, got my gas mask on, I got my rifle, and I got this poncho hanging over me. And they're like, I can't remember what second fire team, like, Silva team, take your team out there, see what's up with that vehicle. So I'm like, this is it, man. This is my time to shine. Like, I'm gonna save America right here, right now. And this one vehicle out here driving around in circles. So I go running out there, and as I'm running, and my poncho gets caught in the filter of my gas mask, and I'm running. I can't breathe, and I'm trying to get this thing out, and I'm choking to death as I'm trying to chase this guy down. I'm flopping around. I'm like a flag in the wind. And it's two British guys in a Jeep.
Almost saved the world and suffocated yourself at the same time.
International relations, right? Like, gentlemen, have a good day.
What are they doing out there?
I don't know.
Lost
probably.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Do y'all know where Iraq's at?
Yeah, it's that way, dude.
Yeah, bro. Follow the oil trail.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, you guys cross LOD. I remember you told me, like, I think we're doing your podcast prep, like, in your mind, like, you were ready for D-Day. And then it was like this silence, man. Like, you're just driving. I think you said, like, the first week, nothing really happened. I mean, you guys were kind of driving through open desert or down big interstate highways. Like, what kind of stuff, what were you seeing?
So the first, well, I didn't know any of this at the time, obviously, but there was basically two big columns of Marines coming up from Kuwait, and one was to the east and one was much more central, and I was in the central one. Again, at the time, I did not know any of that. I didn't know.
You knew you were in an Amtrak.
I knew I was, there was a tank going that way, and I was to follow that tank. That's the extent of my instructions. When tanks start shooting, you start shooting. Yeah, the first, I don't know, 3-4 days, it was just like open.
What? Good.
No, go ahead.
Well, what was getting passed down at the squad level? Like what is getting told to you guys? Like, now you guys are invading, you're in Amtraks. Like, what's your orders? Are you guys getting an ROE? Was there a brief? Like, I guess I didn't think about that till right now, but I'm super curious.
ROE. We had ROEs. They had
ROEs are rules of engagement for you guys.
Yeah. So rules of engagement, like what to do with the enemy. And we had these like cards that said a bunch of shit on them, and they changed like every 3 days. Yeah. It's like, today you can shoot a goat, but tomorrow there's no shooting goats allowed. Like, I don't think anyone knew. I don't remember anything specific. Like, if they do this, you're allowed to do this. It was just like, this is very general, but it was like, if you engage the enemy, then engage the enemy. That was kind of the general.
But like nothing at like the platoon level from like your lieutenant or your platoon sergeant. Like, it's just
there what? I don't think they knew. The general order was go to Baghdad. We're going to Baghdad and we're going to kill everything and that's between here and there.
It's very Marine of you.
Yeah, I mean that was. I mean, like, you're not going to like shoot unarmed people, and like you're not going to do that stuff, obviously. But like you're going to go to the target, and if we're going to encounter an enemy, and we're going to deal with them from here to there. That it was a very. It sounds very loose, but again, I've listened to some of your podcasts, and you got a lot of guys with a lot of cool stories and special this and Delta that. We were not that. We were just like.
I think that's why you and I were talking beforehand. I think that's why it's like, not only do I love your story, but I think it's so important, right? Because I have had a lot of special operations guys on here, and their part of the war is important, but like this was more of everybody else's experience. Not everybody. Right. It's special. You know what I mean? Like, it's small. Like the infantry, the Marines, active duty Army coming in and large forces. Like, that's the bulk of what most people did in the GWAT. Yeah. And so I think it's really important to tell the story. And again, man, we're going to get into, some of the nuances of your personal story and a lot of the different things that happened. And, you know, it's not as sexy. I mean, it's definitely, you know, the Marines did a lot, accomplished a lot, continue to do a lot. But, you know, I think it's why it's so important to tell like this story. And it's why I really wanted to tell your story, because it is different, but it's important to hear that other side. Because, you know, listening as I ask you about what's it like to get to, you know, the orders, and maybe you did, maybe you didn't, who knows? That was however many years ago, but it just goes to show the chaos of war, especially when you're a 19-year-old kid with a bunch of, I mean, dude, if you look at the only old people in the platoon are the platoon sergeant, maybe a squad leader that's salty. Everybody else is probably like,
and the old salty guy's like 27.
Yeah, dude, you know, like you look back now at our age, like it's a bunch of kids, bro, invading a country.
Are you even old enough to have a gun?
Yeah.
Like,
I remember when I became, I don't know, man, an E7 or E8, and you start looking at lieutenants and captains, you're like, that dude's a college kid, man. Good God, that's who's really in charge? Because when you're younger, you don't really think about it. Then you get older and you're like, those are kids, bro. It's kids leading kids.
When you start becoming older than the officers, that's when you start to like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But anyway, you know, couple days of, you know, highways, you started to say, man, you know it now.
ROEs, like, I don't remember. I know there was a lot of instruction, this, that, cards, rules of engagement. We had all that stuff. It was changing all the time. What they said, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Nor would I expect you. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can write whatever you want on a card, but when you get out there, it's
they're shooting at us. Eric, pull your card out.
You're like, card says shoot back. Like, yeah. No, it's not like when it's time to engage in deadly force. Like, there's no doubt in your mind that it's that. Yeah. There's no question about it.
I remember you said you could see, like, you know, attack helicopters, you know, 3 to 5 miles out, just going to town.
Right. So, you know, in my column, again, I didn't even know this other column was out there. I think the Army was, you know, flying in on horses out of airplanes and stuff.
Air cav.
Yeah, air cav with the speakers and. Well, but no, we didn't know any of that. They're just like, we're going to Baghdad. You're like, okay, are we going by ourselves? You're like, I don't know. Okay, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, and there was just thousands. I mean, so we had. It was probably 2 or 3 or 4 tanks, and then you had a cat platoon, which was a combined arms team. Basically, it's a Humvees with missiles and Mark 19 grenade launch. You know, bigger weapon systems that are mounted on vehicles, and then you had the Amtracs, the infantry platoons behind them. So, and we kind of flip-flopped to like what vehicle was where. So I was usually up in the 2nd, 3rd, 1st Amtrak. So a couple tanks, handful of Humvees, and then Amtracs. So the first couple days, you know, you have some of these, I guess the first thing you really encounter is these big oil refineries. You know, and you're driving. Some of it was open terrain. Eventually, we got to some big highway, and it was like it looked like kind of like video out of like Desert Storm, right? Like dudes waving the flag. You're like, I don't know what this guy's doing. He's like walking his donkey down the side of the road. Like, we just pass him, let someone else. We're just gonna keep going until we encounter resistance. Like, we're not dealing with you know, people surrendering. That's not what we were doing. That's for I don't know, MPs to deal with or something. So we had a couple days of open terrain, a lot of dust, a lot of dirt. You just open, just open desert. Nothing special about it.
Did you guys? Was it like 4 to 5 straight days of just, you know, were you guys getting any downtime or?
You drive all day, the vehicles stop, you know, they set up defense, you go out, you dig a hole, sleep, 50-50 all night. So you're standing up for 18 hours a day in the vehicles. You're sleeping, you know, 1 hour on, 1 hour off. I don't think I took my boots off for a week. I mean, you had no idea. Your mind is prepared to deal with, or you're anticipating, I guess, the craziest of things to happen. You know, that the enemy's going to just jump out of a bush and, you know, you don't know what to expect.
Yeah. And all
so part of it's just like fear. You know, I think there's some genuine Like fear, maybe there's some genuine like anxiety. You just don't know. And that kind of, I think that's what we were all kind of experiencing. I wouldn't say more fear, it was anxiety of just the unknown. Like, when is this showdown going to happen? Because we flew 40 hours to get here. We sat in the freaking holes for a month, and now we're just driving around in the freaking desert. At what point are we going to encounter what, we thought we were going to encounter? But it didn't take long for that to happen.
Yeah, walk us through your first contact, man. That was a pretty wild story.
Yeah, so the first time we encountered like real enemy, I guess you could say. So I guess most people have seen images of Iraq over the years. So you have a 4-lane, 2-lane road, like concrete paved road. Then you kind of have these drainage ditches, huge on each side. And then they go up, berms, and they go back on the other side. And I was standing up in the back of the Amtrak, just staring into nothingness like you always do. And which we've been doing, for 5 days or whatever. I looked forward. So I'm standing up out of the back of an Amtrak. There's probably 1 or 2 Amtraks in front of me, some Humvees, and then some tanks up ahead. So I can see the front of the column. And for some reason, I was just looking forward at the column of vehicles. And I see like this red glow go like across the top. Looked like a firework almost, like a red, like, remember the old Roman candles?
Oh, yeah.
It was like that, but it was up over the Humvees, like maybe 300 meters, 200 meters in front. And I was just like, I kind of remember looking at it for a second. I was like, what is that? And like in a split second, it just all hell broke loose. And what it was an RPG that had been fired over the tops of the Humvees. And then it was just like, all of a sudden, within like a half a second, there was just enemy everywhere. Like everywhere. All over. Shit flying all ding, 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 ding off the vehicles. And so the plan was, what we trained for is that when we encounter the enemy, the Amtraks, combined, we all have to be on the same page. So there's no doors on the Amtraks. There's a big ramp that comes down on the back. And, they're designed to come off of ships and go up on the beach. They're not designed to be driven for 600 miles inland. Yeah, the Marine Corps set a bunch of records. Like, that's the furthest inland the Marine Corps had ever been in its entire history.
Wow.
So, yeah, just kind of like interesting stuff. So these vehicles are designed for the ocean and the beach and then go back to the ship, not drive all this. So the tactical plan was the Amtrak driver would turn the front of the vehicle towards the enemy. Ramp comes down, and then the Marines peel out of the back on both sides and go to the front of the vehicle, and then we have a line, if you will, and then we bound and leap forward, close with, and destroy the enemy with over fire from the Amtraks, which have 50 cals on them. So that's the general plan. And we had practiced it before, many, many times. So this RPG goes flying over, and then it's just like all of a sudden it's like, bam, then lots of machine gun fire starts coming all over the place. And there's a dude just like right next to the Amtrak, like right. And there's kind of a platform on the top where these big metal doors close when they go off the ship so they don't freaking sink. But we open them up, when we're on land. So I'm standing up and I have my machine gun here and it's got bipods on it. And there's this dude that is so close to the vehicle. I don't know where it came from. It's just one of those things where you're staring off into nothingness and then all of a sudden all hell breaks loose. And you're just like, well, where did all these people come from?
Yeah.
And so I have this machine gun up like this and I'm trying to shoot this guy. And he's so close to the vehicle that I can't get the barrel over the edge of the vehicle. And the whole vehicle just like jolts. And I think the driver saw him and just ran him over. So he was like all up in the track's guts. I mean, it was pretty crazy. And then I saw another guy and I tried to shoot and my gun did not fire. And, just you're driving in the dust
Oh, dude.
for days. you know,
Moon dust too. It gets in
so it just
everything.
doesn't work. And everyone down below knows all hell's breaking loose, and they're yelling at me like, "What do you see? What's going on?" I'm like, "Give me some oil, you know, gun oil." And some guy hands me a fucking jug of this stuff, and I opened up the top of the gun, and I just squeezed all of it, just a big squeeze of oil into the gun, put the rounds, slapped it down, charged it, and it's like as soon as I did that, boom, the ramp comes down. And it's like, then we all start peeling out. So I'm like, this is really bad. So I've tried to shoot this gun twice now, and it failed to fire both times. I just squeezed a bunch of oil in it. I'm ready to go. So I'm running out of the back of this thing, like at the enemy who's in these ditches along the road. So we turn 90 degrees to the right, you know, all the vehicles do, and just dump out like 200 Marines, right? All just like, just on. It's like a turkey shoot. So I come out of the back of the vehicle and I'm like, this is really bad, you know, because I'm running at the enemy with a gun that I know does not work. Like I've tried twice and it didn't work. And I have no means to like correct it once you leave the vehicle. It's not like you're going to sit there and take it apart and, you know, analyze the problem, right? So I run out, just, you know, exactly what we practice, we do. And I run out, slap the bipods on the ground, get in the prone. And I saw a couple heads, you know, shoulders, because you know, they're in the ditches. And I look over at my squad leader. Like this all happens in like 3 seconds, right? So like all the things that, you know, they say will happen to you when you encounter this type of instance, you know, the fight or flight, the auditory exclusion, the lack of motor skills, like all that shit happens. All of it happens. I don't think I think it's a chemical response. I don't think there's anything you can do about it. But with lots of training, you can still do things because you've done it so many times. So anyway, I look over at my squad leader, and he just happened to be like right off to my left, and he's over there and he's like banging his freaking rifle like on the ground. He's like, it doesn't work. Nobody's freaking guns work because we've all been driving in the dirt for 5 days. All the dust off the vehicles. And he's over there and he's banging, and I'm like, I look at him and I look at this other, and there's a dude, a bad guy in the ditch that realizes that no one's shooting at him. Because we're all like, one guy's banging his gun, I'm looking at him, and he quickly realized this, again, this is all in seconds. And he realized that no one was shooting at him. So he's running, and then he stops, and I see him look at my squad leader. So I kind of watch, I just kind of all watch this all happen. I got my sting, I look at him, and he realizes him, and so he looks at him, and I pointed the gun at him, and I pulled the trigger, and it worked. So the oil worked. I was like, oh, thank God. So he looks at me, and he's like, you know, squad leader's like, yeah, good, you know, because that dude was going to shoot him for sure. Like, no question about it. But that's just business, right? So we move forward, we go down in the ditch, we go up over the berm. Lot of guys, a lot of dead enemy, all in the ditch. Some are still running. Running.
The whole company got online and you guys just started laying the hate down?
Yep. Yeah, and it was like a freaking turkey shoot. I remember we killed hundreds in seconds. Some guys ran, some guys were captured. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. You know, I remember coming, you know, I go down the first ditch, come up over this bigger berm, you know, let's say it's 15 feet. They're pretty big. You got to climb up them. And I go down into the second ditch, and then it levels back out with the field. And then as I come down, and you know, you got these mop suits on, all this chemical shit, these big freaking boots. It's a shit show just trying to move. And so I get down in this ditch, and there's a culvert, you know, like a big drainage culvert. And this guy like comes out of it, and he was older. He was much older than me, obviously, but he was older. He was like an older guy. He wasn't like a 23-year-old. He was an older guy. And I looked at him, and I had this machine gun, and I had it at my hip. And I look at him, and he kind of like froze. And you know that moment where it's like the big eyes, right? And it's like that split second of like, that's it. And he kind of froze, and I hesitated for a second because he wasn't like an imminent threat to me. And that's like, I froze. I'm like, all right, well, we'll just arrest him or capture him or whatever. And then another Marine came over the top and just plugged him. And I was like, okay, moving on. Now we go this way. And yeah, it was pretty wild. I think there was, I don't know if it was the one I saw. I think there was a corpsman that was killed up in one of those Humvees in front of me. I didn't know him. But that was, I think, our first casualty, I think, in the battalion was that day. And I think an RPG just went through the door of the, we didn't have armored vehicles or any of that stuff at that time.
Yeah, I remember something interesting you told me about that incident too, is like you would look down on the ground and there was like a rocket casing.
Yeah. No, it's like I said, you get that, it all happened. It must have happened in less than 30 seconds in totality, maybe a minute, and then I remember sitting there at the end and there was another, I don't remember who it was, there was another Marine right next to me and we're like, man, this shit was crazy. Like, really, that was crazy. And I'm kind of like looking around and it's just like exactly what you would expect. There's bodies everywhere. And it's like, oh, okay, now what do we do? And I'm like, man, I'm really hungry. I remember very specific, because you get this huge adrenaline dump, because your body thinks it's like an extreme danger, which it is. So your brain just like dumps all this adrenaline, and that's why you lose fine motor skills and all this stuff, and because you're just trying to suck all the blood into your center because it thinks it's, in danger, which is all accurate.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, man, I'm really hungry. And then I looked around and there was I kind of like looked back at my path that I had run from the vehicle, and it wasn't far. But I looked back at it, and there was a casing for a rocket, not like an AT-4, but like one of the bigger rockets. And I was like, and they're really loud. When you fire one of those things, it's an explosion. It's not like, it's not like Top Gun, man. It's a freaking giant it's like a pound of C4 going off on your shoulder. And I looked around, and I was like, man, fuck, fire a rocket. I didn't even hear it. Someone fired off a rocket within 7 feet of me, and I was totally unaware of it. That I didn't even hear it go off. I don't even know what he was shooting at, but he must have been shooting at something.
Yeah. What did you process that day at all? I mean, especially now as you look back, I can see you go back in your mind and like relive that moment. But like, did you ever process that? I mean, or was there even time to?
No time.
Yeah. Just on to the next thing.
On to the next thing.
You guys had a pretty big. Was that engagement? Was that during the day or in the evening?
It was in the day.
And you guys had a big sandstorm that night, didn't you?
Yep. So there was a lot of really iconic photos of this horrendous sandstorm that went through that area. And so right after that fight, get back in the vehicles and we're just on to the next, right? And then the sandstorm, before we got on the vehicles, the sandstorm started kicking up. And that was also the incident. That same battle was where Shantash had all his.
Was he your lieutenant?
He was not. He was the lieutenant of that cat platoon, the Humvee platoon in front of us. So there was a lieutenant, Brian Shantash, was a pretty famous guy. But during that same battle, he, earned the Navy Cross, and his whole story is kind of a whole crazy thing. And he's a part of my story, not because of that instance, but he went on to become a captain and became my company commander, my captain in the next deployment in Fallujah.
Yeah, we'll cover that.
So we'll go back to that. But so right as that battle ends is when this sandstorm starts kicking up, and I know you don't think much of it at the time, I guess. So you get back in the vehicles, and again, you have no idea where you're at. Like where that battle happened, if you gave me a map right now, I would have no idea where that happened. I couldn't even give you 100-mile radius of where that took place. I have no clue. I don't know what road that was. I don't know what city was closest. I have no idea. So we get back in the vehicles and we start driving again. And yeah, this sandstorm starts kicking up, man. And you cannot see your hand in front of your face. It was crazy how low the visibility was. So we go, I don't know, a couple hours, I guess, down the road, and we set up And then the vehicles stop, and we are going to set up this defensive position like we do every night. Vehicles kind of, set up defensive positions. We dig fighting holes or skirmishers holes, and then do your 50-50 watches all night long. And then you wake up and you do it all over again. So we drive for, a few hours. We stop, and, you can't hear anything because it's just this rumble of the diesel tank, the Amtrak. And one of the Amtrackers, we call them trackers, one of the trackers was like, get out. We're like, open the ramp. He's like, the ramp is open. And you're like, put your hand out. You're like, holy shit, the ramp is down. It was so dark that you could not tell if the whole backside of the vehicle was open or not. That's how dark it was.
Yeah, Iraqi dirt storms, they're like biblical, man. It's like stuff you see in like the Mummy movie type
or
stuff.
Aladdin, right?
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, it was. And so yeah, they're like, get out. We're like, okay, we get out. And so we all, we had two like sticks of us so one guy gets out and you just kind of like held on to the guy in front of you. So you didn't like get run over basically. And then one guy would walk out of the vehicle and kind of run his hand down the side of it. And we just laid down all kind of right next to each other. And it was me and another guy. And we just put the bipods down and I just put my helmet on the buttstock. And we had a poncho liner, just like a blanket and I had me and this other guy, and it was cold and windy, and we had this poncho. It was just two of us, and man, we just hugged each other all night long because we were freezing. And you have this 50 cal off this Amtrak is doo, doo, doo. And when you're that close to it, it's on top of you, it's like your heart skips a beat, right? Because the concussion of it just like shakes your whole diaphragm. And then they would shoot a flare, pop-up flare, little parachutes. And they would go, I would watch them and they go poof and poof, and they would just go out of sight. It was gone. And then the lieutenant was back behind us and he started yelling about enemy tanks. I don't know where this all came from. They're like, there's an enemy tank battalion closing in our position. You're like, oh my God, dude, like, you for real? Like, I cannot even see my own feet right now. And you think a bunch of 60-year-old tanks is like coming down on us. And that was it. You like,
he's probably hearing that on the radio, I would imagine.
I'm sure somebody's, I mean, it's not making it up, of course, but it's somebody saying something somewhere. I know hopefully the aircraft can see all this stuff because you can't see anything. And then the 50 cal starts shooting, and you're like, that dude's not shooting anything. He can't even see anything. If the tanks can see stuff, if the tank starts shooting, stuff's real because they have, really cool optics and thermals. And if the tanks are shooting, then they can see stuff. But none of us can. So you essentially just wait for the tanks to start shooting, and then you're like, oh, shoot wherever the tanks are shooting. Like that's where we're going. So yeah, that was a really scary night too, man. Like that was and we got it when the sun started to come up, the storm passed, and I don't even remember who it was, but the dude I was snuggled up with all night, he looks at me and he's like, "Where's the poncho liner? This little blanket we share all night?" I'm like, I don't know. It blew off in the night, and it just was gone.
And I'm sure
it must have gone miles.
I'm sure you guys are like utterly exhausted too, because you're not getting real sleep ever.
No.
Yeah. Even when it's like your turn, like you might get a couple hours, but at some point your brain will probably shut off a little bit to survive. But you know what I mean? Then you're waking up, and so it's
I mean, I remember getting really bad. I call them like blister holes, on your feet, because I don't think I took my boots off for like 6 days. I never took them off. This isn't the type of situation where you get in your sleeping bag, take your boots. No, you literally have your gun and you just put your helmet on and you sleep like this. Because you don't know. You don't know if dude's going to start like, in your mind, you're thinking like Guadalcanal shit, right? Like you don't know. You have no idea what you're up against.
Well, and even you go back, like again, man, you go back to the late 80s, early 90s, even the movies, like it was Vietnam. So, it's like most of the movies were kind of Vietnam movies, and it was, man, guys in the middle of the night,
right.
In the wire. And so I can imagine.
Yeah, you're thinking like Charlie Sheen up there, right? Like, with the freaking Claymore waiting for the dudes that walk in front of you. So you just don't know, and you don't want to be the one standing there with no boots on when all hell breaks loose, and you're trying to find your boots in the dark. So no one, I don't know what other guys are doing. I never took my boots off until the point where it was like really painful, and I like had to like actually address the issue. But and we, when you started getting in there and getting a better feel for how this was all going to go, you started to take better care of yourself.
Yeah, not too long after that, man. You guys are heading up another road, and a tank gets attacked and catches on fire. Will you talk about that day?
Yeah, so this was Silva Day, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that was like March. So we go in March 20th. This first gunfire is probably the 25th. I think that was around. I remember it because it was that sandstorm. It was pretty significant. So maybe a week later, 5, 6, within a week, and we're doing the same thing every day. Get in the vehicles, we drive. If we encounter enemy, we engage. If we don't, we, make defensive positions and then do it all over again every day.
And at this point, you're kind of, I think if I remember during our prep, like you guys were countering resistance, but not like hardcore resistance, like not like fighters, right?
Right.
Up until this
so
day.
that first gun battle, the guys had like, they had uniforms on, or most of them did, or like they were half dressed kind of thing. They appeared to be like regular army, like regular soldiers from the Iraqi army. So we hadn't encountered any of your like jihadi crazies yet. We hadn't. So it was like you had this kind of escalation as we moved further north. You had like, people surrendering, whatever, some regular army. Okay, we dealt with that. We had, one casualty. But it was like, a bloodbath really. And then, so yeah, maybe a week later, within a week, and we're just doing what we're doing, driving up the road like we do every day on our way to Baghdad. I don't even know what road we were on. I look back now, 20 years, and I see these maps of Iraq and, the red line, blue line, and all this stuff. And I'm like, I guess I was in that one somewhere.
No.
All you ever knew was like, we're 100 miles from Baghdad. We're 80 miles from Baghdad. Like that was kind of like the I don't know what the word. That was the only way to know. It was how far away from Baghdad we were. That's all you knew. What city you were in. How come you couldn't pronounce, even if they told you, you wouldn't pronounce it or know it, or it was just go to Baghdad. That was it. So yeah, we're going up the road just like we do every day, and you talk about this tank, and it's one of those things. I was standing up like I did every day, and I looked forward, and there was one of our tanks on fire up ahead of us, which is very, very crazy, very not normal, and to backtrack just a hair. So you have, as we're moving up in front of us, you mentioned the helicopters. So you had Marine attack helicopters, kind of, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles out in front of us, just shooting rockets at things, who knows what they're. So by the time you got up there, there was, vehicles destroyed. Maybe there's some old enemy tank, under like 2 palm trees that's all shot to shit, So I think the helicopters were dealing with that kind of stuff. And so you really kind of knew, that was kind of a little foreshadowing, that you knew when the helicopters started shooting up ahead of you that you were about to get into something. So that was kind of like, you got a little bit of a heads up that like there's resistance up there of some sort. You don't know what it is. It's just like, drop the ramp. That's it. Drop the ramp and run out there and shoot everything. You're like, okay, I can do that. So we're driving along, and I looked ahead and I saw, it was one of our tanks, and it was on fire. And I was like, man, I remember just thinking like, that's weird. Like, why is first of all, how did this tank get here before we did? So somebody must have been crisscrossing, or somebody no clue. That was my first thought, was like, why is this tank here? And why is it on fire? And why is it by itself? So it's by there's nothing else around. It's just on fire. So I don't know. I don't know if, maybe it could have been mechanical for all I know. And the thing caught on fire itself. I don't know, but it didn't look like it. It looked like it had been destroyed. So, and then kind of like the previous battle, a very similar thing happened. Just driving along, I'm like, that's a weird looking tank on fire, boom, 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 and then all hell breaks loose. Right? It's just like instant, and you do what you do. You start shooting. You turn the vehicles. The ramp comes down, and you do exactly what we were trained to do, what we did last time, and so on. This one was a little different because this first berm, the first ditch, if you will, had water in it, which changed the dynamic. You obviously can't run through the water, but it had this little footbridge kind of, where my vehicle stopped, maybe 40 meters to this side was a footbridge that went over this creek or body of water, whatever you want to call it. Creek, it's a drainage ditch with water with, 6-foot cattails, plants in them. And so you have a ditch of water, a little shelf, and then a berm, and then just kind of like the other one. It was just on the other side of the street this time. So we dump out, get like we do, and we're like, okay, we can't see over the berm, so we need to get to the berm so that we can engage the enemy because we can't see. You can't shoot through the berm, obviously, but the vehicles can because they are higher. So the vehicles are just going to freaking town, tanks in the tracks, and we're like, okay, we get to that footbridge. So we go down, 30 meters, cross the footbridge, and then go back this way to get back in front of our vehicle. So we're all online again with each other, so we don't all start shooting each other. And which worked out well. I mean, and there was another platoon that was moving kind of up this way. So I crossed the footbridge, and I guess I was the second guy that peeled off to the left. So Corporal Silva, my team leader, was right in front of me. He peels off to the left. I peel off right behind him. And we're just running down this, shelf to the berm, and the enemy's on the other side of it. So between us and the vehicle is this water and then the vehicles. So our focus is out over to the other side of where the enemy's at. So we're running down this thing, and I heard a gunshot. There's a lot of gunshots because it's 50 cal's firing right over your head. So it's just like thumping your whole body. And Silva just dropped, just like right in front of me. He's kind of like flew back, and he kind of like looked at me as his eyes started like go up into his head, and he just like dropped right at my feet. And I was just like, this all happens in fractions of a second. And I kind of like looked down at him, and I'm like, what the fuck? And as I like saw him, he drops, I look up, and there's a dude in the cattails in this body of water who got in between us and the vehicles, which is a very bad place to be. You know what I mean? So I had this belt-fed machine gun, and I could only see half of them. So I just I shouldered that thing, weighs 35 pounds. I shouldered that thing like it weighed 2 ounces and let every single round that thing was holding gone. Give me more. And I let 200 rounds go at that dude. But it was kicking up, a lot of dust because he was down in the water. And so I couldn't see if he was still standing there or not. So I just kept shooting until I ran out of ammo. I was told that we did go up and check him out, and he had a gazillion bullet holes in him. But they took Silva and got him out, immediately. And but the fight doesn't stop. It's like that's bad. Get the corpsman, step over, because you can't deal with him until you can deal with this, because then there's gonna be 5 of us laying here, so we have to deal with that. They take him, and we deal with the enemy that's still out there. And this is not GIs, right? This is now we're dealing with dudes in black, jihadis, who knows where they came from, but insurgency type people before there was an insurgency, if you will. So they took Silva away, and I was in a position where I was just kind of laying suppressive fire while another unit was moving, and they dealt with whatever was out there. That was all dealt with, and no, I never saw Silva again. He died right instantly, right there. So yeah, that's a bad day, man.
How did you process that one after everything died down?
I guess shock, really, it's, you know, it's another unit, it's another Marine, it's all of that until it's, you know, until it's your unit. And he was my team leader. So it was, you know, it was a significant event, obviously. But for a lot of the other guys, they were like his friend. You know, a lot of his peers that were before, you know, senior to me. So those guys, like, I was obviously distraught, obviously, because I just watched this happen right in front of me. But some of the other guys were like really fucking crazy about it. Like they really fucked the guys up. I mean, I guess of course it affected me. I think it affected some of his closer friends better, but like to me, he was my team leader. He wasn't like my friend we've been in the Marine Corps for 4 years with. You know, like it clearly was upsetting, but to those guys, it was like devastating.
Did it really hit you, man? Like to see somebody like your leader, man. Like, you know, I remember when I was a young private, I looked up, especially to my team leader and my squad leader, and like, and my squad leader later became my platoon sergeant. But those dudes were like some larger than life figures in my life then, even as I look back now. To see somebody that you kind of look up to that, you know, had taken you in and, yeah, I mean, did you end up taking over the team or?
Briefly, I think briefly I did, and then they brought someone else over. I don't like someone else did come over, but I don't remember who. And it was there was a big shakeup thereafter. I think I ended up becoming a team leader in the aftermath of that.
Yeah, you I think you told me during our prep that he was stop lost, and in reality, he probably should have never been there. How do you process that now?
I don't know. How do you process? I don't know. How do you, or do you at all?
Yeah.
I mean, if you process it or you don't process it, does it change anything? You know, I mean, he died as a Marine in combat. You know, he wasn't murdered on some street corner. You know, I mean, there's that. It doesn't change the fact that he's not here.
He's a hero, man. I mean,
but yeah, I mean, it's easy to be like, you know, oh yeah, I'm gonna die in war and I want to die, but it changes your perspective when you see it happen. You know, there was a great scene, you know, in the movie Troy. I don't know if you remember that movie. It was a great movie when he's like, you know nothing about war and you know nothing about love, and you hear they're screaming and yelling. And I remember watching. I watched that movie and I was like, man, that true words have never been said, because it's not. You know, there's nothing. There's nothing. It's not to say that it's not honorable, because it is, but war is violent.
War is often romanticized.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I think about, you know, like processing. How do I process it? Like, I guess one way I process it, I compare it to the past, you know, and it's like we as a species are so, I mean, he was shot and killed like many others are and were and are every day, you know, and it's, in most cases, it's instant because it's a high powered piece of metal at supersonic speeds. But can you imagine going back 1,000 years where we're going to get like 8,000 people on a field with clubs and we're going to just beat each other to death? I mean, I couldn't even fathom how violent that must have been. Or even back in World War II, of dudes running around with blowtorches, like just torching people. You know, the brutality of it all. I mean, can you imagine? Like, let's get 8,000 dudes on a field with sticks and we are just going to beat each other to death with baseball bats.
War is the worst in humanity.
It's unbelievable when you think about it. And so I don't think it makes it, not to minimize any of, you know, what happens now, or it's, that's how I guess that's how I process it. I say, you know, it's awful, and it will, and it's about, you know, as the story goes on, it's going to get a lot more awful.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I at the time, did I process it? No, because you don't have time to. It's on. Get back in the vehicles. Let's go.
Unfortunately, on this podcast, we've talked about folks that have lost their life, made the ultimate sacrifice for this country and their brothers, sisters. Silva was really well liked. His whole family was military. I think his brother was a Marine. His sister was in the Air Force. What was he like as a person? I know you didn't get to attend, his funeral. That's how it goes. You're at war. But yeah, man, it's your opportunity just to give your thoughts on him, the human, right? The warrior, the Marine, but him as a person, man. I mean, I remember when we were prepping this, man, and I watched you in your head process that, and really think about it, right? Because it's probably not a place you spend a lot of time in your head, but he treated you well, right? Especially as a new boot. There's a lot of guys coming into the unit, you get trashed, and
Oh yeah.
you've heard a lot of those stories, but it seemed like he really, whether he cared about you or he was just a good person or both.
Yeah. I mean, for him, both. I think he was a good dude. He was a good dude to me, and I think he was a good dude to everyone else. I think that's why he was, I think that's why he got along with everyone.
Yeah.
I could only see it from my perspective, but I could see what it did to the other guys in the platoon that were his, generation, if you will. And after that incident, all the boot games, the private bitch, get the water jugs, you're the bitch, you're the all that shit was gone. That changed everything. The dynamic of the platoon totally changed after that. All those games were over with. It was all of us versus all of them. And it doesn't matter whether you're a 2-star general or a private, like bullets kill equally, and so a lot of that stuff just went out the window.
Yeah. I think about the pre-GWAT military, right? We're in the training military and, all the games you play and hazing and.
Right. Yeah. All that stuff was over with at that very moment.
It makes sense, man. Because then you realize it's not a game. Like war was never a game to begin with, but you can't understand it until you've been in it.
Right.
And it's really hard. I know you and I have talked about this in the past. So it's hard to explain again, man. And you and I both are not one to run around and tell war stories. And this isn't a war story podcast, although we're documenting history. But it's hard to explain war to people who've never been there. Because to your point, man, it's brutal. It's chaos. It's chaotic. It's sad. And there are people. Look, man, I'm not anti-war, dude. There's evil in this world, right? And I don't want people to get that confused, but sometimes it comes at a great toll.
Yeah.
And I know you and I talk, and I think about war way differently than I did. I'm 47 now.
That's why they have 18-year-olds in the Marine Corps. Because if you had a bunch of 35-year-olds, they'd be like, "I ain't doing that shit. Are you crazy?"
Yeah, I thought it was cool, man. I mean, you told me. I think the squad went over and got that they got the buttstock off that the enemy combatant's rifle and.
Yep. Some guys went over there and cut the buttstock off that weapon that killed him, and they gave it to his brother.
It's honorable, man. That's at least. Yeah. Did you guys have any kind of memorial in country for silver? Or is it just on to the next, man?
On to the next.
Yeah, and that was one thing. I mean, you and I both worked in law enforcement as well, and it's like I remember the finality of it. I joined. I mean, I ended up going to war later on, but when a police officer or somebody in law enforcement's killed in the United States, it's like a week or two of mourning,
right?
Bands around your badges, et cetera, and like a war, man, there is no time for any of that.
There's none of that.
Yeah,
there's none of it.
You get to process that 8 months later.
Yeah, or years or decades.
Yeah, or you never process.
All right.
Was that the same battle that you had a friend from infantry school? He got shot too, and I think he stormed up a machine gun nest.
Yes, yeah. So that we were in the we call it the suppressive fire. We're shooting here, and this other element is moving. So if I'm shooting at you, you can't be shooting at me. We can't be shooting each other at the same time.
Yeah,
right. It's not the way it works. If I'm shooting at you, your head's down, and vice versa. And there's this trade-off. So the more I can shoot at you with overwhelming firepower, I can take an entire platoon and close in on your position from a flank from the side, and you're totally unable to stop that from happening because you can't move because I have overwhelming firepower on top of you. So I didn't see it happen. I knew he got, a friend of mine that I was in infantry school with, that whoever was out there, because I never got past the berm. Another platoon went out there. I don't know, but I know he got medevac. Some helicopters came in. He got shot, I think in the shoulder or something like that. And I think some other people got hurt. I don't know exactly who, but some helicopters came in and they threw a bunch of people in helicopters, and that was that, and just kind of figured out in the shuffle kind of thereafter.
Yeah, and I know Silva will forever live with you, bro, because that was your birthday.
Yeah.
We covered that. Wow. That was your 20th birthday, and yeah, that's, I'm sure, a day that you'll always carry with you.
Yep.
Do you ever talk to his brother or any of his family members or anything?
I haven't recently. I used to. When we went back to California, he's from California, Southern California. So a bunch of us went out there, and yeah, you talk. And he's from a small town in Southern California, kind of out away from the ocean. And yeah, like his brother was in the Marine, his sister's in the Air Force, like all of them. Like all of his brothers and sisters are all active duty military. And, you know, I got to meet his mom. His mom was, you know, at Pendleton when we came back. Yeah.
Super cool.
Yeah. I mean, it was really cool that
It's
she
hard.
was there. It was nerve-wracking for me.
Sure.
You know, I didn't know if she was, I didn't know if she was like going to hold me accountable for that. You know what I mean? Like that's, I mean, I know what happened. I was there, and there's nothing that you could have done differently that would have changed the outcome, other than, you know, there's nothing you could have done. But you don't know that. You don't know. You know, this is 6-7 months later. You know, and you're like, man, is this mom gonna like hold me like personally accountable for her dead son? You know, and that shit's in the back of your mind.
Yeah, man, because like being in the military, there's always consequences for everything. So
Yeah.
like, even though it's war and whatever, you don't know how to process that in 20, and you're like, man, something bad happened. Am I going to get in trouble? You know, but it's,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think no one was worried about getting in trouble. But
Yeah,
it's,
but you know what I
yeah,
mean.
it's like, you know, you that crosses your mind, like, you know, and it's you can second guess yourself to death, but it's pointless. You'll end up at the bottom of the barrel doing that shit. I mean, really, 22 a day with it. I mean, that's how you get there.
How was his mom?
She was very nice. You know, she was super happy to see everyone. I think I didn't know her, but I think she knew a bunch of the other guys that, you know, were of his same time frame, and it was good to see her. I mean, it was nice to meet her. You know, his brothers were really cool, and
I'm sure they needed that as maybe as much as some of the other guys needed it. I'm sure they needed some kind of closure, you know, or at least to see the people. I just can't imagine what that's like as, you know, somebody who has kids now.
yeah. I mean, for me, I think I just, you know, like you ask this a lot, how you process. Like, I think for me, I just chose not to. Like, it was probably easy. It's easier that way.
Yeah.
You know, I suppose it's, inevitably, I suppose you do one way or the other. But I mean, for many, many years, I just chose not to.
I think that's a normal reaction. I think a lot of people do that.
Yeah. I mean, and as busy as we were, it's not like you have all this downtime to sit and contemplate it, right? You just don't. You know, it's not like we stayed at that location for days. We were gone in hours, moving again. Like where that happened, again, I have no idea where that happened. Maybe if I had some satellite imagery, I could find that footbridge and put it together, but you'd have to tell me what road we were on because I have no idea.
Yeah.
Somebody probably does, but I don't.
What was the rest of that deployment like?
So we get to Baghdad, I don't know, a couple weeks later, maybe. We didn't stay in Baghdad very long. We never went we went through like parts of Baghdad, but we didn't go through like downtown, like where palace is, and you know, they were tearing the statues down, all that stuff. I didn't see any of that. We went through Baghdad. We were there for like days, and then we went further north up to Samarra, and we were up there for a couple weeks maybe, and then back down to a town called Diwania, which is south of Baghdad. And that's where we kind of established, we took over some former army base, and that's where we were kind of based out of for the rest of that deployment, kind of doing like police type stuff, looters, and, you know, we were still wearing like soft hats. We, open door Humvees, like IEDs really weren't a thing yet. So, you know, I've heard guys say this. I think it might have been one of your podcasts. The guy was talking about this, and I was like, yeah, that's exactly what happened. There was like this, like Baghdad fell, and then the fighting kind of stopped. And there was like this lull of, you know, maybe 6 months, whatever it was. We're like Saddam's forces were gone, and the insurgency really hadn't started. So there was this gap of time where it was like, we just run around like snatching up looters. Like we were doing more of like police type stuff than we were doing like rolling gun battles kind of thing.
How was that too? I mean, did you feel like you guys were trained for that, or you're just like, you just kind of do just kind of do it?
You just kind of do. I mean, pointing a gun at someone and putting flex cuffs on is not super complicated, right? Like,
especially with somebody like grew up doing ride-alongs, so it's probably like,
I mean, it's not like you have to, like give them a warning, and no, you just 8 guys jump out of a a 7-ton and jump on top of a bunch of people running around with air conditioning units. Like, it's not that complicated. Like,
yeah,
we're not writing reports about serial numbers, and so it was pretty cool. Like there was no more like combat for us after. There were some smaller skirmishes before we got to Baghdad and some other small towns, but nothing major. Like a couple, I don't know, a handful. Let's just say a handful of gunfights. But there was nothing super major. And then we went down to Diwania and we stayed there for months.
How long was that first deployment?
8 months.
It's a long time, dude.
Yeah.
How long did you go without getting a shower, dude?
I don't know, 3 months maybe.
That's wild, dude.
We found 3 months without a shower. I had I remember right after Silva was killed, like you talk about significant events in your life that you remember, like your kids being born, your 16th birthday, whatever. So for me, from the world, the crazy world of this mind, one of a significant life event for me was the day we got to take the chemical suits off. I remember it like it was my wedding day. Like today's the day we burn these freaking chem suits. April 5th, 2003. I remember it. We pulled out our desert camis and they still smelled like, laundry detergent. And you're like, this is the greatest day of my life as I'm going to burn these freaking rubber ass boots. And it was just like a giant pile of rubber boots everywhere. So every time a gunfight happened in that open terrain, everyone's objective was to, because if you lost your gear, this is dealing with a company gunny, right? If you lost your gear, you got in trouble, right? If you lose your gear, it's a big deal. It's not, but it is in the Marine Corps. But if it's a combat loss, what we call a combat loss, it's totally acceptable. So every time a gunfight broke out, and I'm not exaggerating, it was funny, but not funny, but practical. So a gunfight breaks out, all hell breaks loose, and half the Marines are trying to kick those stupid rubber boots off and throw them in the water so that when the fight's over with, like, oh, it's combat loss. I don't know. There's no more boots, so I don't have to wear these stupid rubber boots anymore. So everyone's trying to just lose their gear on purpose because everyone's tired of wearing these freaking rubber boots, or they're clown boots. They're these giant rubber like chem boots that go on top of your boots.
Yeah, and then you have to like strap them, and then your feet sweat inside of them. I mean, to your point, man.
And if you step in water, then water fills up in the thing. Now you have cinder blocks on your feet. And I remember being waist high in one of these little, these little ditches of water, and I couldn't get out. And I took my machine gun, I had these bipods on it, and I would just swing it like an axe, and I would try and dig it into the ditch and pull myself out. Yeah, that was it. Just trying to get rid of those boots, wearing that stuff. But yeah, so the rest of the time was kind of policing, nothing super crazy, just typical goofing around stuff. And we're like, yeah, we won, all good, let's go home. So we were the 3rd Battalion of 5th Marines, so 1525. We were all there. So in order to restart this cycle of someone being in the rear and replacing everyone, again, someone had to leave first, so it wasn't us. So 15 left before us to go home, and then so that when we left, they could come back and replace us and start the cycle all over again. Because we were all there at one time, so there was nobody to relieve anyone. So someone had to stay until the cycle repeated itself, and that just happened to be us.
So you guys stayed there the longest?
Yeah. So I mean, I guess 15, I don't know, maybe they were there 5 months, 6 months, and then 25 left like a month later, and then we stayed left like, and no one knew, like, when are we going home? Like, okay, Baghdad's ours, we won. Okay, let's leave. Yeah, let's get out of here. Like, what are we doing here? We're gonna run around chasing looters around. We can do this in America.
You know what's crazy as I look back to at that war, it's almost like they never even planned for that.
Right.
It's just like, yeah, we're gonna take this country, and like, now we do. No, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It's, you look back and you're like, how did, it's like, you know, when we pulled out of Afghanistan, I mean, it just looked like we knew that was coming at some point, but it looked like the most unplanned, unprepared. You're like, how does that happen?
Yeah.
We have a whole Pentagon. There's like whole sections of people that do plans, and
Yeah.
it's wild. What was it like coming home from that deployment? I mean, like, dude, you've just spent 8 months, you know, months without showers, combat, you know, losing people, war. And you come back and like back in America where half the country probably doesn't even know what you've been through.
I don't know. I mean, there was kind of a couple different things kind of going on at the same time. You know, it's like we won, we did our jobs, you know, we went to Baghdad, we're going home, war's over, let's go home, you know, and that's kind of what we all thought. And then we get home, you know, there's some memorial type stuff going on, families, you know, a lot of that. And then but very shortly after getting back to the States, I mean, very shortly, like weeks, you start hearing these like rumblings of like, we're going back again. And you're like, what? Like, we didn't believe it. Like, no, dude, we're not going back again. We won. Like, why would we go back for? But there's rumblings. You're starting to hear this, like, we're going back again. We're going back again. And yeah, it was true.
Yeah, I remember you telling me.
And we were all very surprised. Like, we just didn't understand. I mean, you understand now, obviously, what was happening. But when we left, it was like a bunch of looters running around. Like, okay, hire some cops and let them go beat up looters. Like, that has nothing to do with us. You know, because again, this, you know, IEDs and trucks blowing up. That shit was not happening yet.
Are you guys starting to hear rumblings about the insurgency?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, things are changing very quickly. You're starting to hear about IED. Now we're getting classes and courses on IEDs and explosives and all stuff that, you know, we just didn't deal with before. It was open terrain. Some of it was urban, some of it was not, but it was just, I guess, general fighting. I guess in an open terrain. This is something totally different. IEDs and this is something very, very different. And I think that, you know, there was a lot of Army, I believe, that was still there. So when the Marines left in 2003, we were amongst one of the last Marine infantry units in the entire country, like maybe 2 battalions in the whole country. And we weren't doing like infantry stuff. And I think the Marine Corps was like on its way out completely. I was like, okay, Army, come, you know, big Army, come in and do your thing and rebuild this place and do, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then you're like hearing all these rumblings about we're going back. And it's like, oh, send the whole freaking Marine Corps back in there. It's like, okay. And it was like, you know, the Marines have Al-Anbar, you know, Fallujah and Ramadi, and the Army deals with Baghdad. And that's, I guess, how it broke down.
You get back, you get promoted to corporal. How did that feel like, especially like, you know, corporal, such a key position in the Marine Corps?
Yeah, I was very proud to get that.
Imagine.
Yeah, I got a meritorious corporal position, a promotion. It was, I was probably a little junior to get it. Like, I probably should have had another, I guess in the normal timeline of how long it takes to become a corporal, I was before that. Before that timeline, it was a meritorious promotion. And I was, Captain Sean Tosh from OIF I, he became our company commander. And he's the one that promoted me to corporal.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, there's a tradition, you know, because when you become a corporal in the Marine Corps, you get what we call the blood stripe, the red stripe down your blue pants. So when you become an NCO or a corporal, you get the blood stripe. And the old tradition goes, you know, they pin your chevrons into your collar and then you smack you on the side. And that cat, man, he hit me so freaking hard on my leg to like blood stripe me. I almost fell over in front of the whole freaking company. I was like, God damn. I'm like, damn, cat, hit me so freaking hard, man. It hurt.
Well, he was a Mustang too, right?
He was a Mustang, yeah. So it was really cool, man. I felt like I earned it. I felt like I was good at it. I liked leadership positions. I liked the chaos of combat. I was good at it. Like the crazier it was, the more I liked it. The more chaotic, the better.
Did you feel salty too? I mean, now you've come back, man. I mean, you've seen some shit, but you've also been in some stuff. You've kind of, I don't want to say proven yourself because that's not. I mean, everybody went to war, but I mean, did you feel different?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you felt like you clearly knew you went through stuff, but I also think we were all very humbly aware that more stuff was coming, and the dynamic of the platoon completely changed. 6 months ago we were the private nobodies, and now we're the team leaders, and we're having a whole brand new group of private nobodies.
Yeah, because I would imagine you had a lot of guys that were stop loss, right?
And they were all gone immediately.
Everybody left. Yeah. So now you guys are the leadership from the.
Yeah.
What was that like? Did you feel the weight of like having new guys come in, knowing what you know, and these guys? I mean, this is you a year ago.
I didn't feel the weight of it. I felt like it was a great opportunity to like, we didn't like, I did not like that hazing shit. I thought it was stupid. It didn't serve any purpose whatsoever. This is not Vietnam, man. This isn't like, we're not getting drafted here. Like, some of these guys are sharp. Like, we're here to learn and do the job. Like, I didn't like it. I didn't think it did anything. It just brought morale down and created a divide. And I mean, there's some traditions that are like cool, like promotions and things like that. But like, just general, like, let's just fuck with the boots for like a month relentlessly to serve. Like, why don't you teach them how to do some shit before you fuck with them? I mean, they are privates, and you can always screw with privates. But I think because we had so my generation is now, and I use generation, this is like a year, 6 months generation, not lifetime generations, but
that's a lifetime at war though.
Right. So we became kind of the leadership element of the platoon, and, we got a new lieutenant, we got a new captain, we have we have Captain Shantosh, who was, proven, right? Like, and everyone knew about him, in his actions in that very first gunfight. He ended up getting the Navy Cross, which is a pretty big deal. It's just shy of the Medal of Honor. And he had
especially in the Marine Corps, because the Marine does not hand out awards like other services, dude. It's like I think the Marine Corps and the Ranger Regiment are probably the two places where like they just don't like.
It's just to give you an example, when I told that story about the very first gunfight I was in, and my squad leader, looked at me and his shit wouldn't work, and I shot this guy, and I got for that actions on that day, that instant, that thing, I didn't get a medal. I got a letter of appreciation. And I still have it. It's got a coffee stain on it. It's a letter of appreciation. It's like, killed this, ran over this, stopped this, like, saved the squad leader's life. Letter of appreciation. It's like, thanks, bro. Signed general, whatever. It's like, really, dude? It's like some Lance Corporal just wrote this thing like 15 minutes ago. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. The Marine Corps doesn't hand out medals like other branches do. So when there's a big medals, they get handed out. It's pretty cool. It's usually really well deserved. I mean, and at that time, like, I mean, when we go on to Fallujah, it just gets so much crazier. But even then, it's like, man, you could have handed out Bronze Stars to like 40 people if you wanted to, like, easily. I mean, a lot of actions were worthy of Bronze Stars, but maybe 2 officers got Bronze Stars and a bunch of Purple Hearts, but they just don't hand them out. So when a big medal like that gets handed out, it's a really big deal.
As it should be. Yeah,
and and you go on, we come back to the States, and, when those medals were handed out, that's kind of a story unto itself, So we're these rumblings of going back to Iraq. I don't remember what point they started talking about Fallujah, but we definitely knew we were going back. We didn't. So we did go back, and we were only back in the States for, let's see, April, 6 months before we were back again. Something like that. It's like April to October, 6 months. And so we were out at 29 Palms, which is another big Marine Corps base out in the Mojave Desert. It's
super beautiful. Beautiful place.
Yeah, when you're not sweating your ass off, right? Yeah, it's in the middle of the desert, and it's where you do a lot of the combined arms stuff where they actually use jets and helicopters because they're just a range. You know, it's not a rifle range that's 100 meters. It's a range that's like 3 miles long. So, you know, you can use tanks with live rounds and helicopters with live rounds. So you get to do a lot of really cool stuff. But yeah, you're in the middle of the desert. It's 1,000,000 degrees. But yeah, like we were just at one of those ranges, you know, training again to go back. And yeah, it was the first sergeant or somebody was like, company for, I think the whole battalion might have been out there. No, the company, might have been a company. But anyway, it was either a company or a battalion of us. And we're out there. And the first sergeant was like, no, it had to have been the battalion. It had to have been the sergeant majors. He's like, everyone in formation right now. So, like, what are we doing? Why are we having this freaking stand to freaking formation in the middle of the Mojave Desert? Like, what are we doing? We don't do formations like that when we're out training, you know, in the dirt. And so none of us really knew what was even going on. I didn't anyway. Somebody did. I didn't. And I look out and there's like 3 helicopters, Hueys coming over the horizon. What the hell's going on? And they land right at the range. And it was the commandant of the Marine Corps, the 4-star. I was like, what the hell is going on? And he called out some names and some dudes. And
that's a really big deal because the Marines don't have generals. Like Army's got 8 million generals. I mean, the Marines.
Yeah, it's very rare to even see a general, much less talk to one.
Oh.
I think I've probably, in my entire time, I probably only saw 3 generals my entire career. You know, Air Force, they have them working at the Quickie Mart. They're all over the place. But the Marine Corps just doesn't. So to have the commandant of the Marine Corps fly out to a range and shoot 29 bombs, they just, it was really crazy, right? You're like, what is going on? He's over here chuckling.
Yeah, dude. That's like the Marinism. Yeah, they're just working over at the Quickie Mart, dude. Can't even keep it together, dude.
Yeah, he's only on 1 star. He doesn't fill all the boxes. Like, so, yeah, joking aside, he handed out 2 Navy Crosses, one to Captain Shantosh, one to a friend of mine, Perez. We were in infantry school together from that second fight where Corporal Silva was killed. Yeah, some bunch of silver stars and bronze stars and all kinds of stuff and some promotions. And yeah, but that's when, you know, Shantosh became like super famous. You know, it's, I wouldn't say became super famous, might be strong, but he had a lot of attention because that's a big award. You know, that's, that's just shy of the Medal of Honor, right? Like, so, and then he became, well, he didn't, I guess he already was. He was our company commander. They frocked him, they took him from lieutenant, made him a captain, and it was time to go to Fallujah.
How did that feel, man, watching, you know, Lieutenant, you know, and now he's like the company commander and you know, that's the guy that's going to be leading you. That's got to be a good feeling because, you know, at least you know you guys are under good leadership.
Yeah, you know, I have to say, of all my time in the Marine Corps, at least in the infantry, leadership was never an issue. Like every officer, like the vast majority of senior enlisted officers, I mean, they were just like top-notch guys, smart, educated, you know, super good shape, like tactically sound. You know, I never ever felt like my leadership failed me. I can honestly say that. Even through my entire time I was in the infantry, I felt like I had the best leadership you could get, especially in the officer ranks. And I think that goes back to, you know, and I used to talk to some lieutenants, you know, and like, this guy's Naval Academy, this guy's VMI. I mean, these are like, you know, they're lieutenants, but they're still like badass lieutenants, right? You know, and they're going to go on to be generals and shit someday. And we're going to go on to be, you know, gunnies and sergeant majors and things like that. You know, it's just this era is spawning a total change in the entire Corps, you know, of even generationally from, you know, drafts and go to jail or go in the Marine Corps. Now it's like you have corporals with master's degrees and, you know, it's a totally different thing. You have highly educated, you have what I like to call the perfect combination of highly educated maniacs. And that's a very lethal combination.
Yeah, I can tell you, man, I was privileged enough to work in a lot of joint environments. I've met a lot of Marines. I have a true affinity for the Marine Corps. I was in the Army, I did my thing, but every time I ran across Marines, especially as I climbed up the enlisted ranks, man, to your point, they were some of the most professional, very smart, very quick to tell you they were Marines. Like you can pick them out. You know what I mean? Like you guys are a very unique breed.
Yeah.
But I've always gotten along great with the Marine Corps. There's always that inter-service bullshit that we do to each other. But,
Until it's time to get to work.
Yeah, man. But Marines
doesn't
are,
matter.
I mean, I ran into them at schools, on deployments, just really good human beings, man, to your point. I have a really close affinity for the Marine Corps. When did you guys finally, cement, hey, this is what we're, this is where we're going, this is what's happening, and now you're in a leadership position? And are you finally at the point where you're getting more information for this trip versus the previous one?
Yeah, quite a bit more. Not just because I was a squad leader, but just because in general we had more intelligence, right? So there's still guys on the ground in Iraq. They had a bunch of Marines push into Fallujah in the beginnings of 2004, and they ended up getting pulled out. I think it was I don't know all the details, but there was a lot of casualties, and it was kind of a political thing. I don't know, but I know there was Marines that went into Fallujah, but there were still a ton of civilians in there, and a lot of people got hurt, and they pulled the Marines back out, and there was a lot of, come to find out when we met those guys, because we were the ones that relieved them, there was a lot of guys really upset about that. And rightfully so.
That they had gotten pulled out of Fallujah?
Yeah, because they went in and took a bunch of casualties, and it was all for nothing, and they got pulled out, so it's understandable why they were upset.
Was it because they couldn't hold the city of the insurgency?
No, I think it was just a lot of civilians were getting killed, so it became kind of a political thing. But again, that's not my Pentagon analysis. That's just the rumor mill. But yeah, we were getting much more intelligence. Like there was video, there were people on the ground, or we're getting IED classes, and the tactics were changing, and the jihadis and the ISIS and the Mujahideen and these groups of maniacs, and Fallujah, it's going to be this is like the Alamo, and you had all these heads getting cut off in these kill rooms, and all this Sarkawi, and where they hung these contractors off this bridge. And there's a lot of really violent shit going on in Fallujah, and it's like, man, 3-5's getting tagged for it. It's like, here we go again. But I felt confident. I felt like, in OIF I, it was like, from lieutenants to privates, we were all figuring it out for ourselves. But now we are not. Now we have 6 months to, get the leadership to learn new things, and then we can teach all the new guys the lessons learned from the first time. Like, you don't need to carry that. You don't need this. This is what we need. Don't do that. There was a lot of lessons learned there, so there's a lot of knowledge that got passed on. Like, no, what we call them fuck games, no hazing. Like, no, we don't have time for that stuff, man. This is like, people are going to get killed. We don't have time for this.
Yeah.
So like a lot of the, mandatory haircuts and freaking uniform inspections, that we were not doing any of that stuff. Like, we are preparing for the battle of our lives, and we don't have time for that crap.
I remember something interesting that you told me when we were prepping. With Shantosh being prior enlisted, which is what we call a Mustang, we alluded to earlier. A Mustang is an officer that used to be enlisted that becomes an officer. Navy Cross, and I remember you said that he was built for Fallujah, to take you guys to Fallujah. What made him built for it?
It's hard to say. I mean, he was my captain, right? So we weren't like friends.
Sure.
Right? He was a sergeant with the authorities of a captain, which made him really relatable to NCOs. And he was very, very focused on NCOs, and corporals and sergeants being NCOs, non-commissioned officers. And that's where it met the road, right? Like, because if you have highly trained corporals and sergeants, squad leaders, essentially, that can go out and make the decisions on their own with the authority to do it and the competence to do it correctly. That was his big thing. He knew how important that was, and a lot of our training focused heavily on NCOs and lieutenants, because those are the guys, and rightfully so, it was entirely accurate, were the guys that were making the decisions. And you compare it to like the Army, like you could be a 20-year-old corporal like I was and calling in artillery missions. I mean, in other branches, you have to be a E8 with 15 years in to be able to call in, fire missions for artillery. But you can, in the Marine Corps, you can do it as a 20-year-old because we've been trained to do it, and the authority is there to do it. So I loved it. I mean, as a squad, like I had all the authority. I was king of my world. It was the greatest job I ever had. And I got to take all my kind of lessons learned and experience from the first go around. So I had like I got promoted before some of my peers. So I made some of my peers team leaders, and they were friends of mine, and it wasn't like, oh, I'm corporal this and you're Lance Corporal that. Like, yeah, we have shit to do, but we were peers. Unofficially. Officially, we were not, but unofficially, we were all peers. Like, we had served together before. We were in combat together in OIF I. Like, we all trusted each other. It's like, we'll spread some of these new boots out so they're not all together being morons. Get them trained up, and we were ready for it, man. And then we had, an officer leadership, a captain who was as combat able as they come. He had this big medal, which the medal, I don't know what it meant to him. I don't think, I mean, for us, I guess from my perspective, it was like, that's really cool. It is. It's like, dude, it's really cool to get the Navy Cross. But in reality, it didn't change a damn thing.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
you going in that house? Me too.
Yeah.
You gotta, it just didn't matter. And he didn't make it matter. And that, I think, I think that made a difference. He was not arrogant about it or any of that stuff. That's who he was. And that's why we all loved him. That's why we all respect him. And when he said, when we were training or like doing tactics or something, it wasn't like, this is what the Marine Corps book says and we're going to follow this handbook. No, it was like, this is, I see that, we're going to do this and jump over this thing and we're going to kill everyone. You're like, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Let's go.
He was more about
getting it done.
Yeah.
On his way. And he was very tactically sound. It wasn't like, well, I think we should, take the circle of the map and move it over to it wasn't like that at all. It was like, there's a bunch of bad dudes in that house. Let's get 2 platoons and go over there and kill everyone. You're like, Roger that, sir. Let's go. Yeah. We're in. And he was in the front with like a pistol. And his radio operator trying to keep up with him. So, he was easy to follow, man.
Yeah. And
you knew because if he was right there with you, and we all were. And it wasn't just him. It was the lieutenants, the colonels. I mean, to be 10 feet away from a colonel in an all-out gun battle is never happens. But it does. In my world, it does, because he's right over there. I can see him. So, it just, it's like I tell my son, I say, when guys who do real shit, they just don't talk like that. And Shantosh doesn't talk like that. A lot of us don't.
Yeah.
And that's when guys who do real stuff have nothing to prove. There's no egos. We just have a job to do. We're all here because we want to be. We're good at it, and we've got some experience now. So we're gonna go to Fallujah.
You got a new battalion commander before you left, Colonel Malay. You had a lot of cool things to say about him. Tell us a little bit about him, because he was the 3-5 battalion commander when you guys went into Fallujah.
Correct. Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel Malay became the battalion commander. I don't know what month, but sometime between OIF 1 and 2, right before we go to Fallujah. It's not like I knew him personally, right? Yeah.
But I think your perspective is like a squad leader in the battalion.
Yeah, you are a little closer to the brass, as you say. When you're a squad leader, because as a squad leader, it's kind of where the officer and enlisted meet, right? And from a tactical perspective. So in garrison, so at your base in California, you got the staff sergeant, the gunnery sergeant, the first sergeant. There's 10 enlisted people, and you're not just going to go up and talk to the captain. But in combat, that changes. The squad leader to the lieutenant to the captain to the colonel. That's it. That the gunnery sergeants, the staff sergeants, the first sergeants,
They become logistics and
they
support
become
folks.
logistics and support. And so where the chain of command, where the officer meets the enlisted in combat, is at the sergeant level. It's at the squad leader. That's where they all comes together. So that's where those two things meet. That's why it's such a cool position. Because if I have an issue now, if I need so logistical support, not to say that a platoon sergeant is just a logistics guy.
Yeah.
They're a huge asset,
Sure.
you know. And they, but if you need logistical things, you have to go talk to Gunny, right? Like you don't go ask the lieutenant for more ammunition. You ask the Gunny. But it was, you know, if we were talking about battle plans or patrol routes, as a corporal, I could go right to the lieutenant. You know, hey sir, we need to. What about this? You know, whatever we needed to talk about, which I liked. You know, it was cool. So it was only one step to the captain. So I got to be in a position where talking to the company commander became a common occurrence, as to where as a private you would never talk to the company commander.
Sure.
So yeah, to answer your question, I got sidetracked. But so we get Colonel Malay. I didn't know anything about him, or I just knew he gave a couple speeches, a couple motivational talks, and they were I don't remember everything he said or what he said. I just remember being like, man, this guy's for real. I remember thinking that whatever he said that made me think that, that's what I carried with me when it was over with. So he was all about tradition and honor and professionalism and just being badasses. Like he was just that kind of guy, and he had all the authority in the world to do it, and it was super cool. He did a lot of shit we didn't like.
He's an officer. That's what
He's an officer. He took us all up to a base to do a cold weather training package in like July to go to Fallujah for some reason. So we go up to I can't remember the name. It's up in the Sierra Nevada mountains, up in California.
That's the Marine Corps like Arctic Warfare School or like Mountain Warfare or something like that. Yeah,
Mountain Warfare Center. That's what it's called. So yeah, it's awful. So like base camp is at like 9,000 feet. So you go up there, you can't even breathe. You're like trying to walk to the chow hall and catch your breath, and you have to catch your breath as you're trying to eat because you can't breathe, and you got these like freaking snow boots on and all this shit, and they're trying to teach you how to like snowshoe and put skis on and all this crap. Like, dude, like my whole platoon is a bunch of Mexicans, dude. Like these dudes have never seen snow in their whole lives, and we're like. Right, you have like a bunch of good old boys and a bunch of Mexicans, and we're like in skis up here. Like we don't know what we're doing, man. Like if we're going to Korea, somebody better tell us. Like we need a heads up that we're going to Korea because we're all gonna die in the snow before we get there. And yeah, we spent like 2 weeks at base camp, and then we just went up into the mountains, like I don't know, 3,000 feet, just like straight up, miserable, pumping machine guns, 10 feet of snow. It's awful. It's the most awful training I've ever been through in my life. So cold, you know, freaking weapons are freezing. You can't use MRE heaters because they don't work at temperature and altitude. And there's no, you know, you got the water buffaloes, the trailers, you can get water. You can't use those because they freeze, you know. So you go out training for the day, and you got to leave. One guy stays behind in the hooch and with a metal can, and he just scoops snow up, melts it, and fills canteens. That's all he does all day long. It's a great job.
Yeah.
Nobody bothers you. Just make water all day. Melts. What did you do today? I melted snow.
Yeah.
Filled up canteens.
But I'm sure the whole reason he did that is to try to bring you guys.
Well, of course. Yeah, it was just
forced suffering.
It was a freaking man test, and you know, I don't think any of us understood that at the time.
Sure.
You know, we're just like, this sucks. What are we doing in 10 feet of snow if we're going to the desert? But yeah, it was. I think we took a lot of casualties in that training.
Yeah, cold weather casualties.
Yeah, cold weather casualties. Dude, like the dudes like igloos collapsing on guys, and we're doing like why are we doing like avalanche rescue poles? Like, what are we doing out here, man?
That's funny.
It's like, dude's like, what happened to you, man? It's like, I'm snow blind because I can't find my glasses. Like, you got medevac because you're snow blind? What are you talking about?
He did a Warriors night. I thought that was pretty cool. You want to talk about that just for a sec?
Sure. Yeah. So, like I said, he was all about tradition, and he was all about this kind of this warrior mentality, and it was really respectable and it was really cool and it really added a lot of, I think, I don't know what the word would be, like value or pride, maybe is the better
Camaraderie
word.
too, yeah.
Camaraderie. So he set up this Warriors Night, he called it. And it's, we're in California and we have, the base has, 20 miles of beachfront property in Southern California, right? So it was mandatory. Everyone had to go. And it's kind of in this huge cove, I guess, ocean cove, if you will, high, beach with some high bluffs around it.
It's a San Onofre?
Just south of there. Yeah. Close, It's close to there. And, but they had games, like gladiator games, man. And, tug of wars, and they had a ground fighting competition, like kind of before like MMA and all this stuff was like a real big deal. And, I thought that was cool. I didn't do it because I would have got strangled in about 2 seconds. I'm not a jiu-jitsu guy, but it was cool. But it was E3s and below. So Lance Corporals and below could only compete, like no officers or anything like that. And whoever won got a seat in jump school and their own custom M4 that they got to keep.
Wow.
Not like take home with them, but they got to have like an engraved or something. It's cool. But that was cool, man. Like, the Marine Corps we don't go to jump school because it's an Army school. And the only time you get to go there is if you're in some, some special unit, or sometimes they'll use it as like a reenlistment bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Like, hey, if you reenlist, we'll send you jump school. Something like that. So that was cool. This dude got a seat in jump school, and they brought some pigs out and like freaking no shit, like roasted them on the beach and kegs of beer, but it was all professional. And
did he bring a horse?
Yeah, so he brought 3-5, our call sign was the Dark Horse in Fallujah, but it wasn't in OIF I. I didn't know this until it happened, but he brought out this guy and he introduced this guy. Or, the whole battalion, you're talking like, I don't know, 600-700 Marines on the beach, just fucking doing warrior shit. It's cool, man. It's like the ultimate camping trip. Like no one was allowed to leave. You slept on the beach. They had guardian angels, they had Marines with weapons like up on the bluffs, so no one could come anywhere near us. And it was just like our games. This was our party. This was our barbecue. And he brought a guest. I can't remember his name, but he brought the original battalion commander of 3-5 from Vietnam. And during Vietnam, 3-5 was the Dark Horse. And that very moment, we renamed 3-5 back to the Dark Horse for Fallujah.
Yeah, and this guy didn't Colonel Malay like get a Dark Horse or something, like a
freaking black stallion.
I love it.
Like man. A real, like this was like enormous horse, right? Like a real freaking thing. Was like 8 feet tall. Has stallion. It was cool.
Must have instilled like some real pride.
Yeah, I hindsight being what it is, I think he was much more aware of what we were about to get into than we were. I think he knew what the orders were going to be. I think he knew what the intelligence was. I think he knew there was going to be a lot of casualties. I think he knew that this was going to not be like before. I don't know, but I think he knew that shit was about to get very real very quickly. And this was one way of building that spirit de corps and that camaraderie. A lot of guys were really pissed that they had to go because it was like on a weekend and they couldn't go home and stuff, but it was really cool. And I'm really glad we did it. We did another one afterwards, after that deployment.
Yeah, we'll talk about it at the end.
Yeah.
Before we dive into this deployment, that's going to be a heavy part of the interview. Let's take a quick break. Well, man, we're gonna have a heavy conversation. We talked about your train up. You're back from OIF I. You find out you're going back into Fallujah. You're not home 6 months. You get the word you guys are going back. You fly in to Fallujah, or back into Iraq, actually.
Mm-hmm.
where'd you guys go?
So
What was going on?
So let's see, what month is this? This is November, I believe. November of 04. No, wouldn't have been November. In September of 04. In the fall of 04, we go back to Iraq. We go straight to Fallujah. So at the time, they had a huge base right outside Fallujah. Camp Fallujah was like a city. We arrive. We spend very little time in Camp Fallujah, and immediately there were a couple Marine units that were already there, and we had basically two missions, right? So you have Fallujah. I can do this backwards on the camera, but you have a huge intersection of two major highways, right? The lateral one goes to Baghdad, and the other one goes north and south. And at the side of here of this lateral road, which we called Route Michigan, is a main road that goes right through the center of Fallujah. And on the other end of Fallujah is a river. And that river, where the bridge crosses it, that Route Michigan, that's the bridge where they hung those contractors off of.
Yeah, the Blackwater contractors.
Correct. So you have at this intersection, God, we had a name for it. I can't remember it. At this intersection, we had a huge defensive position kind of into this intersection. It's a big intersection. Imagine, two 4-lane roads coming together, highways almost. And so we had huge bunkers built up on both sides of the road with a platoon of Marines in bunkers, huge HESCO bunkers, those big bins they fill them with dirt, and they built these like giant bunkers out of them. And then you had some tanks out in front of the positions. And it was just like, it looked like a scene out of a video game. Like every building was like totally destroyed. And it was just like a turkey shoot. Sometimes it's quiet, sometimes it's not.
And to kind of set the scene too, so Fallujah 1 had happened. So there was another Marine element had gone there, attempted to take the city, whatever happened.
Right. So in the spring of 2004, and I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know what actually happened. This is the rumor mill. I know the Marines went in. I don't even know how many units. Like at least a couple battalions, I would think. They go into the city. Something happens and they come back out, or they got pulled out. They didn't come back out. They got pulled out. So they took part of the city, but they withdrew, and then the city went back to being whatever it was.
And a lot of people are familiar with Fallujah, but for my younger listeners too, like at that time, 2003, it's 4, right?
2004.
Yeah. That was like the holdout in Iraq. It was the foreign fighters, the worst of the worst.
Yes.
It was like hardened insurgents that were there to die for the cause. I think it's important to paint that picture.
This is a headquarters of ISIS.
Yeah. There you go. I think it was Zarqawi, right?
Before it was ISIS, right?
Yeah.
At the time,
Al-Qaeda in Iraq, AQI maybe?
We were calling it we were calling it the Mujahideen.
Yeah, the Muj, bro.
The Muj. I don't even really know what the hell any of that stuff ever meant.
They were just. It was the worst place in Iraq. I think other than Ramadi, like Al Anbar province in 04 was the Wild West, man.
Yes.
It was, and you're going to go into it. I don't want to interrupt you, but I kind of want to set the stage as you kind of tell the story. Cause it was a hotbed.
Yes.
So you guys are, so my understanding is the city was effectively almost surrounded, right?
Correct. So there's a lot of stuff that happened before we got there. So the Marines went in, the Marines came out. There were still civilians there. I don't know all the details. I wasn't there. I know when we showed up, the city was totally surrounded by American military. Like we had the roads closed, like there was units all around. I think they were dropping flyers into the city, basically telling everyone to leave. So by the time we got there, the city has no electricity, probably no water. It's quiet. It's dark. There's no traffic. There's no civilians. There's no nothing. There's just a hornet's nest of bad dudes in and around here somewhere in this city. And this city is It's not very big, maybe 2 by 5 miles, right? It's like a perfect rectangle almost, and it doesn't like fade off into the suburb. It's like there's the line, and it's a building, lots of buildings, and nothing. There's like a train tracks here, there's a river here, and a big highway here, and that's effectively the lines. It doesn't sprawl out like most cities would. It's very, very densely populated. The buildings are all smashed together, 3 stories high. So there's a lot of population per like square kilometer, whatever you want to, per mile, whatever you want to, however you want to calculate it. It was incredibly dense for its size. So we arrive, and the city is cut off. And, what we were told was like, we dropped flyers and we told the citizens like, leave or die because we're coming. So you have 2 options. And if you want to fight, then stay. If you don't, leave. And I think there was a window. This is all what I heard, of course. But, there was a window, and a bunch of people left, obviously. Everyone left. And whoever stayed, they just cut it off, and that was it. So they had, we had 2 kind of missions when we first arrived. We had this forward base at this main intersection, and then we had a section of highway that ran north and south on that major highway, where we had positions every few miles of Marines, forward looking. If they'd call us, we'd stop traffic. Basically, we were out there making sure they weren't putting IEDs out on the roads, because there was a lot of convoys and stuff moving around. Like IEDs, for example, like that's something I never really dealt with. I've seen it happen. I've been around when it happens, but we never drove anywhere. We walked everywhere. If we drove somewhere, it was in the middle of the night, totally blacked out, with like 3 trucks.
On this deployment?
In general.
Oh.
Well, besides the invasion, we were in Amtrak, but there was no IDs then. But I've never been, I was never in a convoy that like got blown up, because we never went in convoys. We walked everywhere. Everywhere. It's like 10 miles an hour we're walking. Army's driving around, freaking Kool-Aid, on patrol, and we're just walking. And they don't, and you take even a squad of Marine, you take 12 guys and you spread them out over 400 meters. Even if you blow up your IED, you're going to get like 1 guy, and then you got like 10 more to deal with, because they're going to see you and they're going to chase you.
Oh,
I remember back into OIF I, we were, or no, well, was it? Yeah, it was OIF I. And, in the beginning, the Marine Corps didn't have, tan boots for guys. Like, it was just like a mismatch of uniforms, vehicles. If you go look back and look at all that footage, we're wearing green chemical suits, desert helmets. Some guys had black boots, some guys had desert boots. It was like a mismatch. Like, I didn't, because I told you I got issued the digital uniforms, so we weren't going to wear those. So they're like, there's 2 big bins, and you just walked over and like grabbed 2 pairs of pants, like used pants. And that's how we rolled. So if you go back and again into that, and even into the Fallujah time and stuff, into the OIF II, they called it at the time, you see this mishmash of vehicle colors. Like I remember being with an Army unit, or crossing paths with an Army. I have no idea what but I remember talking to them, and they rolled up, and I was like, "Oh man, you guys got green vehicles?" Because they always had desert, they're tan painted vehicles. And I was like, "You guys got green vehicles?" And it's like, "No, dude, we just spray painted them." I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Because we got intel from some guys we captured that the green vehicles chase you. Don't shoot at the green vehicles, because they stop and they run after you with guns and chase you down."
Oh, wow.
Which goes back to the Amtraks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there was also some speculation that, back to that OIF, a couple of those big fights, that LAR, light armor reconnaissance, which from a distance could look like an Amtrak, but they have wheels. They don't have tracks, but there's only 4 guys in there, right? So they just drive through, exchange some gunfire, and drive through. And so this is rumor mill, but it probably came from a source. They grabbed up some guy and they're like, "Yeah, we thought they were LAR," not knowing what LAR is, of course, but they thought they were just going to shoot at the Marines and then they were going to keep driving. They didn't know that they were going to stop and 200 guys were going to come out of the back and chase them all over the place. They weren't expecting that. I think that probably contributed to that turkey shoot, in the beginning. So it's just kind of interesting how, these different units are doing different things, and how this is all like getting mishmashed up into this time frame, and the insurgency is building up. So there's a total change from 1 to 2, right? So we're on the side of the road, just looking for IEDs. But again, I watched IEDs, but I never had. I've never been in a convoy that's got blown up.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, a good thing.
Yeah. So you guys, you got the city surrounded, you got bunkered positions, you guys are watching. What's going on in those couple weeks?
There's a lot going on. I think the command is really trying to figure out what the enemy's going to do. We know we're going to attack the city. We know we're going to do it. We don't know when, we don't know how or any of the details, but we know it's going to happen. The command, I think, is trying to figure out the same thing, what the enemy's capabilities are. They're showing us videos of, there was like a couple F-18s or whatever that dropped some 500 pounders like on a house or something in the city. And it was like a daisy chain, boom, 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 for like 2 blocks. Mm. It just happened to detonate this chain of roadside explosives, and it obviously it was from a distance and from an aircraft and stuff, but it's like, man, like these dudes may have like every 10 feet, like booby trapped, that's what you're, these guys are clearly here surrounded. They had the option to leave. They didn't. This is not local militia, right? These are like maniacs that are here for the cause, and they're here to fight. But you know what? So are we. And so there was a lot of that kind of stuff. You're like, okay, it's a totally different thing than the beginning. We know how to fight. We've been trained to fight. We have the right mind, but it's going to be a different kind of fight. And I think that became pretty apparent pretty quickly that, 6 months earlier, we were chasing looters around with soft hats and no doors on Humvees, buying chickens on the street, rotisseries and shit like that, right? Yeah. And now it's like, this is a totally different thing, man. Helmets, armored, everything. It's a real deal, real legitimate combatants, real snipers and dudes that want to fight, that have a little bit of training behind them. And, they have this Zarqawi and they're cutting people's heads off. And, I imagine a lot of your younger viewers don't remember that, but that was a big deal at the time, man. Like, watching people's heads get cut off on YouTube, or not YouTube, but the beginnings of that platform type, you could go on the internet and find this stuff. And I was like, holy God, man, it's really crazy.
Yeah. They were grabbing contractors.
Anybody.
Yeah.
So we knew the fight was coming. So we had, for the first month before we go in the city, we had, basically those 2 missions. And we kind of bounced around between the 2. So we spent some time at, for the life of me, I can't remember the name of it, but, at the intersection, and it was just like a totally bombed out section of the city. And, we kind of had like a little foothold into it, and you just kind of sat there. You weren't doing much. You had like 3 or 4 tanks, and essentially you can't see anything, especially at night. You got your little 20-year-old freaking night vision goggles that you can see 10 feet with. And, you essentially, you sit there and wait for the tanks to start shooting, because they got thermals and all this super fancy, optics. So when the tanks start shooting, then it's time to start shooting. But that was kind of it was almost like a known distance. We call it KD range, like a known distance, 100 meter, 200 meters. But it was like a known distance. We're like, up, guy there. And we had everything marked out, and everyone had, their sights trained into the right distances. And
how far away from you guys from the edge of the city were you?
We were 100 meters, less,
Oh, wow.
less 50 meters. And they had this minaret, tall part of the mosque that had speakers on it. And they would just blare shit on that thing to drive us nuts. And it was effective.
You guys had an incident. You guys were either under a bridge or staying under a bridge.
Yeah, so there was kind of a lot of stuff that happened before this really kicked off. One instance, so on this north-south running road, we had these positions. I have to be like 3 or 4. It's like a squad of us here, over 5 miles or whatever it may be of road that we're going to cover. And so in the corner of the city where there's 2, so on the north part of the city, you have train tracks. Then you have this highway system that runs north-south. And there's the part of this highway runs over the train tracks. And it's like a proper highway like you'd have in the US, big concrete pillars. It's not some rickety, it's a proper 4-lane, 2 separate concrete bridge like you'd find in any modern country. So I'm up at this little position, me and my squad, and a bunch of 20-year-olds. And
you're a squad leader, right?
Yeah. And so we get a call on the radio. I had, a big radio that could talk to the lieutenant. And he called me and he goes, "Hey, we just got a call up on the road above your position. There's a dead dog in the road. Go make sure it's not an IED. Go up there and check it out." So this road is on a huge berm, maybe 30 feet. It's up on a big pile of dirt as it builds up to go over the train tracks. So we go we go check this dog out because I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, but there were rumors that they were taking dog carcasses and pulling the guts out and putting munitions, explosives in the dogs. You see a dead dog on the road, you don't think anything of it. Drive right by it, it blows up. So we go up to this road, and I had a Lance Corporal or maybe even I can't remember at the time, and Smith. I go, "Smith, go up there and see what that dog's doing." Right? That's what privates are for. Yeah. Go up there and see if there's a bomb in that dog. So, "Smith, go up there and see what's up with that dog." And he goes, "All right." He goes up there and he's, peeking his head around. And then like a typical freaking private, picks it up by the tail and swings it around and chucks it off the road. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. Just go look at the dog. You don't have to swing it around like it's a freaking rabbit and throw it 20 feet. So anyway, no big deal. So we go down. It's quiet. We're right on the corner. Maybe there's 100 meters to the corner of the city to this bridge, this roadway bridge that goes over these train tracks. And it's quiet. And our little OP or observation post is kind of on the other side. So we have us, the road, the city, the train tracks. So we go under the bridge, just check it out. We're over here. Let's just go poke around, see what's up, And so we go under this big bridge, and it's a big highway bridge like you'd have in the States, big concrete pillars. So I had one of my Marines, Lance Corporal Run. He was one of my team leaders. I had 2 team leaders, 2 Lance Corporals, Lance Corporal Miller and Rund, and me, the corporal. And that's not normal. In a normal squad, you have a sergeant squad leader and corporal team leaders. But we had a corporal squad leader and 2 Lance Corporal team leaders. Mm. And we were all in the same infantry school and stuff together. So we all knew each other for a long time. And we were all together in OIF I. And these guys were awesome. They were excellent team leaders. They were tactically sound. We all known each other real well, and that's I think that's very important in a small unit like that. When you know each other real well, you trust each other. If you've been doing anything together long enough, you start doing it without thinking about it, So we're under this bridge and Run goes, "Yeah, I'm trying to get my sights right on my gun or some shit." He wanted to make sure that something was on a scope, or he wanted to sight something in. He goes, "Yeah, I'm going to take 2 pop shots at that light post out there and make sure this scope's accurate." I was like, "Okay, no, whatever." Now I'm kind of just leaning up against one of these, 3-foot diameter concrete pillars under the bridge, not thinking 2 shits about it. Pow, lets one go. Pow, lets another one go. He's like, "I think it's good." And within a half a second, the entire corner of this city just opened up on us. There's 5 of us. We didn't even take the whole squad. It was only a fire team plus me, right? So we go, and it just, there must have been at least half a dozen machine guns open up instantly. I think him cracking a round off made them think we saw them, which we didn't. And they responded, unbeknownst to us. So we all are just like, oh my, and we just got lit up. So we're all hiding behind these pillars. You know, when you're a kid and you're like playing the shadow game and you're trying to like hide behind the tree. That it was like that, of just bullets flying all over the place and up, ding, 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 bouncing all up into this concrete. And I'm looking over at one of the other guys and he's just like, God damn it, Shelvy. And he's looking, I'm like, what did I do? And we're both just kind of looking at each other. Our bullets are just flying all over the place. And, you know, tracer rounds, when they get separated from the phosphorus and the phosphorus starts bouncing all over the place. It's really, you know, the bullet hits whatever and then the phosphorus bounces off of it and it goes flying in the air. It's really not the bullet. It's just part of the fun. So this shit's flying all over the place. A couple RPGs come in, hit like the berm on the outside. Boom, you know, and we're just like, God, fuck. Right? So I get on the radio. I left the guy back at our position. I call him. I say, man, get the lieutenant on the radio, bring freaking everybody down here. Everybody, tanks, because they're right down the street. There's like 5 tanks, like a quarter mile. They can hear this going on. They just don't know what's happening. So I'm like, hey, we're under this bridge. We're essentially pinned down. All hell's breaking loose. We're totally outgunned. We can't retreat because there's just so much machine gun fire coming at us. You're coming from the city, but you can't tell. There's 6,000 windows, and you know you have no idea. It's not like you can sit there and like try and figure it out, right? There's just a wall of bullets coming at you. So I'm calling him, saying, "Hey, get the lieutenant, bring everyone in here, get the tank, you know, artillery. You know, we had all this stuff pre-marked. This was easy to do, to just start making it rain. I just needed to stop for like 10 seconds so we can bail out of here." Mm-hmm. And then just stopped. Like it just got super quiet. And all the gunfire just stopped. And we're like, okay. And then we returned fire. So it was like, you know, this lull in the fire, right? And so we all returned fire for a barrage. We stopped, no response, quiet again. So we had this, like, they got a bunch at us, we got some at them. And then one of the guys gets up to move, one of my guys, and man, like, bing, one shot, one rifle shot, and it just, bing, I mean, it must have missed his head by a foot and ringed off one of these pillars. And he dives on the ground, you know, taking cover, and we're like, oh, shit, this is a sniper, a good one at that. And we heard rumors that there was this Chechnyan sniper in Fallujah. You know, we heard these stories. I mean, it's not like we could see the guy and like he was holding up his ID, right? But that was a hell of a shot, you know. And we're like, oh, okay, nobody move. Like, nobody move. This dude's got us zeroed in. So you know, all you have is the radio at that point, but it's not like they can start running at us. So we can hold, you know, they're not going to overrun us. They're just shooting at us from a distance. So I'm on the radio calling, like, send everyone, man, get everyone over here. And in the bridge, instead of one big piece of concrete with 4 lanes, it's 2 separate pieces of concrete with 2 lanes, and there's an opening in the middle. So I hear a truck coming on top, and I hear a vehicle, and I'm like, oh, it's everybody. It's the whole cavalry's coming, right? We're going to jack shit up now. And I look up, and it's the lieutenant and the radio operator. That's it. I'm like, where's everyone? I'm like, get down, sir, you know, sniper. He's like, what? What's going on? What are you guys doing down there? Because it's quiet, right? I'm like, you should have been here 10 seconds ago, right? All hell was breaking loose. And he's looking around. He's like, okay. He's like, there's a train coming. And I can kind of hear this rumble. This train's like, I can see there's a train coming. When the train comes, just bail out. You know, you can hide behind the train and fall back. I'm like, okay, excellent. That sounds like a good plan. And then, well, I thought it was like a train with a bunch of cars, and it was like a small locomotive by itself. So it was just like one guy, you know. So just one locomotive. I'm like, well, that wasn't enough to get out of here. So I was like, okay, new plan. Who's got smoke? So a handful of us had smoke grenades. Any color, doesn't matter. Just start throwing them. We just threw like all the smoke, just started throwing smoke grenades all over the place and try and smoke out the whole underside of this bridge, which is probably what we should have done in the beginning. But, and then we bailed out. And no one took any more shots at us, and that was it. And lieutenant's like, go back to your position, something like that. We didn't really talk about it. We didn't have like a debrief of what real, maybe we did. Maybe I told them what happened, and I might have left out the part about shooting at the light post. But I think I briefed him briefly, just kind of like, yeah, we were over here dealing with this dog. We just got lit up. I don't know what happened. We returned fire. Kind of what I just told you. I'm like, okay, go back to our position. We're exhausted. This went on for a few hours probably. And as 30 minutes of this stuff is exhausting. Yeah. A 5-hour gun battle is like a lifetime. It sucks it out of you. So we go back to our position, and just me and my squad, this little OP up the road, and I had a guy on fire watch. Not looking for fires, of course, but I had a guy on watch, one of the privates, and I hear him challenge somebody that was walking up on us. He's like, "Call 2 goes there," and I'm like, "What the?" We're like in the middle of nowhere by ourselves, right? So everyone just starts scrambling, like grabbing rifles. It's like, it's on, man. Like they're gonna bum rush us, like the freaking Japanese, man. It's all bayonet time. And the response was like, it's this call sign. I can't remember what it was. And I was like, call sign? I recognized it. I was like, is that like the general? He's like, yeah. And it was like a whole little entourage. The middle of the night, middle of the darkness, no lights or anything. They just came walking up on us. They identified themselves, and it was a general. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm in my mind, I'm like, we're in a lot of trouble for shooting light post. And like, I was like, we're in a lot of trouble for shooting light post. Because I kind of, like I said, I left that part out. But that wasn't the case. And it was, I can't remember what general it was. And he was awesome. He's like, hey, Marines, he's like, what happened today? I just gave him a very brief, like, hey, we're over by this bridge, all hell breaks loose, He's like, I think the brass wanted that. I think they were really happy that happened because it gave us a little bit it gave them some idea of like what kind of response we were going to get when we attacked, whether it be intentional or not. I suppose it's really irrelevant how we got there, but I think they were happy about it, that we kind of picked a little fight. And, so I got this general, his little entourage of all his majors and whoever else is with him. And I tell him the little story, and he goes, so he's like, what were you guys needing when you were there? And I was like, I'm gonna be honest with you, sir. I'm like corporal freaking nobody, right? But I'm just going to tell it to him like it is, right? Because we almost all got freaking killed today. And I was asking for help. And I told him, I was like, be honest with you, sir. I was on the radio asking for help and nobody showed up. I was like, I know I have the maps. We have all these buildings pre-targeted for artillery and aircraft, just because it's a corporal asking for help, like, doesn't mean you can't drop some freaking bombs out of an airplane. You know what I mean? Like, here's the building number. I'm not making it up, I mean, I don't think I said all of that, but I essentially was like, sir, we could have used some artillery. We were legitimately pinned down for a period of time, and I asked for artillery and tanks, and we didn't get it. No one came. I mean, no one got hurt, luckily, but it could have been very bad. So he's like, all right, roger that, Marine. I'm like, all right, sir. And he left. I'm like, it's kind of crazy to like just have a fucking conversation with a general in the middle of the night, some OP. But I was honest with him, obviously respectful, but I was honest with him. I was like, sir, we asked for help and we didn't get it. And he's like, okay, have a good night. And he left. And I'd say about, I don't know, maybe an hour later, we were all kind of just sitting around, tired from the day. And you're like, what is that? And then you can hear helicopters in the distance. I'm like, someone give me some MVGs, a night vision. They're all blacked out. And I look up into the distance and there's like 8 Cobra helicopters coming over the horizon. And they go right over the top of us in formation, like this big V formation of helicopters, and just unleashed like 70 rockets into this corner of this. I mean, freaking everything, the whole entire payload of all those helicopters just got unleashed in like 15 seconds on this corner of the building. And we're like, yeah, that's fucking awesome. Oh, I'm really tired. So that was pretty cool. It's like, hey man, I'm a corporal and that dude is a general, and I asked him for something and he freaking gave it to me. That doesn't happen anywhere.
No, you're right.
It doesn't.
No.
You know, if 20 years later, I'm having to provide receipts for freaking oil changes, and this guy just gives me 12 freaking helicopters.
Yeah.
You know, so that was awesome, and that's what I loved about the Marine Corps, and especially at that time, and the way we did business. It was just getting the job done. But at the story, this whole story doesn't even end there. This is all like 16-hour time frame, right? So the next morning, so come to find out, this ended up being like a much bigger event than us just fucking around with this dog. And it got a lot of attention, I guess, back in headquarters. And now everyone wanted a piece, you know, I guess, whatever, I don't know. But so the next morning, yeah, Captain Shantosh comes down. I'll never forget it. And, you know, he's a captain, I'm a corporal, but we had like kind of a bro relationship as much as you can with your commander, you know.
Yeah.
He was cool until he told you exactly what to do, and then you just shut up and did it, you know. And he comes in the morning, and we're all still tired of shit. We all get up, and he goes, Shelvy, get your guys up. We're going back under the bridge. And I looked at him, and I was like, "Are you serious, sir?" And I must have said it in like kind of a smart ass way. And he goes, "Get your fucking guys up and let's go. 10 minutes." And I was like, "Roger that, sir." I know exactly what's going to happen. So does he, but I didn't know what his big plan was. I was like, why are we going to go fucking do exactly what we just did yesterday? The exact same outcome is going to happen, right? But he had a plan. I just didn't know what it was. So he says, "Get your guys up. We're leaving in 5." I was like, "All right, guys, get up. Let's go. You need to come with me. Let's go." You know, I left a couple guys back, and, you know, 4 or 5 of us went, and this is exactly what we did the day before. Going to the bridge, except I stayed further back this time. I was like, "I'm going to stand behind this pillar, and you can go over there." So he goes to the other side of the bridge, beyond the pillars, and just stands there with a pair of binoculars. Right? Like Captain America, with his feet spread out. Just like, he's like, "I dare you to shoot me." And I was like, "Here we go." Pop, 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 you know? And then he did exactly what happened the day before. It just unloaded. Like, he comes running back, and we all, you know, bail back. And, man, I tell you, it must have been.
Did you guys drop smoke to get out of there again?
No, we just took off running. Like, we're not messing around. Let's just run. If no one got hurt, but it's like, if we get whatever, we're just gonna run. And because most of us were pretty firm, we weren't as committed under the bridge as we were the day before. This time, we weren't like leaning up against the thing, like having a cigarette, right? We were all just waiting for it. So, man, it must have been 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, there were, I don't know, 8 tanks up on the road. There was F-18s, there was A-10s, there was shit flying around. Everybody, helicopters, mortar teams were out. I mean, and they was just like on for like the next 6 hours.
Really?
On. Tanks were just boom for all day. They were bringing Humvee trailers up just full of tank rounds, filling them back up because they were just running out of ammo. Just going to town. Aircraft dropping stuff, freaking drones flying around. You know, it was, and we're just kind of sitting back like, we're just gonna hang out back here. Like, you let me know if you need me and my rifle. You know, you got 8 tanks. I think you're doing okay. And yeah, they just had a freaking just straight up freaking gun battle for like the next 6 hours, and they were shooting shit at us too. They were shooting mortars and all kinds of stuff. Man, it was you know, we kind of hung back. You know, there's this like 30-foot berm where the road builds up over the tracks. So we're just behind that. Like, you can't shoot us from there. But they started lobbing mortars, and that's different, obviously. So yeah, I mean, I was looking at, there's a group of Marines, like maybe 4 or 5 guys, and they were just kind of standing in a circle and talking, you know, while this is all going on. And for some reason, I just happened to be looking at them, just at that particular second. I glanced over, and it was like boom, and they were all gone. Just like a puff of dust. And a mortar landed like right on top, like 4 or 5 of them standing there. I was like, cool shit. All right, the fight's on now. They weren't my guys. They were guys I knew, but they were at a distance a little bit. So we get back up on the berm. I'm like, okay, we're going to get in this fight and we're going to get some too. And I had one guy get shot. He got shot right off his barrel. You can't make this stuff up. It hit he's standing there and it hits his 203 barrel, which is the grenade launcher on the rifle. It ricochets off and goes right through his leg. Clean through. And another company of Marines got into the mix of this somehow. And I didn't know them, but we all got mixed up. And there's a lieutenant that I happened to be, laying down with. And he's like, hey, he's like, are you with India? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, I think one of your guys got shot over there. And I was like, what? He goes, yeah, right over there. And I'm like, I go run over there. And it's one of my guys, Cody Turpin. He looks at me and he goes, I go, are you all right? And Doc, the corpsman, was already there. And he hit him with the morphine already. So as soon as I get there, I'm like, dude, are you good? He's like, man, I'm awesome. He's like all drugged up. And I'm like, you're not awesome. You're freaking shot, dude. But they sent him to the hospital and he was back like in a week. He was clean through, all muscle. There was no major bleeding or any of that kind of stuff. So he got pretty lucky. A couple other guys, I think, got hit. A lot of vehicles got shot up. I think that sniper was like freaking doing it to it. He hit a couple people and some vehicles and things, but nothing really crazy happened other than
How'd those dudes fare from the mortar round?
They all lived. One guy lost his eye. I must have like landed in the mud and kicked all the stuff straight up and not out, and they were all incredibly fine.
Wow.
One guy lost an eye, but he didn't have his glasses on.
That'll be another story.
That's coming.
I mean, you're a corporal, 21 years old, squad leader. Who were the guys in your squad?
So I had 3 teams. But I left a handful. Well, I guess I take that back. I had 2 teams. I had 2 team leaders. I had Lance Corporal Miller and Lance Corporal Rund. And again, those are 2 guys that I had known from the previous deployment. We all knew each other real well.
Rund and you went to SOI together, didn't you?
Yep. Yeah. So, and then I had a couple other privates and Lance Corporals that they needed guys to stay behind at Camp Fallujah to do camp guard. So I gave up a few of my guys to do that, which made my squad actually very small, which I really liked. I only had 2 teams instead of 3. I was a corporal, so I didn't have all these attachments of all these mortars, and the lieutenant was dealing with all that stuff, right? Like, so I was very small. I was very light. I was very fast. We could clear rooms quick. We could do stuff faster because we were much smaller and lighter. We didn't have gaggles of guys following you around with rockets and all this other stuff.
What was some of the conversations you were having with your guys before you guys are going into the city? I mean, because at some point you guys find out you're going in, right?
Yeah, I mean,
and not like what was your exact words, but I'm just trying to.
Yeah, so I think as we get closer to like, okay, we're really going to attack this place, I think we started getting kind of a better idea of what was the mindset of our enemy. And this was, we were seeing some of this video from aircraft, and we were actually getting like legitimate intel reports from wherever the hell they were coming from, and all these special units doing all this stuff on the inside. And we were getting exposed to a lot of information that we weren't in OIF I. OIF I was follow the tanks. This is a different thing. Now there's a lot more intelligence assets. But it doesn't really change our mission. It's like, yeah, you can tell us about all the tactics of the bad guys in there, but it doesn't change. We're still going to go in there, and we're still going to go in and door by door, and we're going into every room, and we're going to deal with everyone that's in there. And I think we never talked about it. I don't remember ever like talking about it openly, but I think there was a pretty good understanding that we were going to take a lot of casualties.
Was it just a feeling you guys were getting?
Yeah. I think we all kind of knew that this was not OIF I. These guys were here to fight. They have the ability, they have the means, and they certainly have the mentality.
What kind of intelligence were you getting coming out of the city from either headquarters or whatever?
I don't remember anything specific. at like this. It was just kind of like a lot of stuff. Like there's tunnels that are connecting houses, a lot of IED stuff. They were showing us a lot of booby trap stuff. We just kind of had this idea that, and I think it was accurate. I don't think a lot of it happened because I think some of the guys that were supposed to pull the triggers on these things bailed. But it was a lot of IED, a lot of booby trap type stuff. And that was the scary stuff. And then these guys are gonna just fight to the death, and we knew that. And it's one thing in an open field, but you take 3 or 4 guys and put them in a 10 by 10 room with automatic weapons, and you say, let's see what the last man standing is. That's a totally different thing. That's a totally different thing.
Yeah. You ended up with a photographer that was in your squad for the first 2 weeks of you guys entering Fallujah. How did that happen?
So I know I keep saying solo. I need to stop doing that. But we had, there you go again. Before we went into the city, we had a lot of media attention. One, you have this like what is shaping up to be a pretty monumental battle. We also have Captain Shantosh with, his Navy Cross had a lot of attention, and his story was publicized quite a bit. And I think it drew a lot of attention from the command and the media. I don't think he enjoyed any of that. Personally, I don't think he cared. But it is what it is, and it drew attention. So we had, and I think the outside world knew this was going to be a very pivotal event. I don't think we understood that from that perspective. I think we knew we're going to have a good fight on our hands, but we weren't like, wow, this is really going to be part of history. I don't think the guys on Iwo Jima were thinking they were going to be part of history. They're just like, we're going to run on that beach and kill everyone in there. I imagine it was very much the same mindset. And, they're in these boats just getting dumped on the, I couldn't imagine, and not that this was anything like that, but it's very similar in the way you're like, wow, we're going to run in there and we're probably going to get freaking punched across the face a couple times, certainly not at that scale, but I imagine it had to have been a very similar mindset for those Marines that were like, this shit's about to get real, but we're doing it anyway. You going? I'm going. Okay, let's go. I like to believe that, at least, that a lot of what they were thinking is what we were thinking as well. Different battlefield, but similar.
Yeah.
In the mentality. Neither one of us want to go, but because you're going, I'm going.
Well, and at that point, you're not running into Fallujah because of Congress and everything else, man. And 9/11, you're going because that dude's going, your unit's going, your company commander.
Yeah.
I mean,
and we're going to bring a tank with us.
Yeah. Or 2.
Or 40.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just a way different mindset.
Yeah. I think it was, I know I was. I remember it very well, to be honest with you. I remember thinking to myself like this. I was like, in my mind, I was mentally preparing myself to lose half. Like that's whether I was included in that half, I didn't know, but if I wasn't, in my mind, I was mentally prepared to lose a lot.
How did it feel when, you get this photographer assigned to your squad?
So, yeah, I guess that was the original question, wasn't it? So, yeah, so we had an element from Fox News in the company. So they kind of got split up by platoons and companies and squads. And so there was a couple guys, Greg Palcott from Fox News was rolling with this platoon. There were some combat camera guys from the Marine Corps that were rolling with this platoon. And we were in that I remember it very well. We were in that forward position into the city before we went in. And this guy comes up, and his name is Max Beecher. He's a photographer for Time Magazine. Well, I think he was a freelance, but at the time he was contracted to Time Magazine. So he shows up on the scene, and we had dealt with, myself personally had dealt with the press on multiple occasions prior to that. I had no love for any of them. Like, it didn't even matter what station you were in. We just had no love for any of them. You know, it's like we've been out here killing assholes for the last 10 days, and you want to ask me like, you know, what's your favorite kind of birthday cake? Gives a shit, dude. You know?
Yeah.
You know what we'll do to you? You know, like in your mind, like, you know, in your mind, it's like, it just didn't matter. So I had no love for any of them. I didn't want any of them around, you know. So Max shows up and he's different, curly from the rest, you know, and some of them are like foreigners and stuff too. You know, New York Times, all these big names that didn't mean anything. It still doesn't. They're just people, and they just want to get their shot, and we just want to not die.
Yeah.
That's
very different mission.
Yeah, very different mission. Like step one, don't die. That's what we were after. But you know, they wanted to get their piece. So Max shows up and kind of hanging out in the fighting holes with us, and you know, he's a pretty charismatic guy. He's funny. He gets along with everyone, you know, and he stayed. He didn't just show up. A lot of them will just show up. They do their interview. There I was kind of stuff, you know. But he didn't do that. He stayed for days and days, and he didn't leave, and he just kind of hung out, and he got along with with everyone. He just had one of those personalities that he got along with everyone. So before we go into the city, he asked me, he says, "Hey, can I come with your squad?" He asked me. No one told me. No gunny came and said, you're taking that photographer with you. Like, that wasn't happening, right? We can make that problem go away quickly. But he asked me, he's like, "Hey, can I come with your squad?" And I was like, let me go ask. I think I went and asked the guys, you know, I was like, "What do you think?" He was asking me, "Do you guys want him?" He's going to come with somebody. He's my, you know, and they're like, yeah, they all loved him. So I was like, yeah, okay.
How long did he hang out with you guys before you guys took off?
Weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's it. At least. Man, it had to have been at least a couple weeks. So, you know, he hung out with us a lot. He didn't leave and go. He stayed with us the whole time. Everywhere we went, everything we did. He ate all the same food we ate. He slept about as much as we did. Before we attacked the city, and so Max and I are still very good friends to this day. And he always reminds me of the time when we first met, and right before we went into Fallujah, because I just saw him 3 or 4 weeks ago, and he started telling the story, and I'd forgotten all about it. And he goes, because he met my son. He goes, "Your dad tell you the story when I first met him, and he told me I had to dig my own hole?" He's like, "What? You told the photographer he had to dig his own hole?" I was like, "Well, yeah, I'm not digging it for him." And I think I have a picture of Max the photographer digging his own. Thinking it's like, you want to hang out with the Marines, you got to dig your own hole, man. We don't dig holes for porters.
What was it like? I mean, we'll get into it's kind of Fallujah, but what was it like having a photographer with? Did he kind of make himself to where you didn't have to like baby him, or he kind of knew the deal?
So talking to him as much as we did, he wasn't, I mean, I don't know anything about reporters or their career paths, but I could very much tell that he was kind of a dude that just went all over the world and did stuff that kind of most photographers probably weren't doing. You know, he was in like war zones everywhere in Pakistan and all this crazy stuff. And he had a lot of really crazy stories on, and you know, he had like this blue vest and all this crap, like jeans. I'm like, all right, dude, if you're going to roll with us, like you're not wearing this blue vest, because I'm not getting smoked because they're trying to shoot your blue vest. So, you know, we gave him one of our vests, put some camis on him, you know, no weapons or anything, of course, but like just so he didn't stick out like a sore thumb, you know, because he's like a big guy. He's already like 6'5", on, you know, he already sticks out. So, you know, I kind of had a feeling like, yeah, this guy's not like the rest, you know, and he eventually kind of started to become our friend, you know, and he just did his picture thing, and he never like grilled any of us. He never like questioned any of us. He's just let whatever happened happen, and took his pictures, and we dogged him just like we dogged each other, and he dogged us, and he was just part of our squad. He's just like the dude with the camera, and that's just kind of how it was. And you know, and when we ended up getting into the city, when things get really crazy, in houses, and he's in the mix of it. You got guys moving here, cleaning rooms and doing all this stuff. And sometimes Max just happens to be standing there and someone just pushes Max into a room and you're the one man, Max, and your camera. You're like, here's this camera. It's like, just get out of the way, man. And that's just the way it is, but we liked him. We respected him. I think he had a lot of respect for us, which, said a lot, even though we were a bunch of misfits. But, he was part of our squad, and he was there for all of it. Like, good, bad, ugly, he was there.
Is that wild to look back on that and think like, dude, you invaded a city and, you're doing house to house, very up close and personal combat. And there's this dude just following you around with a camera. I mean,
it does sound crazy when you say it. I think he was around us so much that I think no one has noticed it anymore.
Yeah, and the balls that guy must have had.
Well, that's exactly. I mean, it's one thing to roll in there with a tank. It's a whole other thing to roll in there with a camera in your hands. So I think I know I did. I had a lot of respect for what he was doing, and we were always, looking out for him. We weren't going to put him in harm's way if we didn't have to. He was as much a part of our squad at that time as any one of us, if you ask me.
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, if I could write him up for medals, I would, because he probably deserves them.
He ended up being the photographer at your wedding, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. We've known each other for a long time now.
I think it goes to show like the bonds of war, man, just, being in that trauma and that forges lifelong relationships. I mean, most of the people that I'm close with today are guys that I served with.
Yeah.
Something that happens in that pressure melting pot. Walk us up to right when you guys are about to invade and that first day.
So we're going to attack from the north. And we are the furthest west. So we're up in the west. So we're up in the northwest corner, 3-5, 3-1, a couple other battalions, Marines. And so there's like 4 or 5 battalions like online that are just going to sweep this whole city, like top down, like a squeegee board. And so we had the Colonel Malay, he got us all together before we went in the city. And we were at Camp Fallujah, I believe. And I was actually really surprised he said this. I knew that's what we were going to do, but I was surprised he said it because there was like, there was like reporters and stuff standing around. And he goes, and I told you there's Route Michigan, which runs right through the center of the city. So we're going to attack from the north down Route Michigan. And then there's some more stuff south of Mount Michigan, but the main part is in the northern part. So he goes, all right, Marines, we're gonna attack. We're gonna attack from the north. And here's the orders. When I get to Route Michigan, I want to turn around and see nothing but apocalyptic destruction. You're like, Roger that. We can do that. Yeah. And that was it. And he kept, used this analogy of the squeegee. Every door, every house, every room, every garage, every car, everything is getting searched, run through. We're going to find every single person in that entire city. And that's what we did.
You leave that briefing, man, and you've got to have a small talk with your squad. Maybe it's not some lengthy rah-rah speech, but what's going through your head as a leader, dude?
Well, it's a lot of talk about tactics. I don't remember a lot of it, but we're just kind of preparing. It's like we know what these houses look like. These aren't just running the front door kind of places. They got these big gates around, these big metal gates. They got these 6-foot brick walls around them. How are we going to breach these? We're talking business.
Did you guys have like breaching tools, explosives?
We
you guys
had
getting trained on that.
Well, did we have it and did we train on it? Those are different questions. We had a breaching kit, but it was, like a sledgehammer and a big crowbar thing. We had a shotgun with a bunch of 12 gauge, like they call them lock busters, things blow locks. But it was like a shotgun that was like freaking 5 feet long, right? It's like a bird hunting shotgun. Like, what am I going to do with this thing? Just cut the barrel off it or something. Like, this thing's huge. We have we did have C4. We didn't get a lot of training on it at all. It was like it was literally like a 10-minute class. I'm not exaggerating. It was like 10 minutes. It was like you take the C4, you stick the blasting cap in, and then you pull this timer. You're like, okay. And then you want some C4, and you just like shove it in, sticks a C4 in your cargo pockets and like a bunch of blasting caps, and you went on your way. And we had there was 2 types of way to set it off, right? You have the time fuse, pop it, and it burns through the time fuse, and then you have electrical ones, which need a voltage to set it off. So one guy had a 9-volt battery, and you take the 2 ends of the wire in the 9-volt battery, you just go. They say, Miller, bring me the battery. I got a battery. Yeah, one guy had a 9-volt battery for blowing C4. So they just said, it was a real quick class, and they just said, all right, you cut it up, call them 8 balls. You take a stick, cut it up into eighths, squeeze it up into a little ball, and just had them in your pockets.
That's crazy. Did you guys start during the day or in the evening?
We started at night. We staged north of the city the night or 2 nights before. We went up and staged and made defensive positions, maybe 2 miles north of the city, something like that. And aircraft just bombarded this city for like 40 straight hours. It was either 1 night or 2 nights, but it was at least 24 hours of nonstop artillery, aircraft. I mean, there was things falling out of the sky. You're like, what in the world is that thing? Like shit you never even seen before. Like we were carrying Mikliks, and if you know what I know, Miklik.
Oh yeah.
I
asked you about that when we first met.
Stands for what? Mine clearing line charge or something like that. So it looks like a Humvee trailer. It's got this big stick off the back of it, and it has a little rocket. And shoots the rocket out, and in this little trailer has a wire with 200 pounds of C4 attached to it. And it lands and then detonates. It's used for clearing minefields. You shoot it out, it goes out 100 meters or whatever it is, detonates and blows all the mines out of the ground. That's what it's designed for. We had those. We had these giant armored bulldozers. Like there was just stuff I didn't even know we had. I'd never seen before. There was aircraft flying. I mean, you could see there was aircraft stacked from like 10 to 50,000 feet. There was, trajectories of mortars, trajectories of artillery. This is where the helicopters fly. This is where the aircraft fly. There was 3 C-130s on station, nonstop, 3 of them.
AC-130 gunships?
AC-130 gunships, just going to town for 24 straight. And we had, before we went in the city, there was 1 gunship that would fly around every night and just shoot people. I don't know what. Just every night for like a month. But when we got up to the last couple days, yeah, it was just, they were just going to pepper this city to oblivion. It was amazing. It's amazing that there was anyone in there at all after watching all of that. But it was quite impressive. Even after all the stuff I'd seen prior to that, I was like, wow, damn, man. Like they were dropping 2,000 pounders. Like it was just craziness. I mean, there was, you know what 4 battalions of Marines looks like online, and it's incredible, and they had these train tracks, and it's just like, 40 tanks online sitting on these tracks, just going to town simultaneously. It's impressive. So you could definitely feel that the command like had your back. Like, we're going to send you in there and it's going to be really dangerous and guys are going to get hurt, but we're going to fuck this place up. And you could feel it. And they were not playing around. So that was good.
Dude, how was there anything left of the city for you guys to even clear?
Amazingly, there was quite a bit. Yeah, it was incredible. The amount of munitions and firepower on display was just, you alluded to in the beginning. I went on to do, explosives later with ATF. And then, I remember being in some of that training. They're like, all right, this is going to be a really big explosion. And I'm like, you've never heard a really big explosion.
It's like pop.
Until you're like bruised ribs from concussions, yeah, there's nothing compared to that. Totally unrestricted, like There's like, this is a 5-pound ball of C4. We're going to detonate at the range. And this is, 2,000 pounds that we're just going to freaking shoot through this guy's living room and see what happens. We're going to blow this guy's barbecue pit about 2 miles down the road.
Yeah, I remember seeing like, videos of a Miklik, what you just described, shooting that. I mean, it's a 100-yard long charge.
Yeah.
And just leveling city blocks, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ended up shooting a couple off into some neighborhoods. And I made it's kind of nuts, but they said, we're going to shoot this Miklik. I'm like, okay. And then they didn't. So we're all sitting around waiting for this thing because you don't want to be anywhere near this thing when it goes off. And we're all just kind of, trying to get a couple Z's leaning against a wall, whatever. And then it goes off and it's just like, one of those things. Like, holy shit, man, a little heads up.
Yeah.
And it was a block, a full city block, right? 10 houses and 10 houses on one side. And it was like a freaking judo chop. That's it. Like Austin Powers judo chop right through the whole block. It's incredible. We're kind of looking at each other like, house clear, right?
Oh, clear. That's clear.
So we don't have to go in there, do we?
God. Yeah, dude. The first night you guys get into Fallujah. I know you fell out of the track.
Yeah. So we're using Amtrak's again to get into the city. So the first night, 3-5 goes into the Jolan district up in the corner of the city. I think we went in first. That's what we were told. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm pretty sure it was. We went in hours before, the night before. We wanted to get a foothold into the corner of the city, and then everyone else could fall in behind it because we had no stronghold into the city whatsoever. So we needed. You got to take the first step somewhere, right? Once you're in there, then you're in there, and you can deal with it like that. But we needed to get in there, so we were going to be the one, right? You're the ones that are going to get in there. And I was like, okay, that's fine with me. So we go in at night under this just barrage of munitions, just artillery, just raining, aircraft, helicopters, tanks. I mean, you name it, shit falling out of the sky. And we go in, and you have the Amtrak's, right? And you have there's 2 turrets on the front. There's a turret on the front, which is the commander of the vehicle, and he controls a couple 50 cals. And they have another hatch where the commander of the guys in the vehicle, they call it a TC hatch or troop commander hatch. And for my squad, it was me, 20-year-old me. So I didn't want to be in that spot because it's difficult to get out of, which it's easier to just drop the ramp because you're in the back, instead of being standing face to face with whatever. So it was like, okay, we had a map. Everyone had their designated houses. Like, this is the block you're going to get into. This is the block you're going to get into. We're going to clear this first house out. We're going to take this first block tonight and establish a defensive position in these 5 blocks or whatever, and then start again tomorrow. That was kind of the general plan. So we go in. And it's just like, man, there's this music playing on the mosque speakers, and it's like galloping horses and like this like war song chant going on. There's machine gun fire coming at us. There's artillery falling out of the sky. It's pitch black. Like, there's no electricity anywhere. Like, the totally sea is totally blacked out. This was wild. So your objective, your initial objective is just to get as far away from the vehicles as you can, as fast as you can, right? Because vehicles are magnets for gunfire. So I try and climb out of this little hatch out of the top, and my gas mask thing gets like caught. I go tumbling out of the top of this vehicle like a starfish on the ground. Like, mother, God. I'm like, am I dead? And I thought I broke like 3 bones. I was kind of laying there, and I'm like, God damn it, I'm laying there. I get up and I look back there's a couple of Marines in the back, and I see Miller, and he's got his flashlight out, and he's looking around the ground. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I dropped my wedding band. I was like, get out of the freaking shit. I was like, one guy falls out of the vehicle. 2 guys are doing an Easter egg hunt behind the vehicle. I was like, good God, man, get in the house. So we try and breach the first house, And, you know, it's just these big metal gates and they got huge chains on them. And it's like, we're beating on these things. Just, I mean, it's like a construction crew trying to get into the freaking driveway. And it took us forever. And it was just a big shit show. And we finally ended up getting in there. I mean, there was no one in there, thank God, because they would have had all day to deal with us. But, you know, we kind of realized very quickly, like, hey, this is not going to work. We're going to have to do something. We can't spend 15 minutes on every single door trying to get through these chains and locks and all this stuff, because everyone just chained their houses up and left. So, yeah, the first night was very chaotic. A lot of gunfire. No one got hurt that I can recall. I think one guy fell off. One guy fell and hurt himself, like down a couple stories, or fell off a roof or something. But no one got really hurt that I remember that first night.
How did it go? How did it go from there? And we're not going to relive every single day of Fallujah. That's impossible. But you know, I remember you telling me that you know, your squad was extremely light and fast, and so you guys could clear houses a little bit quicker than other guys. And I know you guys would often like maneuver to help other people in contact. Can you walk us through, like, I don't know, maybe what a day would have been like? Because I know you guys, I think that was what, you guys were there for 4 to 6 weeks, maybe? I don't remember.
In the city?
Yeah, or clearing it.
I was there for 7 months and never left the city.
Yeah, but I know the initial clearing, or like you guys were in.
So this is, I guess this is like early November. No, it's early November. Yeah, I guess it was like a month. 3 weeks of like really active.
You guys are door to door, day to day.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was, you know, you have these kind of lateral blocks. It's a grid system city. So you have just you have blocks with 2 rows of houses, and it's like every squad gets a row, and we just go down all together until you find the enemy. Sometimes they fight, you know. I don't think they wanted to fight the very first few days because it was fairly quiet. Minor stuff from a distance, you know, some skirmishes from, you know, a block away kind of things, but nothing super in your face. Just clearing houses, wake up, clear houses, go to sleep. And we'd get to an end of a block and we would just like, you know, this was our road, and then we had Marines in every house on this side. You know, we had tanks on the street, and we'd get some, you know, bed cushioning out of the house that we were in, and we would bring it all up to the roof, and we would just do 50-50 all night, you know, with the whole squad. Half the guys up, half the guys down, you know, and the tanks would do the same thing. So there was always somebody, the line was still alive all night.
How long did it take for you guys really started getting into it?
It's probably the 3rd or 4th day when we started getting like really serious resistance. And I don't know if I could tell you exactly like what battle or like, I don't, but it was within the 3rd or 4th day is when things started escalating very quickly.
What kind of things were you seeing at your level, on the squad level?
It depends. I mean, you have your row, and it's like all hell could break loose on this row, but not in this row, or like this row. So it was very random. But at some point in time, it would happen across the line where somebody would have a lot of contact. It just depended on where. And sometimes we were right in the middle of it, and sometimes it was down the block, and we weren't involved in it at all. Or we were, because you can't give up the line, right? Because then they can get behind you, and then we got a whole nother set of problems. So that's very important that no one gets behind us.
How did you guys deal with the tunnel system? Did you guys start finding the tunnels at some point?
I never saw any like underground tunnels. They had a lot of like walls broken through because you could go in between the houses.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could call that a tunnel, but no like underground stuff that I saw. But we did encounter a lot of the like murder rooms, you know, where they were cutting people's heads off, just like I don't even know what you'd want, like a butcher's freaking off. I mean, just a murder room. I don't know how else to describe it.
You just tell there was like blood everywhere?
Everywhere. body parts, blood, cages, chains, flags on the wall, like the dude where Zarqawi was cutting people's heads off, like that room. It's crazy.
I know you told me at some point you guys had to start changing your TTPs. You guys were, breaching and coming in, and then, they'd have pillboxes set up on the first floor. And
yeah, and that's so it wasn't my squad. It was another squad that encountered this the first time, and we were doing what we were trained to do. You go in just like every other TAC unit does anywhere, I guess. You go in, this guy goes right, this guy goes left, and so that's great in most situations. But I don't know if they knew that's what we were going to do, or they just didn't care. When you're dealing with an enemy that already knows the outcome. I mean, think about it. The guy in that room, he knows the outcome of this battle. And then I say this battle, I mean this next 30 seconds of his life. He knows the outcome already. And that's him dying. Right? So how do you deal with a situation where the other side is already dead in their mind? And the objective is to take as many of you with him as you can. So you go in to a room, and they would have a pile of sandbags with a belt-fed machine gun pointed at the door. And you walk in there doing your right turn, left turn thing, and they shoot the first guy that walks through the door. Whether they kill him or not, he drops. And what does the next guy do? We trying to get that guy out, and now we have two, and then it just compounds, and then it turns into like a mass casualty event. So that happens. That happened. And it's like, okay, well, we're not going to do that anymore, right? So we started changing the way we started doing business. So we changed a couple things. If we were going to go into a house from the street, we were going to take a wall out. We were going to we would ask the tanks. Which they're Marine tankers, right? Like we're all getting some now, right? So we just asked tanks like, hey, we want you to bash this wall down. And they would turn the turrets to the side and just use the foundation of the tank and just take a whole corner of the building out. And then we would go in that way. And then we would shoot main gun tank rounds into the front door from 3 feet away. And just roll down the street, boom, 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 and any way you could kill the enemy without them killing us is a win. And that's kind of how we changed everything we were doing. We started, instead of going through front doors, we started going rooftop to rooftop because you could just climb across the tops of the roof
and just assault downwards.
Yep. So you could throw grenades down there. You could, at one point when things really started escalating, and a lot of guys were getting really hurt. They started giving us satchel charges. Of all my time in the Corps, which is not long, of course, but in all the training I had never seen a satchel charge. And they just started handing them out. You're like, yeah, you just stick this in here and pull this thing. You're like, okay. And then you're like walking down the street like a kid just got out of the candy store with satchel charges. So if you could get, if you could go rooftop to rooftop, and if we could figure out that you're in there before we go in there, then we'll just blow the whole house up, or half the block if we have to. So if you could drop a satchel charge down the center of the building, you could hopefully get, that's 20 pounds of C4 or whatever. I mean, that's enough to blow the walls out. So hopefully you could get the building to collapse on itself and just crush everyone inside.
How often do you guys have to do that?
As many satchel charges as you can get your hands on.
God. So what would you guys just go into, drop it down through the top and then try to get off the building?
Yep.
My God, man. Did your squad encounter a lot of pretty tough resistance early on?
Yeah. I'm not even sure which one to start with, but
I'm gonna pick a couple, bro. I'm not gonna make you relive that whole 7 months. I don't think anybody deserves that.
Yeah,
as much as you're comfortable, man. And
some of the stories. I mean, anytime the good guys are getting hurt, it really changes. It changes things, And there was a lot of guys in my company that were getting hurt. One of the lieutenants was killed. I mean, it was every day. I mean, 6, 7, 8 guys a day, every day, injured, maimed, jaws shot off, freaking femorals, exploding out of you name it. It was happening every day. Some of them guys were really close. Some were like guys in first platoon or third platoon. I was in second platoon. It wasn't always my guys in my squad. There's only 9 of us.
Yeah.
But as a company, we're 100 plus. When it's 4 or 5 a day every day for 3 weeks straight, it starts to add up. And that's just our company. This is happening across 4 battalions. So, yeah, at one point, I think we ran out of lieutenants. There was just no more, which is crazy, right?
Yeah.
It was almost something out of like a World War II movie, man. It's like, you're a lieutenant now. It's like, what? And combat field promotions don't happen anymore. That just doesn't happen. I don't think they actually did that to anyone. But yeah, there were times where staff sergeant is now the platoon commander acting, because there's just no lieutenants left. They're all dead or injured or whatever.
Did you start noticing any battle fatigue from your guys after a while?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, how could you not be? You're doing it every day. You're exhausted. You're hungry. You're tired. You're everything.
I remember asking you, man, when we were doing our podcast prep, how are your guys? And I remember, you said it on more than one occasion that you had a really good group of Marines that were just, in it for each other.
Yeah, I never once questioned the determination of my guys. I hope they never thought that of me, but I think even amongst the chaos of what was happening, we were just freaking good at it. And we were moving forward. It didn't matter. We were moving forward.
Yeah, you told me you guys really learned to master the basics, which I thought was very interesting
and Colonel Malay used to say that. And it always sounds stupid when he said it, but you look back on it now, I was like, man, that was so accurate. No fancy stuff, just doing very basic things very well is incredibly effective. That's probably a life lesson, right? You could probably write that down somewhere.
Yeah, I remember a Delta Force operator teaching a shooting class one time that I was in, and he said, man, there is no advanced shooting training. Advanced shooting is just a mastery of the basics.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just you've done it so many times that you do it without even thinking, and it's just being really, really good at really simple things.
I mean, it makes sense. How did you keep your squad going day to day? What, if you remember, 21-year-old Eric,
I mean, there was no pep talks. It was, I didn't have to keep them going, man. They were going whether I was going or not. I talked to the lieutenant. This is what we're doing today. I come back. Hey, I talked to the team leaders. This is what we're doing today. Roger, when are we going? We're going in 10 minutes. Okay. That was it. It's all business. There was no, this guy's having a rough day. We're going to talk. No, there's none of that. We do not have time for that. I didn't see it. Everyone that was there was ready to get some, and I never saw any of that stuff. There was no pep talks like, hey, Marines, we're going to get up and go to work today. It was like, we're going that way. They're like, okay, let me eat real quick and we can, it was all business.
Was there a firefight that defined your time in Fallujah for you?
Yeah, I would say, there was more than a few. It was very violent, across the board. It was weeks and weeks and weeks of just very, very violent stuff. A lot of guys getting hurt, killed. The enemy was doing far worse than we were. That's for sure. And we were killing people by, at minimum, the hundreds, if not the thousands, across 4 battalions. We were killing thousands of people. And these guys were maniacs.
This is crazy after all the bombing they went through.
Yeah, they were dug in.
Yeah, they must have been.
They were dug in, and they had a plan. And I think it probably, this is just my opinion, but I think a lot of dudes chickened out at the last minute, and they're like, "We're gonna get out of here before they do close the city down." And I think if a lot of people, this is again my personal opinion, that I think a lot of guys chickened out at the last minute, the enemy, And if they had all stayed, I think it would have been much, much crazier.
Mm.
I think there were a lot of IEDs in place. I think there were a lot of booby traps in place. I just don't think there was anyone there to set them off.
Mm. Or the bombs.
Because sometimes you would literally walk right next to it. You'd be walking and they'd be like, Shelby, don't move. You're like, what? They're like, dude, there's a fucking IED right next to your foot. You're like, holy shit.
Mm.
It's right there. It's right next to you. But there's no one there to set it off.
Did you have EOD guys with you?
They were around. I mean, everyone was EOD.
Yeah.
A Lance Corporal with 10 pounds of C4 is EOD at that point, right? Like,
check the dog.
Yeah. So you're finding so many munitions. You EOD cannot. They can't do all that. So we just started either doing it ourselves, or we would throw shit out into the street, and the tanks would run things over for us. We'd make a pile of weapons out in the street, and the tank would just run and do kind of this thing with their tracks and destroy everything.
What was the hardest decision you had to make as a squad leader in Fallujah?
Well, it goes back, I guess, to the previous question of, there was a pretty significant battle in my squad with, and I don't think I'm going to go over all the gory details, but there was a good battle where one of my teamers, when Greg Rund was killed, he was killed in action in December 2004. And that was a pretty significant event for a lot of us. We were all, Greg, Rund was one of those guys. He was a lot like Max. He was very gregarious. Everybody liked him. He was always joking around, which really used to piss me off like a lot. And I will always like yell at Greg. It used to piss me off a lot because he was always fucking around. But when it time to do real shit, that dude was on it. And that's why I made him one of the team leaders. Because when it was time to do real shit, he was on it. It's like, and we were, we were in boot camp and SOI and stuff at that same time. And we knew each other before. We were peers. So he, I got promoted, and he was the guy who was like, I'm not calling you fucking corporal, right? I'm like, Run, I don't care if you call me corporal or not. He's like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, Shelby. I'm not calling you corporal. I don't care. That was just his personality. And, he never pissed off anyone except for me. Everybody loved him. I did too, but we used to dog each other a lot about things. And
does he remind you of yourself?
I don't know. Does he?
Somewhat.
Yeah. He used to fuck off a lot. He used to get me going a lot. But that was a big blow, man. It was a big blow to our squad. I know Shantosh was, Colonel Malay was there when he was killed, when we ended up recovering him. I remember looking up, and on top of the roof, right above me, was Colonel Malay.
Can you tell, without going into like gory details or anything, can you just talk a little bit about what happened to him?
Well, essentially, I sent a team into the house, his team, the first house of the day, which is kind of crazy because it was more than like one or two guys. I'm not sure how many, but there was a dozen guys that ended up getting smoked when this was all said and done. And we had a street here, so we're going this way down this block, and then there's the next block. So we're one street, and these aren't like big streets; these are alleyway streets. And so we had a squad in this house, a squad in the house next to it, across the street, a line. And there must have been a dozen of them that all slept 20 meters away from us.
They were in the house next to you.
Right across the street.
Wow.
A dozen of them, with 2 dozen of us, all slept within 10 meters of each other all night long. The fact that none of them were like smoking cigarettes, like if they would have made any noise, lit up a cigarette, like done anything, we would have noticed it. Right? With night vision. And if someone kicks a pot, even at the next house over, you're going to hear it in the middle of the night.
So they knew you were coming.
Well, they were waiting for us, and they were disciplined and drugged up. A lot of these guys that we dealt with afterward, they're opiates and needles. So they're like fucking zombies, man. Sometimes you shoot these guys and they're still running at you. It's the It's crazy, man. Unless you hit them in the face, then they drop. But if you wing one of them, they're like zombies. They're all drugged up and they're there. They already know the outcome. And that's that. They're all going to die. And they're fine with that. They're just going to try and take you with them. It's a version of a kamikaze.
That's a good way to put it.
It's a similar. I know the outcome of my mission, and I'm just going to try and take you with me.
So they were just waiting the next morning when you guys started hitting?
Yeah, so I sent Greg's team in first, and I was like, we just kind of rotated around. And he goes in there and just like instantly all freaking hell breaks loose. Like that house, the house next to it, the house behind it, like not just one house, like 3 houses. And like some guys spill out of the back of this house and encounter first platoon, and first platoon smokes like 6 of them. And then these guys run out this way, and it just turned into a giant freaking shit show. And, immediately the tanks are right there because we're all online already. It's not like we're leapfrogging or moving. This is like the first 10 minutes of the day. And it's like, oh shit, the tanks are just going to freaking blow this house to smithereens, And so Greg's team, as soon as they made contact, they engaged. I wasn't in there. And then came running back. And I was on the roof behind. I could see him running back. And, they got back and they're like, well, Greg's not here. Greg's not here. Run. He's not here. I'm like, fuck, he's not here. He's still in the house. So he was the last guy out. And he, when the guy ran out, the Marine in front of him ran out, he just wasn't behind him. So something happened, obviously. And then, and then it's like, everyone thinks everyone's out and the tanks are just about to freaking destroy this place, and so there's a brief window where it's like, we got to stop these tanks from freaking lighting this whole freaking block up, from both sides, because we still have a Marine in there. So we got to get guys in there. Grenades are flying across the street at us, which turned out to be his grenades. It was horrendous, and we did end up going in there, and I did send Miller's team after, a small amount of time, and more importantly, it was just trying to stop the tanks from freaking destroying the whole place. Because that's why I was like, oh my God, the tanks are going to, because I could hear the lieutenant calling the tanks on the radio, telling them to unload. So we get him out of there. Greg, or Miller goes in there and gets him out, man. It's just like crazy, man. His body's everywhere. It's a bad day.
Sounds like it, bro.
And then, the Sean Tosh went fucking kind of crazy, I guess. He was really upset about that, and we went back. I think we fell back like a block, all of us, whole company, and it just rained F-18s for like 45 minutes. It's like 500 pounders dropping like jelly beans out of the sky for like a long time.
Yeah, I remember you told me you had kind of gone back in the house, or kind of calmed down. You look up and you saw the colonel there.
Yeah. So he witnessed that whole thing. But it rained, and after that, it was just destruction. We were going to make everybody pay for this, and we did.
How did you? I hate asking these questions, but I think it's important because it may not be the last war we ever had. But how did you move forward from that, dude?
It was still active. Like we still had houses to clear. We still had a mission. We still had an objective. It sucks, but it's like, I know you're gonna ask me like, how did I process it? Like, but you don't have time. It was very similar to like Silva, man. It's still active. Like guys were really, really distraught, and it was like, hey guys, get your freaking heads together, man. We still got shit to do. And they did. Like freaking Marines, that's what they do. And when we move forward, I don't know how else to explain it. You just do what you have to do to not die.
No, I think it's
and
important.
Accomplish the mission.
There's young leaders here, man, that are going to hear this, and cops, firefighters, paramedics, soldiers. There's a lot of streets here in the U.S. that that's not Fallujah, but sometimes you can't just break down in the moment, dude. There's a time and place for that way down the road.
Yeah.
So I think that's the only reason I ask you those questions, man. It's not like
No, I know.
There's no way to, you can't fix that. You didn't do that. And that, And I think it's important to bring that up, one, because, you know, Run died as a hero, but two, man, the enemy gets a say, dude. I mean, you could be the most well-trained fighting force in the world, and, you know, the enemy gets a say, dude.
Yeah.
It's war.
Yeah.
And I think the old saying is only the dead have truly seen the end of war.
Yeah.
Because you can't unsee that shit. 19 killed in your unit, India Company 3-5. Tell me a little bit about Jeremy and Miller.
Miller was one of my team leaders in Fallujah. We were OIF I together, both like Lance Corporals or something. Miller was good people, man. He was my first team leader. Run was my second. Miller was smart, motivated. He was my right-hand man. Like, Miller, make this shit happen. It happened. And no, we had a great squad, man.
Did Jeremy have to step up to the plate a little bit more with Run gone?
Yeah, those two were really good friends. Those two were closer than I was. They were close. So I don't know to what extent, because I can't speak for them. You know, I think it had an effect on all of us. I don't know if that was equal, but it certainly wasn't pleasant. You know, it was bad, like really bad. But what can you do? You know.
Did you ever feel any guilt? And I ask you this, man, because I know that there's other dudes that have gone through situations. You know, you weren't the only Marine there. Obviously, there was multiple battalions. Did you ever process that later on in life? I know you and I talked about it a couple weeks ago. Your answer was pretty profound. That's why I asked the question.
What did I say last time?
Well, I mean, dude, there's not a lot you can do.
No, there's not. Yeah, it's a really deep question. When you make, you know, decisions that cost people their lives, and not like it could cost your life when it actually cost them their lives. You know, not a forethought, but an afterthought. Like, I made a decision that actually someone got killed, or multiple people got killed, or a dozen people got killed. Yeah, I mean, it sound like, you know, kind of pragmatic about it, but like you know, I personally feel like, and what I've been telling myself for decades now, I guess, is like you have two options. You know, you can think about it all day, every day, and it's going to kill you. Or you can go the other way. There's only two ways there's only one of two ways this is going to go. You're going to move forward and succeed, or it's going to consume you and it's going to kill you.
You and I have talked a lot in the last 11 years about, I mean, things in this realm, and you know, you've made it, we both made it for very different reasons. I mean, I didn't go through Fallujah. I didn't go through the extent of combat. I went through my own shit. But, you know, you guys lost a lot of people. You know, I think that was the most loss of life for Marines since Vietnam. And there's been a lot of guys post-service who I know in the Marines have struggled. I mean, you've made some dark humor about it, and that's the only way to deal with it. I mean, there's no other, you know, otherwise you could just be sad every day, and I don't think that's what those guys would want. But what do you think has helped contribute to you keep going?
Well, I guess the general question is, why am I still alive and they're all not?
No, man. Like, how do you, I mean, you haven't eaten your gun, dude. You're still here. You're still fighting. You're still living. There's a lot of guys killed themselves, man. I mean, you know, I think we talked around suicide, right? Like, people don't want to say the word, but it's been a lot of Marines have killed themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I have talked about it through the years, just in your battalion.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I couldn't even tell you. I'm just in my company. I at this point, you know, I'm 43, and honestly, I don't hear about suicides much anymore. In the last 2 or 3 years, maybe, just because they're all dead, which is crazy, right? The suicides have slowed down because there's no one left to do it, and I don't even know what the number is. I don't know if anyone's even keeping track. The one guy that I was in OIF one with Sergeant Daniel Mata, a good friend of mine. He was like a guy that was kind of like the dude keeping, putting together the 3-5 reunion stuff. He was the guy that was always organizing that kind of stuff. And he killed himself like a few years ago. So now I don't even know what the hell is going on. I would call him and he would tell me what was going on. And now now he's dead. So, I mean, what do you do with all that? And it's just nonstop.
You found a resilience. What is it? Or what's the combination? I know there's no secret recipe, like if you do this, then this, but you found a way to fight through it. I mean, you and I have talked about it a lot.
Yeah. Like I said, there's definitely, I mean, if I had the answer to that, no one has the answer to that. I certainly don't. I think for me, I just made a decision that was not going to happen. It's like you made a comment earlier today. It's like, I set my alarm clock for 5 and my body just woke me up at 4:55. And I think that we talk about how powerful the mind is. And when you make a decision, that's what's going to happen. And you just decide that's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to, be like my father or, I was thinking about it earlier and I was like, if you want to quit smoking, well, I smoked cigarettes for like a long time, right? That was like a really hard thing. I would rather go back to the mountain school than quit smoking again.
I remember the first time I used to bum cigarettes off Eric all the time. I'm that idiot that like, I don't smoke, I don't buy cigarettes, but I can bum them off people. And I remember when you quit smoking, I'm like, hey bro, you gotta smoke. You're like, no, I quit. I'm like, what? Yeah. You quit? It's yeah.
Yeah, that was really hard. And I think, it's very similar to that. You just have to make a decision. Just like, it's an all in kind of mentality. It's like, I am not going to let this consume me. I don't know if that, I mean, to date, it's been successful. Who knows, right?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. Whether it's stopping smoking or drinking or party, whatever it is your vice is, demon, whatever. I mean, that's been successful for me. I don't know if there's a remedy. I don't know. I can't look back in time and be like, this one thing is the reason. I think it's a combination of things. I think that's part of it. I think
the reason why I ask is, there's all these things out there, psychedelics and counseling and all that stuff, and SSRIs, and you've stayed away from all that shit. Like, I mean, I've even given you a hard time, like, hey bro, have you thought about Ibogaine and all the things, and like, you haven't done any of that. I mean, so, I don't want to say it's really cool that you haven't, because that sounds super fucking ignorant when I say that, but you found this resilience. And I'm just curious, if you could even put it into words. I mean, I think you did a little bit. You made this conscious decision, and I think like that maybe that's it. Maybe we overcomplicate. Like, we think you need all these fancy things. For me, it's my relationship with God, and maybe that's not for everybody. But maybe it is as simple as that. Maybe it is you making the decision to live for the folks that you lost, or to live for your wife, or to live for your kids, or all of that, or your friends, the people that care about you. Maybe sometimes, in the veteran community, we've overcomplicated what it takes to keep living.
Yeah. And maybe part of that's the stubborn Marine in me. It's this mentality, of it's like, you can't kill me, man. You can try, but you won't. It's obviously a not real.
Yeah.
Because you can't be killed, of course. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
But it's that mentality of just like, don't give me drugs. I'm fine. Like, I don't want it. I'll do it myself. I don't need you. I don't know if that's the right way or not. That's worked for me. I highly doubt that would work for others. It could not. I don't know. If I knew the answer to that question, I'd be calling everyone I know, getting the word out, but I do not.
What do you say to that dude who hears this, that served and saw things and, hasn't found that resilience, that's hanging on the edge of that rope right now?
Oh man. I mean, get the help wherever you can. There's so many resources nowadays. I mean, just get whatever you can get. It's better than dying. I mean, what are your options? You know, suck your pride up a little bit or be dead. Those are your options. For guys like me, that's how I see it. That may be a different way of looking at it. It may be a very bullheaded way to look at it. You know, I mean, I tell myself the same thing. Is like, if I really thought I was about to crack, like I would reach out. Like 20-year-old me probably wouldn't have, but 40-something-year-old me, I probably would at this point, because I don't want to die. I don't want to be a statistic.
But I think that's it, man. I mean, you just said it. Like, you don't want to die.
Yeah, I don't want to die.
I didn't understand suicide until I came very close to the edge. I always thought it was super fucking selfish, and you know, all those people, all they care about is themselves, until I got so desperate that I just didn't think there was another way.
Yeah, and it happens every day.
But I mean, whatever you're going through too, and I've said this to people, like whatever you're going through, at the end of the day, man, the sun's gonna set, and then the next day the sun's gonna come up again, dude. And you know, if you can just make it through the night, you know, whether it's in Fallujah or you're at your house at the end of a bottle because your wife left you, or whatever the fuck it is, man, the sun's gonna set and come up the next day, dude, and you get another chance. Like, it's up all the time. Don't give up, man. There's people that care. If you've put yourself in this hole where you've isolated yourself from everybody, and you know, you can't find purpose, and it happens, dude. Like, you're not alone. I tell people that all the time. Like, you think you're alone, but you're not alone. Somebody's going through what you're going through, but you got to give them the opportunity to help. If you don't call anybody and you don't tell anybody, nobody can help you. Nobody will ever know.
Yeah, a lot of truth to that. I don't know.
Yeah. The photo on the cover of the Time magazine, November 22nd, 2004, you're mid-scream, mid-assault. What was happening in that moment? This is kind of a funny story.
Wow. Yeah, it is, I guess. So, you know, it looks like there's bullets flying over my head. There wasn't at that particular moment. There probably was 15 minutes later or 15 minutes before that. But we were just moving from one, in that picture, I'm sure you got it up on the screen here somewhere while we're talking about this. But, you know, one thing that's kind of cool about this photo, we were moving from one house to the other. And ironically, I was yelling at Rund. Imagine that. I sent Miller's team forward. I went up with Miller's team, and I was yelling back, "Run, get your ass up here." That's what I was saying. Everyone always gives me a hard time that says I lost my lighter and I couldn't find my cigarettes, and I was screaming about it and told Max to take a picture of me so he could put it. That's the running joke. But at that particular second, there was no, that's what we were doing. Just moving from one house to the other, as we did 10 times a day, every day. And yeah, another kind of unique thing about the photograph itself, not the cut, but the actual like JPEG of it, is that, and Max told me this because I didn't know, and it's actually, to be a cover photo, it has to be vertical. And that photo is not a vertical photo. It's actually horizontal. It's been cropped. And what you don't see, if you look very closely at the corner there, on the right side, you see there's this little crack going through this brick wall. But what got cut out of the rest of that frame was there's a tank like halfway through some guy's living room. Just like I told you, with the turret turned to the side and the body of the tank up in this guy's living room. And that was just how we were doing business.
Did you know Max was taking the photo?
Well, he took 50,000 photos of everyone.
Yeah. Well, when did you first see that photo? Or like, when did you find out like that was going to be on the cover of Time magazine?
Let's see. It got published like in November 22nd, right? I honestly, I don't even know what day it was taken. I guess it was weeks. It would have had to have been within the last 2 weeks before it was issued, I would think. But I don't know. Maybe within 1 week. Let's just say 1 week. I don't know exactly what date it was. or where part of the city I was even in. You just got so used to Max being around, just doing his thing. No one ever gave it a second thought. No one, you don't even notice the guy anymore. He's just your dude taking pictures. And it was a still camera, right? So it wasn't like this giant video camera and reporter and this, just Max taking pictures, so you got used to it. But I first found out about it. Max told me he had a satellite thing for his computer and shit in the Amtrak. And we were still in the city, and he goes, Shelvy, come here. I'm like, what's up, Max? And I go into the track with him, and he's got his laptop up, and he goes, you see his picture? And I was like, yeah. He's like, so that's going to be on the cover. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, cool. That was it. That's.
I'm sure at that moment in time, you probably couldn't even process that.
I didn't. No, of course not.
Yeah.
They're like, cover? I'm like, cover what, dude? Like, I don't care. Like, does it come with like pound cake?
Yeah. Right? I'm really hungry and tired.
Yeah, seriously. Can I trade that cover photo for some food?
Yeah.
And then I'll tell you, who gave me the most shit about it was Rund. He was such a good dude. And he just dogged me all the time. He goes, it was kind of that scene from Forrest Gump. That's what it reminded me. I was like, they gave you the Congressional Medal of Honor. That was Rund. He's like, they're putting you on the cover of Time magazine. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You. I was like, I guess so, man. Like, and he gave me a hard time for a few days. Then jokingly, of course. Again, but it was very similar to like, Shantash's, Navy Cross thing. I was like, yeah, this is a big deal to somebody somewhere, but not here and not now.
Yeah.
I didn't see I saw the picture, like the original picture, because Max showed it to me on his computer screen. But I never saw the actual magazine for 7 months. I didn't go home for, 6-7 months after that. So I didn't even see it. I still didn't see it. All I know is when it got published, the lieutenant came and got me and said, the colonel wants to see you.
That's a good story.
And I was like, why?
You guys are still in Fallujah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, I had this relationship with the colonel, which is not normal for a corporal to have any type of contact with a colonel, especially a commander like that. We kind of had this. I had this kind of cool understanding of one another relationship with him. I remember at one night, I was in a fighting hole somewhere, and someone walked up behind me, and I challenged him. I was like, "Who is that? Who are you?" And he's like, "Oh, it's the colonel." And I'm like, "That's weird." And then he just like, "Hey," he's like, "How you doing?" And I'm like, "Hey, good sir." It's the middle of the night, and he just like sat in my hole, and we just like shot the shit for like 20 minutes or whatever. Which is like totally not normal, right? For a colonel just to like come to the front line, sit in a hole with a freaking corporal, and just shoot the shit. That's not normal. But I respected the shit out of it, and I never forgot it. And I remember looking at him when Greg was killed, and just kind of like, I looked at him, he looked at me, and we never spoke about it. Well, we did, but later. But we had this kind of, I guess, this mutual understanding that we're both warriors. We're just in different capacities, but usually, I wouldn't say usually, but that's why I said like my command was just different, man. They were good, and I respected them, and I liked them, and I would, I didn't have anything bad to say. We had a job to do. We were good at our job, and we were good at killing assholes, and they were good at getting us to the point where we can kill them.
So what happened when you got called to his office?
So yeah, so I'm like, you don't get called to the colonel, talk to the colonel. You don't get pulled off the front lines to go talk to the colonel because you're like getting a fucking tug, right? So I'm like, I'm in trouble for something, right? Because I knew about it, but I didn't know. I didn't know that what date it got published or when it got. I didn't know any of that stuff. Max just showed me the picture on his computer and said, "This is gonna be on the cover in like a week or something." I was like, "Okay, cool." That's all I ever talked to. That's all. And Greg gave me a whole bunch of shit, and a couple other guys gave me a bunch of shit, and that was it. I never until it actually came out, but I didn't know it came out because I was still in the middle of Fallujah. But it did come out, and I still hadn't seen it. And the colonel brings me in. He goes, I want to say, I think he had a laptop, and he showed it to me. And he goes, "Is this you, Shelvy?" I was like, "Yes, sir." I'm like, "Man, I'm in trouble." I really thought I was in a lot of trouble, man. Like I did something, like, I don't know. I just thought I was in trouble. And he's like, "Why are your glasses on your helmet?" I had my glasses up on my helmet. And his big thing was eye protection. And he was like overly zealous about eye protection to the point where it was like annoying. But it's like, goddamn, dude just lost his eye because he wasn't wearing his freaking glasses.
Yeah, because
you know what I mean?
The mortar that had landed in the group of those dudes.
Yeah.
No.
So there's got to be something, it's hard to argue results, right? So I was like, oh man, I think I'm about to get like fucking court martial, dude, because I don't have my glasses on, And you had them up because it was hard because you're outside, bright sun, and you go inside, pitch black. So you can't wear sunglasses because as soon as you go inside, you're blind. And you can't wear clear glasses because then you're blind outside. So you got to, it was tough. It's just a tough environment to go in and out of nonstop all day to go to dark to light. So I had my glass. And then not only did I have them on my helmet, but one of the eyes was busted out. So, and he just looked at me like very seriously. He was like, why are you not wearing your eye protection? And I was like, "Sir, I don't know, sir." He's like, "All right, get out of here, Shelvy." That was it. He was just fucking with me. But I thought I was in a lot of trouble.
Dude, that's funny.
I think he was probably like, "This is pretty cool, but I'm just gonna fuck with him because I know he can take it."
How many days were you guys actually fighting in Fallujah, if you remember?
I don't know, 3 weeks.
When did you know like the heavy fighting was like finally over?
Well, the heavy fighting was supposed to have been over before Greg was killed, according to the generals. All right, the heavy fighting in Fallujah is over with. Hey, 3-5, India Company, we need you to go up and clear this, section that had already been cleared by somebody else weeks ago or whatever. So I couldn't even tell you the dates. Early November, and Greg was killed in December, so a month. And then it just got really quiet. Like, to the point where it was like tanks and artillery nonstop all day, every day, 24 hours a day. You could have heard a pistol round go off from 2 miles away. I mean, it's so quiet. And they started letting people back in. And then it turned from this combat mission to patrolling. And
how do you patrol a town that's been like leveled? Like from hearing you talk about it, like in my mind, I'm like, patrolling, where they're letting people back in, where are these people going?
Yeah, I mean, when the colonel said he wanted to see a pocket of destruction, we were there to deliver. Whatever that forum took, whether it was driving tanks and bulldozers through houses or lighting shit on fire, the car on the street, tanks getting run over, like just destruction. They had these giant, it's always funny, they had these giant, you can Google, I might have a picture on there somewhere that I've given you, they call them these D9 dozers.
Oh, they're Israeli ones.
These giant, they're huge bulldozers with like 15-foot blades on the front of them, and they're armored. And it used to crack me up because you see this like Lance Corporal driving this thing with like no shirt on. He's like headphones in, and he's just like bebopping down the street with like a sink on the roof. There's like telephone poles hanging off the back of it. There's wires, there's a bathtub underneath it. And he just listened to his headphones, just bebopping down the street, just drove right through the whole market. Like it wasn't even there. It's no big deal.
That's like,
he's like, "Hey guys."
That's like a good depiction of war. Like, how do you explain that? You don't. Like people, it's just hard to imagine, dude.
Yeah.
When they finally declared victory, did it feel like victory to you guys?
I personally, I don't feel like we lost. That's for sure. I mean, we smoked a lot of people. You know, we took that city back. You know, that now what happened after that, years later, that's a different thing. But at that point, no, that city was ours. I mean, that city was as quiet as it's probably ever been, ever, and probably will ever be. I mean, that bridge, you know, where they hung those contractors from, inscribed in the metal on that bridge, it says 3-5, the Dark Horse was here on that bridge. That's our bridge now.
When you finally left Fallujah, what did you feel like you were leaving behind?
Oh, hell.
How did you guys finish off that deployment?
Well, we were patrolling the city a lot. And this is like normal, whatever the heck call them. They had a name for it. Just normal patrolling operations. Not like rolling gun barrels. So there's none of that crazy stuff going on at that time. And another unit came and we kind of did a rip, you know, a relief in place. We did a rip with whatever unit was coming in behind us. There's another Marine unit. So like their squad leaders come out, they hang out with our squad leaders for a few days. This is what we're doing. This is how we're doing it. And then it just kind of gradually, you just flip flop. And we went back to Kuwait. Is that right? I remember being in Kuwait for, I don't know, a few weeks. And then you just fly back to California and fucking dump you off on the tarmac, just like they did last time.
I've never done this before, dude, but I want to dedicate this portion of the podcast to all the dudes, man, that paid the ultimate price over there in Fallujah. That was probably some of Fallujah and Ramadi. I mean, Jocko's talked a lot about Ramadi when they were there, but I mean, I don't think people fully, I mean, I'm well aware of what happened in Fallujah, but I didn't fully grasp it until we podcast prepped. I normally don't like asking that many hard questions. You know, you agreed, we agreed in advance. You know, I didn't say, hey man, I need you to say this or that, but I really wanted to document that piece of history, dude. There's a lot of people that paid the ultimate price there, a lot of good heroes, and a lot of people that were forever changed by that battle. I don't give a shit about politics, man. Politics don't matter. They don't really have a place in this podcast, in my podcast. You know, there's a lot of good men that gave their all, man. And there's a lot of dudes that came back changed for forever. And there was a lot of, I mean, it was the worst of war, but it was also some of the best. I mean, there's a lot of dudes, there's a lot of heroics, a lot of people, you know, didn't back down. You know, you talk about your squad. I remember when we were prepping it. I mean, just you talking about how, you know, your dudes were just there every day. Nobody ever cowered, backed out. You didn't. And I think that in and of itself is what honor and what courage. You guys didn't go there for fucking medals. Your country sent you there. The Marines sent you there. You had a job to do and you guys did it and you did it well. And so, yeah, man, I think this would probably be a good part to take a break.
Yeah.